cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576. Isn't this just fooling the silly boy? Su Fan came to the hall of the temple and sat cross-legged on the futon, feeling more relaxed than ever before. After tossing around in the Ghost Clan-controlled area for so long, he finally came back. It was still comfortable here, and there was no need to worry about any danger. Su Fan took out a red clay stove and tea set, and just wanted to make a pot of spiritual tea for himself. He heard a whoosh and Sister Zhen jumped out from the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. She took the tea set from Su Fan's hand and started to work swiftly. Sister Zhen has been getting more and more arrogant recently, and there is no consciousness of a ghost slave, but he was too lazy to say anything to her, so he just let her go. Su Fan is a nostalgic person. Sister Zhen has been with him for so many years, and he has long regarded her as his family. Master, have some tea. At this time, Sister Zhen poured him a cup of spiritual tea and placed a teacup in front of him. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then closed his eyes and savored the aroma of the spiritual tea, feeling that this spiritual tea tasted much better than before. There are many things to pay attention to when drinking tea. Tea leaves, environment and mood are all indispensable. In the past, he was in enemy territory and it was impossible for him to relax completely like now. Drinking tea must have been a little less interesting. At this time, Sister Zhen picked up the teapot and refilled him with a cup. Then she came over, hugged his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Master, I miss Sasha. Su Fan took a sip of tea and sighed secretly. I miss her too. What a good girl. Do you think I can bear to let her go? Then next time you see Luosha, I'll let you follow her. Sister Zhen was immediately shocked when she heard it. She raised her head and shook it violently a few times, like shaking a rattle. That won't do. I am your ghost slave for life. Unless the master makes me disappear into ashes, I will never leave the master unless I am beaten to death. After saying this, Sister Zhen leaned her head on his shoulder again and rubbed it hard a few times. Su Fan was amused by her and said, You said you don't practice every day. Do you want to be a ghost king for the rest of your life? Look at Yaksha, I've never seen him slacking off, unlike you who is idle all day long. Master, I know my aptitude is poor. If you didn't love me, how could I break through to the Ghost King? Su Fan sighed in his heart. It seems that Sister Zhen is still clear-headed. Her aptitude is similar to his. I'm afraid that she has reached the end of her life as a Ghost King. Fortunately, the ghosts are immortal, and the Ghost King doesn't have to worry about his lifespan. She can do whatever she wants in the future. Even if she stops at the Ghost King realm, she will be kept by his side to entertain him. Recently, Sister Zhen has been always being affectionate with him. I guess she has thought of this. Now that he has broken through the nascent soul realm, Sister Zhen knows that there will be no achievements in the future, and she will definitely not be able to keep up with his pace. I guess she is afraid that he will not want her one day. Thinking of this, Su Fan smiled bitterly. Okay, your poor talent is useless for cultivation. You can accompany the master to relieve boredom in the future. As long as I don't die, you will accompany me for the rest of my life. Sister Zhen was immediately excited when she heard this. Tears fell from her watery ghost eyes. Although the ghost body does not have tears, when it reaches the realm of Ghost King, it can produce tears according to the mood of the ghost cultivator. Su Fan reached out to wipe Sister Zhen's eyes, and then patted her little head. Don't always think about it in the future. Put away your little thoughts. The master will not abandon you. Sister Zhen looked at Su Fan with tears in her eyes, nodded heavily, and then leaned her head on his arms. Su Fan looked down at her, smiled and shook his head, picked up the teacup and took a sip. In the evening, he laid down and slept directly after lunch. He had been wandering in the enemy-occupied area for the past few months, and even had to open half of his eyes when sleeping. It was rare to have a good sleep now, so he fell asleep not long after lying down. Su Fan woke up not long after he fell asleep, but the scenery around him had completely changed. At this moment, he was in an extremely luxurious palace. Tall stone pillars supported a huge circular arch. On the arch, there were various strange beasts such as dragons and phoenixes slowly circling, which looked extremely magnificent. The palace was empty. The golden crystal floor clearly showed the reflection of the strange beasts in the sky. There was only a green-black jade bed in the palace. At this time, Su Fan was lying on it and could clearly feel a cool feeling. He sat up from the black jade bed and looked around. Although the palace was very large, it was surrounded by thick fog and he could not see the scene outside the palace at all. At this time, a figure walked out of the thick fog, and Su Fan frowned immediately, because he felt a little familiar with the person who came. The person who came was a graceful woman, with only a cloud of gauze covering her body, and her black hair tied into a Taoist bun, fixed with a jade hairpin. She had willow eyebrows and phoenix eyes, almond face and peach cheeks, lips like jade, skin like cream, like a fairy spirit out of the world, and with a bit of tenderness and grace. She was charming and charming. Su Fan smiled bitterly to himself. This should be the real body of the witch god Ag. No wonder she looked familiar. Because when he and his clone Aguo were making a fuss, he didn't know why, every time the passion burned to the point of exploding, her face would turn into this look. The witch god would chat with him from time to time these days, but Su Fan didn't pay any attention to her at all. No matter what she said, he didn't respond. Seeing that Su Fan didn't pay any attention to her at all, this woman actually came to him through a dream. The witch god Ag walked to the black jade bed and looked at Su Fan with a smile. This is where I usually rest. How do you feel? To be honest, this place is really not very good. What a broken place. It's so gloomy and doesn't look like a place to sleep. It's more like a mourning hall. Although the other party was a witch god, Su Fan was not polite at all. What's wrong with you? Can't you just tell me normally? Why do you have to disturb me when I'm sleeping? The witch god Ag was not annoyed at all. Instead, he sat down at the end of the bed with a smile. Are you angry with me? You are a witch god. How dare I, a mortal, be angry with you? Hearing the resentment in Su Fan's words, the witch god Ag sighed faintly. She turned her head. Tears shone on her side face, and her red lips trembled slightly, revealing a helpless despair. What did I do wrong? Looking at the witch god Ag's appearance, Su Fan almost believed it. But he knew in his heart that this woman must be at least several thousand years old, much older than his grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. Many years older. Compared with her, those movie kings and queens in the previous life were simply weak. She got into the role in a second, as if it were a real thing, without even a trace of acting. She is a witch god. If the clone Aguo still has a little bit of human touch, this woman may not be human anymore. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't make it seem like I did something to you. After hearing Su Fan's words, the witch god Ag raised his eyebrows. A charming and mature and graceful expression silently flowed out from the corners of her eyebrows and eyes. The two temperaments were natural and revealed a charming figure. Don't be angry with me. I will listen to you in the future. You can do whatever you want to me. Although he knew that the person sitting in front of him was a 1,000-year-old monster, Su Fan's heart still couldn't help but be moved. He reacted at that time. Who can bear this? Su Fan turned his head away from her and moved his body slightly to cover up the embarrassment brought by the changes in his body. Seeing this scene, the witch god Aguo couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. He gently pursed his lips and a barely perceptible blush appeared on his face. Su Fan took a deep breath and suppressed the heat in his heart. That's what you said. Then can I discuss something with you? Go ahead, I'll listen to you from now on. Can you stay away from me from now on, and we won't have any more contact, okay? The witch god Ag's eyelashes drooped, and a look of loss appeared between his eyebrows. He pursed his lips with a glowing glow and shook his head gently. I'm afraid it's not possible, I can't do it. Su Fan was immediately anxious after hearing this, and asked with his eyes wide open, why? The witch god Ag sighed, and then told him the whole story that Su Fan was his human flesh god tower. She didn't want to hide it from Su Fan, because she had already seen it. If she didn't tell the truth, this kid might really ignore her. And it couldn't be hidden. As long as this kid showed his witch runes, any old monster who had transformed into a god would know what was going on. During this period of time, Su Fan launched so many blood sacrifices, and the blood and ki of millions of Sulan people and ghost monks brought her unimaginable benefits. Although she is a high-ranking witch god, she is in the witch world after all. Su Fan is not a member of the witch sect, nor is he a devout believer. If Su Fan ignores her in the future, she will have no way to deal with it. If she wants to use Su Fan's human flesh tower to get benefits in the future, she may not be able to do it without giving benefits. So next, the witch god Aguo is going to change his way, that is, to make a deal with Su Fan. What the hell? Su Fan, who knew the truth, was angry at the time. So I am now your human flesh tool, what's the difference between that and a fairy massager? And from what she said, she risked her life to launch so many blood sacrifices, but you got them all, and I got nothing in the end. Isn't this fooling a stupid boy? Wake me up quickly, I'm annoyed when I see you now. The witch god Age's cheeks turned a little pale, his eyes were slightly red, and he looked like he was about to cry, which made people feel pity. She climbed onto the bed gently and hugged Su Fan's legs. Su Fan quickly hid back and said anxiously, "Don't come over." He knew in his heart that although this was a dream, it was also a dream created by the witch god, just like the real thing. Facing such a breathtaking beauty, he might not be able to bear it. I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. The witch god Ag looked at Su Fan with gloomy eyes and put his face on his legs. Looking at the charming face, Su Fan couldn't help but be shaken. There was a boom in his head, and a heat rose from his lower abdomen and rushed along his spine to the Nuan palace. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened. An extremely cold breath suddenly whistled out, suppressing the heat in his heart. "Get out!" Su Fan raised his leg and kicked the witch god Ag under the bed. "Ah!" The witch god Ag groaned and fell under the bed. At this time, her hair was messy and her face was flushed. She raised her hand to pull out the jade slate on her messy bun, letting her black hair fall. The witch god Ag opened her mouth slightly, her eyes were charming, and she was indescribably charming. Although she was lying on her side, she still maintained a very beautiful shape, revealing full temptation. Especially the small feet exposed outside, crystal clear, slender and full, the arch of the foot, the instep and the toes are all beautiful. The witch god Ag gathered her hair with her hand, her eyes became a little blurred, and there was a strange light in her expression, with a feeling of wanting more. Her white skin faintly showed a peachy luster, her cheeks flashed a strange blush, and she slowly crawled towards the jade bed. What the hell? He never thought that the witch god who is usually high and mighty actually liked this kind of tune, which was too cheap. Su Fan took a deep breath and suppressed the heat in his heart. Even if I die today, I will not be seduced by this woman. If a man does not even have this little self-control, what can he achieve in the future? At noon the next day, the warm sunlight poured down along the green bricks and tiles and sprinkled into the house. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, subconsciously shielded the sunlight on his face with his hands, and then covered his face with both hands. Damn, I still couldn't resist it. How could I? However, the grass god is really fucking cool. Although it is just a derivative dream, everything is just like what happened in reality. Whether it is the touch or the feeling of the body, it is more sour and refreshing than any previous time, which makes him linger. Especially the kind of alternative feeling, which also makes Su Fan feel addicted. Su Fan suddenly sat up from the bed, feeling dry and thirsty. He looked around for a teapot and wanted to drink a sip of water to quench his thirst. With a whoosh, Sister Zhen appeared from nowhere. For some reason, there was a strange look in her ghost eyes today. Master, Su Fan was so thirsty that he didn't have the heart to pay attention to her micro-expressions. Bring me some water. Sister Zhen disappeared in a flash. After a while, she emerged from the air with a teapot in her hand and poured a glass of water for Su Fan. Su Fan took the teacup and drank a sip. He felt unsatisfied, so he snatched the teapot from Sister Zhen's hand and poured it directly into his mouth. He didn't quench his thirst until he drank the whole pot of water. Wasn't it just a dream last night? He and his 3 Taoist companions didn't feel so thirsty even after tossing and turning all night. Master, you, hearing Sister Zhen stop talking halfway, he glared. Just say what you want to say, don't hide it, Sister Zhen said timidly. Master, you were so scary last night, and you looked so rude. After hearing what Sister Zhen said, Su Fan's old face turned red. Why are you wandering around so late at night instead of sleeping? From now on, you are not allowed to enter my room when I sleep. Sister Zhen looked innocent and said, Master, I am a ghost and I don't need to sleep. Su Fan's nose was almost crooked by anger after hearing her words. Get out. Don't hang around in my room at night from now on. After being yelled at by Su Fan, Sister Zhen nodded aggrievedly and slowly floated away. Looking at the ghost of Sister Zhen going away, Su Fan covered his face. What the hell? Chapter 577 I don't know what happened. Su Fan was in a bad state. He had been tossing and turning all night last night. His embarrassment was probably seen by Sister Zhen. He did not expect that the dream created by the witch god Ag last night was so real. Later, he could not tell whether it was a dream or reality. So he was like crazy in the dream. He tossed and turned all night, almost killing the witch god Ag and abusing her to death. This was really embarrassing. Even if he was thick-skinned, he could not bear it. The witch god Ag also tried his best to trade with him. In fact, her seduction of Su Fan was just a prelude. The transaction between the two was the highlight. What's more, the two of them had a spiritual connection in the dream. The witch god Ag was much more active and proactive than Su Fan. Her needs were greater than Su Fan, and she was even a little addicted to it. In order to make this deal, she also gave Su Fan a lot of benefits. Now Su Fan has a lot of knowledge about the witch gate formation left by the witch god Ag in his mind. Among them, there are 3 great witch formations, namely, the Blood Shadow Descending God formation, the Wuxiang Pagoda formation and the Blood Sea Tide Devouring Soul formation. As the name suggests, the Blood Shadow Descending God formation can use blood as a sacrifice to borrow part of the power of the witch god during the battle, which is a bit like the god fighting of the previous life. The Wuxiang Pagoda formation uses blood as a sacrifice to instantly build a protective formation. The protective strength of this witch formation is based on the number and quality of blood sacrifices. The Blood Sea Tide Devouring Soul formation is even more powerful. It uses blood as a sacrifice to build a soul attack formation. Once the enemy is enveloped by the formation, it can not only make the opponent confused, but also the soul will be attacked fiercely. If the blood sacrifices are sufficient and of good quality, although you can't beat the old monster of the god, you can use this formation to help you delay for a while. Because Su Fan had already launched so many blood sacrifices, the witch god Ag promised him that he could exempt the sacrifice 20 times by performing 3 kinds of formations. Don't think that 20 times is not a lot. This is a witch gate formation, and now Su Fan is already a cultivator in the nascent soul realm, and the formation he arranged cannot be a small one. For this, Su Fan and the witch god Ag talked for a long time last night, and finally determined such a number. Anyway, both of them are quite satisfied. Not only that, when Su Fan launches blood sacrifices in the future, he will also get a certain amount of compensation from the witch god Ag. Su Fan is quite satisfied with the deal reached by both parties. Although the witch god Ag took a lot of advantage in the past, he was not without benefits at that time. At least through the blood sacrifice, the impurities and various negative effects in the blood can be stripped out, making the blood she swallowed purer. The most important point is that Su Fan no longer has to worry about the problem of the inner demon. Through the blood sacrifice of the witch gate, the evil method of blood mist has been cleansed. Since Su Fan became the human god tower of the witch god Ag, at least in terms of effect, blood mist is no longer an evil skill, but a proper magic blood secret method. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. In any case, these 3 witch gate formations alone are worth the price, and they can be used for free 20 times. In fact, Su Fan was able to launch blood sacrifices easily. He had no psychological burden at all to slaughter and sacrifice blood to brutal races like the Sulan people and the ghosts. Don't think about these for now. At least in the next 10 years, he will have no chance to launch blood sacrifices. After Su Fan returned to the sect, he would be with his family every day and enjoy the happy time with his family. This star war will not end for dozens or hundreds of years. Now, several star regions of the Star Alliance have almost put all their elite forces into the battlefield of the Dongate Star region. It is rare for Su Fan to be able to win 10 years of comfortable life for himself. What else is he not satisfied with? He fell asleep again while thinking. He was really tired last night. He actually took a nap and didn't wake up until the afternoon. Su Fan sat up from the ground and rubbed his face with his hands. With a whoosh, Sister Zhen appeared from nowhere, floated to his side, and hugged his arm intimately. Master, why did you get up just now? Lunch has been prepared for a long time. I have heated it several times, thank you for your hard work, Su Fan said and went to the small courtyard outside, walked to the dining table and sat down to eat. After he finished lunch, he drove the Ghost Crow to the main base of the King Kwang Star region not far away. The space gate connecting to the King Kwang Star region was set up here. The main base of the King Kwang Star region has been built for many years and has been expanded several times. Compared with the original area, it has increased several times. As soon as Su Fan flew to the vicinity of the main base while driving the Ghost Crow, He saw that the air was densely packed with various types of flying boats that almost covered the sky and the sun, constantly traveling back and forth between the base and the front line. A tall city wall can be vaguely seen on the horizon in the distance. Although it is in the rear of the battlefield, the defense formation of the base is also very strong. It has supported several spiritual shields and strictly protected the safety of the main base. Su Fan landed dozens of miles away from the base, and then walked towards the main base with a flow of people. It may be because the ghost tribe was destroyed in the Jiawangshan main base, and now the defense of the main base of the Qingquan Star region is also extremely strict. The area within 50 miles of the main base is a restricted air zone, and even Yuanying cultivators have to walk into the base. Moreover, the screening outside the city is also very detailed. Su Fan waited in line outside the base for more than an hour. But no matter whether it is a human cultivator or a hot-tempered demon and monster, no one dared to explode, and all waited in line obediently. This is a war period. I don't know how many gods are watching the outside of the base. Once you annoy these old monsters, it is normal to kill you at will. Finally, Su Fan passed the tedious screening outside the city and entered the base. As soon as he stepped into the city gate, an extremely noisy atmosphere hit him. He didn't expect that during the war, the main base could be so lively. Today's main base is like a prosperous city, with all kinds of shops on both sides of the street. And pedestrians on the street are shoulder to shoulder. Su Fan frowned immediately, but he understood immediately. The Qingquan Star domain monks who can live here must not be monks from ordinary sects or tribes. He strolled on the street for a while and confirmed his guess. The human monks on the street all have extraordinary temperaments, not to mention those high-level demons and golden insects. Even the demon monks who have not yet transformed have a simple identity. Su Fan couldn't help shaking his head. The battle on the front line was in full swing, and countless monks were stuffed into this cruel meat grinder every day. But those who fought desperately on the battlefield were all monks at the bottom of each race. How could it be possible for the family members of the human race, the high-level demons, the golden insects, and the high-level monsters, these cultivators with extraordinary family backgrounds, to have their turn to go to the battlefield? This kind of thing is not uncommon no matter where it is. There is no real fairness in the world. Su Fan shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He asked people about the location of the space gate, and then came to the core area in the middle of the base, where the security was even stricter. Although Dongming Demon Lord had already greeted him, he was still outside the core area and was carefully screened for a long time before he was allowed to enter the core area of the base. Su Fan registered with his identity jade card in a palace-like building near the space gate and got a jade talisman. The jade talisman marked the date of writing the space gate, and at that time, only the jade talisman would be recognized, not the person. Su Fan came out of the core area of the base, and he didn't rush to return to the cave, but wandered around the base. As a result, he only visited a few shops and lost interest. The prices of the shops in the base were simply unreasonable. Compared with before the war, the prices of various cultivation resources had increased by dozens of times, and the more precious materials had even increased by 100 times. There was no way. After all, it was during the war, and many cultivation materials had been controlled. In other words, the shops in the main base could openly sell various cultivation resources. This was making money from the war. Fortunately, Su Fan was not short of cultivation resources. He had not sorted out the spoils he had seized from the Sulan people and the Ghost tribe until now. Since the market was so good, he was not polite. Su Fan found several shops and dumped the large amount of cultivation materials he had accumulated in his hands. Although it was dumping, the price was more than 10 times that before the war. And when Su Fan dealt with these spoils, he only accepted spirit crystals, and nothing else was negotiable. It was tossing until the evening, and Su Fan returned with a full load, making a good fortune from the war. Except for some cultivation materials from the Ghost clan, as well as some Taoist tools, elixirs, and talismans that he could use in the future, he sold almost all the rest. Some of them were too large in number, so he was too lazy to count them and just sold them in piles. Su Fan did not stay at the main base at night, because any small cave of a few square meters would cost a top-grade spirit stone every night. Of course, he did not want to be the one who got cheated. So he rushed back to his temporary cave overnight. For more than a month, Su Fan hardly left his house, and stayed in the cave comfortably every day. Except for practicing the fundamental law Hununhuiki's henging once a day, He did nothing else and lay on the recliner in the courtyard every day and a days. There was no way. He had launched so many blood sacrifices in the Ghost Clan, and now his realm has risen a lot, at least saving him more than 100 years of hard work. Although his magic power was extremely condensed, his state of mind was obviously a little unstable. If he continued to make such rapid progress, it would definitely not be a good thing. Anyway, Su Fan has already made up his mind. In the 10 years since he returned to the sect, he has only cultivated his mind and not practiced martial arts. Now, Sister Zhen cooks 3 meals a day. Although her cooking skills are not as good as Sister Zhen's, Su Fan will eat them anyway. Now he doesn't want to move at all. He would rather sit than stand or lie down. His life is so corrupt. Every few days, the witch god Ag will enter his dream, and the two of them will toss and turn all night without shame. Although the two of them are only communicating in the air, it is a dream created by the witch god, which is almost the same as reality. It also makes Su Fan a little addicted to it. Although he and Su Madeline had communicated in the void for a period of time, the difference compared to the dream created by the witch sect is as big as that between cartoons and 4K videos. There is no comparison at all. Su Fan soaks in the cave every day, but the news about him outside has long been spreading. From the day he returned to the Star Domain Alliance control area, countless cultivators of various races have been asking about him. Many Yuanying cultivators rushed to the place where Su Fan appeared from all over the place, just wanting to see with their own eyes this ruthless man who had made great military achievements. Su Fan definitely underestimated his influence in the Star Domain Alliance. Although he did not take the extraordinary achievements he had made seriously, it was different in the eyes of other cultivators. From the time he discovered the invasion plan of the Sulan people to sneaking into the Dongguild Star Domain alone, he sent back countless precious information to the Qingquan Star Domain. Later, he went to the Yunmang Star Domain to make contact, creating a solid foundation for the establishment of the Star Domain Alliance. Later, relying on the cultivation of the Jinden realm, he killed the Yuanying cultivator of the Ghost Clan alone, and set off a bloody storm in the rear of the Ghost Clan, destroying more than a dozen bases and sacrificing more than 1 million Ghost Clan cultivators. He even infiltrated a Ghost Clan's main base in Jiwangshan alone, destroyed all the space gates, and made the powerful Ghost Clan lose contact with other planes. If someone else could do even one of these extraordinary achievements, it would be enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. As a result, after this guy came back, he disappeared. This also made the cultivators of the Star Domain Alliance very depressed. They had never seen Su Fan like this. Everyone came from all over the place, so you have to meet him. Fortunately, Su Fan thought of this and asked Dongming Demon Lord to arrange a place for him in advance, otherwise he would not be able to rest for a month. There were a lot of news about Su Fan outside, but he didn't know about these things at all. He didn't leave the cave quietly until the day to go to the space gate came. He was very anxious these days and just wanted to return to the Qingquan Star Domain immediately and reunite with his family as soon as possible. Since Su Fan had a family in this world of cultivation, he was no longer like a blade of grass floating in the wind like before. He finally had thoughts and concerns in his heart. At least when he was physically and mentally exhausted, he could have a home waiting for him to return. In the early morning, the sky was gray and hazy. It started to drizzle last night, like a layer of mist, covering the rain-covered mountains. Su Fan walked out of the cave, patted the spirit beast bag on his waist, summoned the ghost crow, and jumped onto its back. The ghost crow flapped its wings and instantly soared into the sky, flying towards the main base in the distance. Su Fan took off the communication array from his waist and sent a message to Dongming Demon Lord. "Are you leaving? I can go back, and I have to thank the senior for his help. HMPH, you're good at knowing it. If you dare to cut off the communication next time, I'll see how I deal with you." The old guy is really petty, and he has mentioned this trivial matter several times. "I have always remembered your kindness. If you have any errands in the future, I will do it without hesitation. You just say it nicely," Dongming Demon Lord said, thought for a while and said, "You can go back without worry. I will definitely not look for you within 10 years, disciple. I am deeply grateful to the senior." Dongming Demon Lord ignored him and directly cut off the communication array. Su Fan smiled, then shook his head, and then put away the communication array. He knew in his heart that no matter what, the old monster Dongming treated him well. He was under great pressure to let him return to the sect to rest for 10 years at this time, but he finally let him go. Although Su Fan had made extraordinary achievements, and the demon lord Dongming had promised him this before, he would not reason with you in war. Su Fan had just flown the ghost crow not far away when he suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable anxiety. Something was wrong. Although his scalp did not explode or his pores did not tremble, it still aroused his vigilance. Su Fan sent a thought to the ghost crow to slow it down. His eyes condensed and he completely released his consciousness, taking in all the slightest movement within a radius of 10 miles. In addition to his powerful perception, he could sense even the slightest danger hidden around him. As a result, Su Fan repeatedly explored for a while and found nothing wrong. He might be about to return to the Kingquan Star region, and he was very excited and had been worried for the past few days. Moreover, this is the rear base of the Star Domain Alliance, especially near the main base of the Blue Sky Star Domain, where there are many old monsters who have reached the state of transformation. Even if the Ghost Clan wants to harm him, they will not choose this place. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he was a little paranoid. Su Fan patted the ghost crow under him and asked it to speed up and get to the main base as soon as possible. The ghost crow received the master's thoughts, and suddenly flashed its wings. Its huge body rushed towards the main base with a roar. Leave here quickly. At this time, Su Fan heard the urgent voice of the witch god Ag. He was immediately scared. The witch god had never spoken to him in such an urgent tone. Something must have happened. Su Fan hurriedly asked, "What happened?" The witch god Ag said solemnly, "I don't know, but I sensed the crisis." Chapter 578. Are you hoping for my death soon? After hearing what the witch god Ag said, Su Fan was immediately scared. What was going on? He and the witch god Ag both felt the crisis. The most frightening thing was that they both felt the crisis, but they didn't know where it came from. Oh no, they are coming, right? At this time, the witch god Ag exclaimed. Su Fan couldn't help but shudder. His spiritual sense was completely released, but he didn't find any breath of the ghost tribe. Where are they? I don't know, I only know that the crisis is getting closer. What the hell? After hearing what the witch god Ag said, Su Fan's heart trembled all over his body, and his scalp was about to explode. He quickly put the ghost crow into the spirit beast bag on his waist, and he didn't dare to move forward no matter what. The witch god was so nervous, which meant that he was about to face a god-transforming cultivator from the ghost tribe. Facing these god-transforming old monsters, he didn't even dare to use blood escape, for fear of escaping directly into the unknown pocket of the opponent. Su Fan took off the communication array from his waist. Regardless of whether there was a crisis or not, he had to summon the old monster Dongming first. "Senior, I'm in danger." "What? Aren't you near the base?" "I'm right there, but I sense the crisis. It's definitely not wrong." Several old monsters from the Ghost Clan appeared at the front line. "I and 2 gods from the base rushed to the front line yesterday." Fuck. Su Fan felt his eyes go dark. This is the rhythm of the end of the cow. His intuition told him that the Ghost Clan must be causing trouble. "Senior, please help me contact the base immediately." "Don't worry, I also notified the base, and they asked you to rush over as soon as possible. The crisis is ahead." How dare he move forward at this time? "You can ask them to come out to meet me. There are only 2 gods left in the base. For the safety of the base, they dare not act rashly." After saying this, Dongming old monster continued, "I am rushing back. As long as you hold on for a quarter of an hour, I can rush back." "What the hell? By the time you rush back from the front line, my bones will have turned into ashes." Buzz. At this time, a violent buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky, and Su Fan looked up hurriedly. I don't know when, the originally cloudless blue sky has been covered by dark clouds. The dark clouds are violently surging, like a galloping army, rolling and passing by at high speed from the top. At this moment, the whole sky dimmed, and then the wind blew, and soon turned into a violent storm. The grass and trees fell down, and the dead leaves flew around. The birds and beasts in the mountains near the valley were also startled by this sudden strange phenomenon. Between heaven and earth, the changes are getting more and more intense. At this time, a rapidly rotating vortex appeared in the dark clouds, and it was getting bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it formed a storm dozens of miles in size. An extremely vast and powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky and instantly locked onto Su Fan's position. Fuck. It seems that it is right, it is really coming for me. I want to activate the blood escape, can you help me? After hearing Su Fan's words, the witch god Ag sighed. I'm afraid you have been targeted by them for a long time. This time, at least 3 gods of the ghost tribe have come. It's too late to do anything now. Although Su Fan knew that what the witch god Ag said made sense, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to try it anyway. Thinking of this, his eyes condensed, and a strong blood color suddenly appeared all over his body. Unfortunately, after the blood-colored light flashed, Su Fan found that he was still in the same place and didn't move at all. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. This time he was finished. He looked up at the huge vortex in the sky. The Ghost Clan was too arrogant. They dared to cause trouble in the rear of the Star Domain Alliance. No, it was not that simple. The Ghost Clan's divine transformation monks obviously had a plan. They first caused trouble on the front line and attracted the Star Domain Alliance's divine transformation old monsters to the front line. Then, I don't know how they took advantage of the emptiness in the rear of the Star Domain Alliance to sneak into the vicinity of the base. It is estimated that the Ghost Clan has wanted to deal with him for a long time, but Su Fan was very cautious and had been hiding in the area controlled by the Earth Demon Clan. Moreover, he disguised himself as a low-level cannon fodder monk of the Earth Demon Clan and returned to the front line through the Earth Demon Clan's space gate, so the Ghost Clan's divine transformation monks could not find him. Now the question is, he has obviously returned to the rear and concealed his whereabouts. How did the Ghost Clan's divine transformation monks determine his specific location? After returning, he used his identity Jade card once, when he registered the space gate at the base. Maybe from the moment he registered, his location was exposed. It is not necessarily that someone in the main base of the Blue Sky Star Domain has rebelled. It should be that the Ghost Tribe's incarnation monks have performed some secret methods. For example, attaching a trace of soul to a certain King Kong Star Domain monk, or sending evil thoughts to someone. These little tricks are not a big deal for the incarnation old monsters. In order to deal with me, the Ghost Tribe's incarnation old monsters really put a lot of thought into it. It's no wonder that they want to deal with Su Fan deliberately. Look at what he did in the rear of the Ghost Tribe's controlled area. Because they can't get support from other planes, the Ghost Tribe's front line is almost broken by the Starfield Alliance. This is all thanks to Su Fan. Not to mention that he destroyed more than 10 Ghost Tribe bases and sacrificed more than 1 million Ghost Tribe monks. He killed hundreds of Ghost Tribe's nascent soul monks alone. To be honest, Su Fan offended the Ghost Tribe badly. In fact, although the Ghost Tribe suffered a lot of losses, this is not the most important thing. The main reason was that Su Fan wreaked havoc in the rear of the area controlled by the Ghost Clan, causing the Ghost Clan to lose face in front of the other races. Today, the Ghost Clan has almost become a joke among the other races in the Ghostbone Star Domain, and even a joke for them after dinner. Even among the many races in the Ghostbone Star Domain, the Ghost Clan's reputation is not very good. Because the Ghost Clan regards every member of the same clan as a blood relative, although there are not many people in the clan, they are extremely united. And are also one of the most arrogant races in the Ghostbone Star Domain. Therefore, many races in the Ghostbone Star Domain keep a distance from the Ghost Clan, and even if they have conflicts with them, they generally compromise. Anyway, they don't provoke them if they can. There is no way. The Ghost Clan is strong, and the clan is extremely united. Once the Ghost Clan is provoked, it is often a fight to the death. Since the news that the Ghost Clan suffered a great loss from a human cultivator spread, the other races in the Ghostbone Star Domain have been gloating. If they were not on the same camp, the monks of several races would have celebrated with firecrackers. Now, this news has spread throughout the entire Dangin Star region under the deliberate dissemination of several races in the Netherbone Star region. Even this news was passed back to the distant Netherbone Star region under the promotion of many people with good intentions. People in the Netherbone Star region who knew the news also told each other, and this matter became known to everyone in the entire Star region in a very short time. Because among the many races in the Netherbone Star region, the human race is definitely at the bottom, and even the captive food of some races is like a two-legged sheep. Maybe for the stereotype of the human race, now the ghost race has become a joke in the Netherbone Star region because of this incident. This is absolutely a great shame for the usually arrogant ghost race. The ghost race is always vindictive, and now it has suffered such a big loss in front of the weak human cultivator. And that human cultivator is still alive and kicking until today. How could the ghost race swallow this breath? At this moment, the huge vortex in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. Su Fan looked at the sky and couldn't help but sigh, with a trace of despair rising in his heart. The Ghost Clan really thought highly of him. They sent at least 3 incarnation monks to kill him. No, looking at this posture, the Ghost Clan's incarnation old monsters are not just trying to kill him. What should I do now? Wait here to die? For now, I can only wait for the incarnation monks to rescue me. As soon as the witch god Ag finished speaking, Su Fan sensed 2 powerful auras rolling in from afar. Su Fan was immediately excited. Finally, someone came to save him. Don't hold too much hope. They must first ensure the safety of the main base of the King Kwang Star region. If the Ghost Clan only wants to deal with you alone, they will not easily take action. What the hell? Su Fan was stunned when he heard it, but then he thought about it and realized that it was really the case. Now the main base behind the Blue Sky Star domain is very empty, with only 2 old monsters of the God transformation left to guard it, and at least 3 incarnation monks from the Ghost Clan have come. The God transformation monks of the Ghost Clan are extremely powerful, and they have an advantage over the Star Domain Alliance monks of the same level. Now they have an advantage in numbers, and as long as the few God transformation monks of the Ghost Clan do not attack the main base, the 2 old monsters of the Blue Sky Star domain will definitely not act rashly. Next, as the witch god Ag expected, the 2 powerful auras did not rush over, but stopped outside the huge vortex in the sky. Baron, what do you want to do by sneaking into my Blue Sky Star domain control area? This time we are not targeting your Blue Sky Star domain. It is a personal grudge between the Ghost Clan and this kid. Baron, don't be too arrogant. If you stop now, we will pretend that nothing happened. Although the old monster of the Blue Sky Star domain spoke very tough, he was obviously a little timid. There was no way. Facing the 3 Ghost Clan's divine transformation monks, the 2 Blue Sky Star domain's divine transformation old monsters were really not up to the task. Haha. Then you can come all the way. If you piss me off, I'll tear down your base. Hearing what Venerable Baron said, the 2 Blue Sky Star domain's divine transformation old monsters suddenly became nervous. Although they had received the message from the East Dark Demon Lord, there was a clear gap in strength between the 2 sides. If they only wanted to protect the base, they could rely on the base's defense formation to hold out until reinforcements arrived. But if they wanted to save Su Fan, they couldn't do both. In any case, they would never let the base fall into danger for the safety of Su Fan alone. Looking at the 2 divine transformation monks confronting each other in the air, with no intention of taking action at all, Su Fan felt cold in his heart. He knew in his heart that he could not count on the 2 divine transformation old monsters in the base. Now Su Fan could only hope that the East Arc Demon Lord would come back as soon as possible. If it was in the past, a moment would be very short, but now he felt it was as long as a lifetime. Don't worry, although I don't know what the ghosts want to do, at least they won't kill you now. If they wanted to kill you, you would have died just now. After hearing what the witch god Ag said, Su Fan was calm. Isn't it true? If the ghosts just wanted to kill him, they could easily kill him with just 1 finger. Why did they send so many old monsters? And it's been so long, and they still made such a big fuss. Are they going to capture him back? But Su Fan immediately gave up this idea. With the methods of the old monsters, if they wanted to capture him, he would have been behind the ghost control area by now. Su Fan was very uneasy and couldn't guess what the ghosts wanted to do. But at this time, facing several ghosts, he had no way to deal with them and could only leave it to fate. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud noise that shook the earth, the huge vortex and the dark clouds exploded, revealing a vast starry sky. Su Fan looked up at the strange starry sky in the sky, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Those ghost tribe people are really willing to give up in order to teleport you away. Su Fan got scared when he heard it, and hurriedly said, where are they going to teleport me? How should I know? But looking at their posture, it should be a cross-domain teleportation. For you alone, they actually paid such a huge price. It's worth it even if you die. Damn, how can you talk like that? Are you looking forward to my death soon? Buzz! At this time, with a huge buzzing sound, a huge beam of light suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped Su Fan. Su Fan felt an extremely huge suction force coming, and his body slowly left the ground. Although he struggled desperately, he found that he could no longer move, and could only let his body slowly leave the ground. Buzz! Another buzzing sound came, and the huge beam of light disappeared instantly, and Su Fan's figure disappeared with it. At this moment, the huge vortex and the dark clouds and the unfamiliar vast starry sky also disappeared. Even the dark clouds quickly dissipated, and the whole sky became clear again. At this time, an extremely powerful aura suddenly rushed out from a torn space. Looking at the remaining clouds in the sky, Dongming Demon Lord couldn't help but sigh. No matter how fast you hurry, you are still a step late. Chapter 579 That is a disaster. Dongming Demon Lord frowned and looked up at the sky. Although he did not arrive in time, he saw the beam of light that pierced the sky from a long distance. He knew in his heart that Su Fan must have been forcibly teleported away, but he did not know where he was teleported to. He was just one step away. In fact, even if he arrived in time, facing several Ghost Clan's divine transformation cultivators, he might not be able to rescue Su Fan from them. The Ghost Clan was really vindictive. In order to take revenge on Su Fan, they actually sent so many divine transformation old monsters to make such a big commotion in the rear of the Star Domain Alliance. After all, it was a war, and both sides were fighting to the death. Is it necessary to deliberately deal with a nascent soul cultivator? Dongming Old Monster had no idea that Su Fan had become a thorn in the heart of the entire Ghost Clan. If this thorn is not removed, the reputation of the Ghost Clan cultivators will be over, and they will never be able to raise their heads in the Ghost Bone Star Domain again. At this time, two powerful auras appeared in the distance, rolling in from the direction of the base. Fellow Taoist Dongming, you are finally back. 3 gods of transformation have come from the Ghost Clan. We are really powerless. 2 gods of transformation monks who stayed behind in the base came. One of them was a holy demon from the Demon Clan, and the other was a god of transformation Xianzan from the Human Clan. After all, they received the message from Dongming Demon Lord, but did not rescue Su Fan, so they had to explain to him. Dongming Demon Lord did not say anything. After all, the 2 of them had the responsibility to guard the base, and the safety of the base must be the priority in that situation. And even if they wanted to save him, they might not be able to save him. Dongming Demon Lord thought for a while, turned around and bowed to the 2 gods of transformation monks, and then his body slowly disappeared into the air. An hour later, Dongming Demon Lord came to the control area of the Ghost Clan. He sent a thought to the distance, and then waited patiently. After a while, a huge figure over 100 feet tall walked out of the torn space crack. It was the Ghost Clan's venerable Baron. Where did you teleport Su Fan to? After hearing what Dongming Old Monster said, Venerable Baron chuckled. What, you want to get that kid back? Dongming Demon Lord sneered and said, don't talk nonsense, I know you have teleported him outside the domain, I just want to ask, where did you teleport him? Venerable Baron looked at Dongming Old Monster coldly, and then snorted coldly. I wanted to kill him, but unfortunately several saints in the clan issued a decree, asking us to teleport him back to the Netherbone Star Domain. This kid got a bargain. After hearing what Venerable Baron said, Dongming Demon Lord was stunned. What, you teleported him back to the Netherbone Star Domain? Seeing the shock on Dongming Demon Lord's face, Venerable Baron chuckled. Don't worry, this kid won't die for the time being, but it's hard to say in the future. Dongming Demon Lord had a gloomy face and said coldly, what exactly do you Nether Ghost Clan want to do? Venerable Baron smiled grimly and said, do you know the Netherbone Arena? After hearing what the other party said, Dongming Demon Lord was stunned. Of course. He had heard of the Ghostbone Arena. It was said to be a very famous arena among many star fields. Many high-level monks in the star fields had been there. But the Ghost Clan captured Su Fan and brought him to the Ghostbone Star Field. They didn't kill him or torture him, so why did they send him to the Ghostbone Arena? Seeing the puzzled look on Dongming Demon Lord's face, Venerable Baron smiled bitterly. This kid has ruined the reputation of our Ghost Clan in the Ghostbone Star Field. Several saints in the group hope that the elite children in the clan will kill him in the Ghostbone Arena to restore the reputation of our clan. Venerable Baron sighed secretly after speaking. Although he strongly opposed doing so, he could not stop the decision made by the high-level officials in the clan. He knew this kid too well. He was a disaster. If he was sent to the Ghostbone Star Field, with his kid's cruelty and cunning, the high-level officials in the clan might regret it one day. Dongming Demon Lord also understood. He looked at Venerable Baron in disbelief, his eyes full of love for a fool. Have the heads of you high-ranking ghosts been kicked by a donkey? If we bring that evil star back to the Netherbone Star Domain and kill him directly, why send him to the Netherbone Arena? Although I have never been there, I know the rules of the Netherbone Arena. Although it is called the cruelest arena, it is also the fairest arena. You actually want to kill Su Fan in front of all the cultivators in the Netherbone Star domain, through a fair fight. Really, Dongming Demon Lord can only say that the ghosts think too much? That kid is a monster that has not appeared for tens of thousands of years, and there is almost no opponent below the transformation of the spirit. Looking at the teasing eyes of Dongming Demon Lord, Venerable Baron inexplicably gave rise to a trace of irritable anger in his heart. There is no way. The stereotypes of the cultivators in the Netherbone Star domain about the human race cannot be changed so easily. Although it repeatedly reported the situation of the boy to several saints and told them not to be careless, no one paid attention to its opinions. When the time comes, will we in Dongyeon Star region also be able to see Su Fan fighting in the Ghost Bone Arena? Don't worry, you will see him die with your own eyes. Dongming Demon Lord laughed and said, I'm afraid the one who died is from your ghost clan. Humph. Venerable Baron snorted coldly, and his huge figure slowly disappeared into the air. Knowing where Su Fan was, Dongming Demon Lord couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it is true as Venerable Baron said, although Su Fan's situation is dangerous, it is not that he has no chance to survive. Of course, as for whether he can escape in the end, it depends on his luck. It's a pity that the Star Region Alliance is in need of people, and this kid can't be counted on. Even if this kid survives in the end, he can't return to the Blue Sky Star region for the time being. Even if he has the opportunity to return in the future, it may be a long time. By then, the war may have ended long ago. Dongming Demon Lord sighed, then his eyes condensed, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. At this moment, Su Fan felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss, and felt that his body was constantly falling down. Anyway, there was no end. I don't know how long it took, anyway. It was a few hours, and he felt that his falling speed was gradually slowing down. Bang! Su Fan only felt that he suddenly passed through a barrier, his body rushed out at once, and then fell heavily to the ground. He quickly leaned up from the ground, holding the magic sword in his hand and looking at the surrounding environment. At this time, he was in a stone house. The area of this stone house was not small, about hundreds of feet long, dozens of feet wide, and nearly 100 feet high. The style of the stone house was extremely rough, all made up of huge pieces of 1 foot square stacked together. The surface of these boulders was uneven and mottled, and some places even grew patches of dark green moss. Except for a stone platform several feet high in the middle, the stone house was empty and there was nothing. Su Fan held a magic sword in both hands and walked to the edge of the stone house carefully. He first pushed the wall of the stone house hard, but it didn't move at all. He raised the magic sword and chopped the wall hard, and found that the stone wall should be protected by the formation. There was not even a mark left. It seems that he can't get out for the time being. He should be imprisoned by the ghost tribe. Su Fan sighed, then put away the magic sword, sat on the ground directly, and leaned against the stone wall behind him. He took out the communication jade talisman from his waist and tried to contact the Dongming Demon Lord. You are no longer in the Dongyeon Star region. I am afraid you can't contact him. Su Fan frowned when he heard it, then picked up the communication array disk and sent a message to the Dongming old monster, but he didn't receive a reply from the other party after a long time. If I guess correctly, you are now in the Ghost Bone Star region. What the hell? After hearing the words of the witch god Ag, Su Fan was immediately furious. The ghost clan went to great lengths to get him back. Why didn't they just kill me? I don't know about that. Who knows what they are up to? After the witch god Ag finished speaking, he paused and continued, but at least you should be safe for the time being. Su Fan took a deep breath and simply stopped thinking about it. Now he was like meat on someone's chopping board, and he could only leave it to fate. Someone is coming. After hearing the words of the witch god Ag, Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and he appeared on the stone platform in the middle of the stone house. He held the magic sword in both hands, and his spiritual sense was completely released, constantly scanning back and forth in the stone house. At this time, the stone wall in front of him suddenly rippled like a lake, and a huge figure walked out of it. What surprised him was that the person who came was not a ghost cultivator. The other person was more than 10 feet tall, with bent shells and hideous bone spurs all over his body. His huge head was like an anemone, covered with tentacles, constantly wriggling, and looked extremely disgusting. Feeling the powerful aura of the other person, Su Fan simply put away his magic sword. The other person was obviously a cultivator in the realm of transformation. At this time, he saw the other person waving at him, and he felt that some information suddenly flooded into his mind. Before Su Fan could digest the information in his mind, the other person had already started talking. This is the Ghost Bone Arena. I am Luhan from the Mocha clan, and I am also the supervisor here. You are now a slave gladiator in the arena. Although the other person's language sounded very obscure, the magical thing was that Su Fan could understand it all. After listening to Luhan's introduction, Su Fan was immediately confused. What does the Ghost Clan mean? You can kill or cut me up as you like, but why do you sell me here as a slave? He didn't hesitate and asked directly, how can I get out of here? Rohan glanced at Su Fan, then sneered. As long as you win 30 games in a row, you will be free. You will have your first fight in 3 days. Rohan turned around and walked out. When he reached the edge of the wall, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Su Fan. I forgot to tell you that the highest record of winning streak of human gladiators in our Ghost Bone Arena is 7 games. After he finished speaking, his huge figure disappeared into the rippling space on the stone wall, and the stone wall returned to its original appearance. What kind of place is this Ghost Bone Arena? I didn't expect that the Ghost Tribe actually sent you to this damn place. Have you been here before? I have been here, but it was a long time ago. At that time, it was my master who led me here. The witch god Agi finished speaking, with a nostalgic tone in his tone. Is this Ghost Bone Arena famous? At least it is one of the most famous arenas among the hundreds of star fields around, and it is known for its fairness. After the witch god Agi finished speaking, he laughed and said, what on earth are the ghosts thinking? Why did they bring you here? With your strength, it is not difficult to win 30 games in a row. Su Fan also felt strange. If this place is really known for its fairness, winning 30 games in a row would not be a big deal for him. Are the ghosts stupid? Why don't they just kill him? Are they just selling him here for money? From the attitude of Rohan from the Moku tribe, it can be seen that they don't take the human cultivators seriously at all, which means that he is not worth much here. Suddenly, an idea came to Su Fan's mind. Are all the battles here between gladiators? As far as I know, no. The cultivators of various races in the Ghost Bone Star Field will also fight each other, or challenge the gladiators with good records here. Su Fan somewhat understood why the ghosts sold him here. It seems that they want the cultivators of their tribe to kill him here. Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart? Why bother? Just kill him directly. It is said that for a novice like you, the opponents for the first few gladiator fights should be various exotic beasts. After you win a few games in a row, you will fight with other gladiators. Su Fan is not worried about his opponent. As long as he is not facing a god-transforming old monster, he is not afraid of even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. If I can win 30 games in a row, will they really let me go? This Ghost Bone Arena has always had a good reputation. Many cultivators from foreign lands will come here to gamble. They should not break their promise. Su Fan heaved a sigh of relief and said, that's good. Winning 30 games in a row is nothing, don't be careless. Even if you are free, how can the Ghost Clan let you leave alive? After hearing what the witch god Agi said, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is the Ghost Bone Star region. Even if he escapes the pursuit of the Ghost Clan, it will be extremely difficult to return to the Blue Sky Star region. If it weren't for these damn ghosts, he might have returned to the sect to reunite with his family. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt a little angry. You wait. One day when I become powerful, I will definitely destroy the ghosts. Su Fan sat down cross-legged, and then fell on the stone platform. His soul was greatly affected during the transmission process, so he should sleep as soon as possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 I don't know where he got the courage. Su Fan slept soundly this time. He was awakened by hunger. If his stomach hadn't protested, he would have slept for who knows how long. He sat up from the stone platform, rubbed his face with his hands, and then took out something from the storage ring and started eating. After eating and drinking, he jumped down from the stone platform. You can really sleep. After hearing the words of the witch god, Su Fan yawned again. This time he was teleported and exhausted his soul. He didn't recover after sleeping for so long. How long have I slept? You have slept for 3 days and 2 nights. You should go out to fight at dawn. Su Fan nodded, and then sorted out the storage rings on his body one by one. Although he was sold to the Ghostbone Arena as a slave gladiator by the Ghost Tribe, his things were not taken away. Su Fan didn't take the upcoming fight too seriously. Since he traveled to this world of cultivation, he has experienced countless battles of all sizes. Not to mention fighting between people of the same level, he has also killed enemies of higher levels. What Su Fan is thinking about now is how he will return to the King Kwang Star region after being stranded alone in the Netherbone Star region. It is said that there are hundreds of races in the Netherbone Star region, and there are countless races with strong combat power like the Nether Ghost race. However, the human cultivators are extremely lame, and are definitely the lowest existence in the entire star region. In some planes, they have even fallen to the level of two-legged sheep. Moreover, every powerful race has many powerful old monsters at the level of transformation and refining. The various races in the Netherbone Star region are also full of contradictions. The various races have fought each other for years, and from generation to generation, they have accumulated blood feuds that cannot be reconciled. The deal we reached before is still valid. Su Fan was angry when he heard it. At this time, you still want me to help you with a blood sacrifice? Now that I am in prison, forget the deal, you misunderstood me. What I mean is that the deal between us can be changed in another way. After hearing the words of the witch god Ag, Su Fan frowned. Don't be so secretive. Just tell me what you mean. It is said that the human race in the Netherbone Star region has a hard time surviving. We can't just watch them suffer and do nothing. What the hell? Come on, I can't even protect myself now, how can I care about others? And he knows this woman too well. Don't think that she sounds nice and looks like Guanyin Bodhisattva, but in fact, it's not the case at all. I don't have that ability. You can do whatever you want, don't drag me. The witch god Ag smiled and said, actually, this deal is very simple. There is no witch inheritance in the Netherbone Star region. If you meet the human race in the future, you can help me pass on my knowledge. Su Fan was confused after hearing this. Did this woman want him to be a charlatan and cheat people everywhere? The witch god Ag saw that he was not interested, so he had to tempt him again. I can enfath you as my missionary in the Netherbone Star domain. If you develop Shinto believers of the witch clan in the future, you will definitely benefit from it. After hearing what the witch god Ag said, Su Fan began to think. In fact, it is not impossible to help the witch god spread the law. The survival situation of the human race in the Netherbone Star domain is extremely difficult. If they can really accept the Taoism of the witch clan, at least they can enhance the strength of the human race. Moreover, helping the witch clan spread the law is a matter of convenience, and it should not be difficult. There is no rush for this, let's wait until I get out of here alive. Seeing Su Fan's resignation, the witch god immediately became energetic. Developing his own believers in the new star domain is much more important than blood sacrifice. Well, don't worry, I will help you get out of here, Su Fan sneered in his heart. He knew exactly what this woman was thinking. Anyway, if you want me to help you spread the law, you must give enough benefits. Next, Su Fan no longer paid attention to the witch god Ag, but sat cross-legged to practice and prepare for the upcoming gladiatorial contest. Buzz, after an unknown amount of time, a dull buzzing sound awakened Su Fan, who was practicing hard. He opened his eyes and saw ripples on the stone wall facing him, and Rohan's figure walked out of the stone wall. Your first fight has begun, go out. Su Fan nodded, stood up from the ground, took a deep breath, and walked towards the rippling stone wall. He passed through a barrier and saw a straight corridor, which was inlaid with crystals that shone dimly on both sides, and looked extremely dim. The light at the exit at the end of the corridor was particularly dazzling. Su Fan followed Rohan's huge figure to the end of the corridor, and they stopped in front of a transparent barrier. This is your first fight, let me tell you about the rules here. Seeing Su Fan nod, Rohan began to introduce. The rules of the gladiatorial arena in our Ghostbone arena are that there are no rules. You can use any means you have. Either you live or die. I can fight several matches at a time. After hearing Su Fan's question, Rohan was stunned for a moment, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He sneered and said, as long as you don't die, you can fight as many matches as you want. Rohan felt that this human cultivator was really ignorant and fearless. Although a newcomer like him who had just become a gladiator had to fight various beasts in the first few matches, they were all 5th level beasts with the same strength as him. Even if he defeated a beast, most of his strength would be consumed, so how could he have the strength to fight another one? Remember, if you win, Just raise your left hand and you will be automatically teleported back to the stone house. If you raise your right hand, it means you will continue the fight. After saying this, Rohan turned around and looked at Su Fan, saying, "Do you have anything else to ask?" He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I don't have anything else to ask, go ahead." Seeing Su Fan step into the transparent barrier, Rohan couldn't help but sneer. He had seen many cultivators from small star regions, most of whom had little knowledge and didn't know what the sky was high and the earth was deep. It had been serving in the Ghostbone arena for hundreds of years. Compared with other races, these human cultivators from small star regions were not as strong as those from other races. The few who were quite strong had not survived a few brutal fights. Although this kid didn't say anything, it could feel that this human cultivator was very arrogant in his heart. And it didn't know where he got the courage. Su Fan stepped into the transparent barrier, and an extremely noisy atmosphere instantly hid him. In front of him was a huge square of dozens of miles square. The ground was paved with huge stones several feet in size, and there was a circle of stepped stands around, with dazzling beams of light shining on the square. Through the harsh light, you can see the densely packed heads on the surrounding stands, and it is estimated that there are at least hundreds of thousands of people. When Su Fan appeared, the huge shouts were like a tidal wave, and the sound waves formed made his cheeks hurt. At this time, several huge light curtains suddenly appeared above the square. Not only did Su Fan's image appear on the light curtain, but his information was also displayed. Su Fan, King Kong Star Region, early stage of nascent soul. At this moment, seeing the image on the light curtain, the stands around booed. "Why is it a human race? So boring. King Kong Star Region, have you heard of this place? Another small place, and a human race? It seems that this fight is not worth watching. The human race in the Netherbone Star Region is declining, so the cultivators of various races often sneer at the strength of the human race. Especially since Su Fan came from a remote and backward small star field like the King Kong Star Field, they had never even heard of it, so they were even more disdainful. Most of the people watching the battle in the surrounding stands were cultivators of various races from the Yaogu Star Field, and the rest were from other star fields. There were many human cultivators from large star fields, who were also watching the battle in the stands. The Yaogu Arena is quite famous. It is not only known for its fairness, but also has a very developed gambling industry. Every day, a large number of cultivators from various star fields come here to gamble. At this time, the images on the light screens above the square changed, and began to introduce Su Fan's previous battle records. This also made the cultivators of various races on the surrounding stands look confused. This situation is rare in the Yaogu Arena. In the past, only those who had made a great reputation in various star fields would receive such treatment. This also made everyone have an idea in their minds. Could it be that this human cultivator from a remote star field has a great background? They immediately became interested and looked at Su Fan's battle record seriously. In fact, this was specially arranged by the Ghost Clan's high-level officials, just to let the people of the Ghostbone Star Domain know Su Fan's origins, and then they will send out the elites of the clan to kill Su Fan here in an open and above-board manner to restore the Ghost Clan's reputation. There is no other way. Now the Ghost Clan is almost a joke in the entire Star Domain, and has become a topic of conversation among the cultivators of various races. It must be said that the Ghost Clan's high-level officials' idea is really good. If it can be realized, it can indeed restore the Ghost Clan's reputation. Fuck. I know who this kid is. For the sake of a human race in a remote star domain, such a big scene was created. The Ghost Clan is getting worse and worse. I didn't expect that the Ghost Clan guys actually brought this kid back. Haha. Now the Ghost Clan's reputation is almost stinking. And they even resorted to this desperate measure. If this kid doesn't survive the first few games, it will be a lot of fun. Rohan stood at the edge of the square and looked up at the light curtain in the sky. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He killed so many Ghost Clan Yuanying by himself and sacrificed more than 1 million Ghost Clan monks. But even so, it didn't take Su Fan too seriously. He guessed that this kid should be a human demon monk, and he practiced Azuri in strange ways. Because in the environment of the Ghostbone Arena, fighting is not based on those evil skills, but on one's own real fighting power. The arena below is flat, and the fighting process is a real hard-hitting. It's useless to take shortcuts here. What are you still standing there for? Go up. At this time, Su Fan heard Rohan's voice transmission. He took a deep breath, and his body flashed with blood. He had already arrived in the middle of the square. Boom! Seeing Su Fan appear in the middle of the square, there was no more booing from the stands around, but deafening shouts. At this moment, the stands around were like boiling water, and everyone was in high spirits. They all had a gloating mentality and wanted to see the ghost tribe make a fool of themselves. Those monks from outside the domain looked at the people from the Ghost Bone Star domain, who were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all a little confused and had no idea why these guys were so excited. He is just a human cultivator from a remote star domain. Do you have to be so excited? At this time, the images on several huge light screens above the square suddenly changed, and an extremely ferocious beast appeared on the light screen. Boom! Boom! When everyone saw the beast on the light screen, deafening shouts suddenly rang out in the stands, and all the monks from the Ghost Bone Star domain cheered excitedly. Haha! That's the Black Abyss Crocodile. This kid is in big trouble. If this kid is swallowed by the Black Abyss Crocodile, the Ghost Clan will lose face. Don't even mention this human race. Even if I meet this big guy, I dare not take it lightly. This kid is so unlucky. He met the Black Abyss Crocodile in the first fight. This is going to be a lot of fun. Su Fan was also a little confused and didn't know what happened. What's wrong with those people in the stands around? Why are they all like they are sick? Your opponent in the first fight is the Black Abyss Crocodile. What the hell? This is the first time Su Fan has heard of this kind of strange beast. Is this beast very powerful? Black Abyss Crocodile is a very difficult beast. It is not only extremely powerful, but also has strong defense. She said this and smiled again, but, for you, it should not be a big deal. After hearing what the witch god Ag said, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he heard the overwhelming shouts from all around, and he thought his opponent was a very powerful beast. Boom! At this time, a violent roar came from behind Su Fan. He turned around suddenly and saw that the transparent barrier in the distance was shaking violently. An extremely huge head poked out from the barrier. Looking at the ferocious head of the beast, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. What kind of dragon is this? Isn't it just a crocodile in a previous life? Oh woo, the Black Abyss Crocodile, which had already poked out most of its body, suddenly roared loudly. Su Fan only felt an extremely strong wild aura rushing towards him, followed by a powerful aura whistling out, forcing him to take a few steps back. He immediately frowned. This big guy's momentum was scary enough. Chapter 581 How to Summon This Guy. No matter what, the might of the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon is indeed quite scary. Moreover, this creature's demonic body is so damn big. Just from the half of its body sticking out, it can be seen that it is at least 100 feet long. Its big head alone is 7 or 8 stories high, plus its mouth full of ferocious sharp teeth and a pair of huge eyeballs. Just looking at this appearance is terrifying. Does this creature have any magical powers? That's not it. With the strength of its physical body and its strong defensive ability, ordinary Yuanian cultivators really have no way to deal with it. After listening to the words of the witch god Ag, Su Fan put his heart at ease. At this moment, the cultivators of various races in the Netherbone Star domain on the surrounding stands were so excited when they saw the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon. They all hoped that Su Fan would be swallowed by the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon and see how the Nether Ghost Clan would end up. At this moment, dozens of Ghost Clan monks were gathered in a luxurious private room at the top of the stands, and they surrounded several venerables in the clan. Looking at the mighty Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon, all of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Although the boy was powerful and had killed so many nascent soul cultivators in the clan, his methods were mostly based on sneaky and evil magic. In the environment of the Ghost Bone Arena, his crooked ways could not be used. Especially when facing a fierce beast with a strong body like the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon. Although it did not have any magical powers, its strong physique and soul, as well as its immunity to various spells and magical powers, made unorthodox methods have no effect at all, and it could only fight it head-on. Once this boy failed to resist and was swallowed by the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon, the Ghost Clan would have a lot of fun. The Ghost Clan's venerable leader turned around and looked at the many fellows around him. Is this kid okay? A Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivator heard this and hurriedly came forward respectfully. Reporting to Venerable Hewlin, this kid has killed so many of our clan's nascent soul cultivators, and it is said that he mainly cultivates the physical path, so his strength should be okay. After hearing his words, the Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivators around him all frowned, with a hint of disdain on their faces. How can those physical path cultivators of the human race resist the attack of the Black Abyss crocodile? Humph! If he hadn't relied on those crooked ways, how could so many of his fellows die at his hands? We should have killed him directly in the first place. Why did we sell him here? If he was swallowed by the Black Abyss crocodile, our ghost clan would be so embarrassed. Seeing his fellows talking in anger, the leading venerable Hewlin snorted coldly, and the surroundings suddenly became silent. It glanced coldly at the ghost clan uniting cultivators below, and everyone lowered their heads in fear. Although venerable Hewlin did not say anything, he was actually quite angry. He had seen some of Su Fan's images in the Donggate Star region. This kid was not only cruel and cunning, but also extremely powerful in combat. If he had only relied on various crooked ways, how could so many fellow cultivators die in his hands? In fact, it was not only the Ghost Clan, but all the cultivators of various races in the entire Yalgu Star region generally looked down on the human race. Especially those fellows who stayed in the Yalgu Star region, who were all elites of various ethnic groups, did not take this kid seriously. Have you arranged everything? After hearing what Venerable Hewlin said, the Ghost Clan uniting cultivator hurriedly bowed and reported. Your Excellency, I have made a deal with the Ghost Bone Arena. As long as this guy wins the first 5 games, our Ghost Clan can leave. Well, however, you have to publicize it at all costs, and it's best to let the entire Ghost Bone Star region know about this. Your Excellency, please rest assured. Starting from the time when the elites of the clan leave the arena, the images of the arena will be broadcast live in the entire Ghost Bone Star region, and even the Donggate Star region will see the images of the arena here. After hearing this, the Honorable Hewlin nodded with satisfaction. Well, you did a good job. Remember, you must kill him here in an upright manner. After hearing the words of the Honorable Hewlin, all the Ghost Clan monks below hurriedly bowed and responded loudly. At this time, the huge body of the Black Abyss crocodile dragon that was more than 100 feet long had completely drilled out of the transparent barrier. Boom! Boom! The surrounding stands suddenly shouted like a tidal wave, and the huge sound waves were deafening, and Su Fan's ears were itchy. At this time, the two opponents in the square formed a very sharp contrast. On one side was the Black Abyss crocodile dragon that was more than 100 feet long and more than 10 feet high, and on the other side was the human cultivator Su Fan, who is less than 2 meters tall. The huge contrast in the arena also made all the cultivators in the surrounding stands burst into laughter. That kid's small body is not enough to fill the teeth of the Black Abyss crocodile dragon. Even if I meet the Black Abyss crocodile dragon, I may not be able to defeat him. Isn't he a human cultivator looking for death? Then tell me how this kid killed so many Ghost Clan uniting cultivators. It is said that this kid practices evil ways, and those people sent by the Ghost Clan to the Donggate Star Field are indeed not very good. Awoo! Just as the cultivators in the surrounding stands were discussing, the Black Abyss crocodile dragon roared at Su Fan on the opposite side. A sound wave visible to the naked eye formed a hurricane-like air wave that roared in, and the dust on the square was swept up. Huh? Su Fan felt a wave of air blowing through his body, and the violent wind blew him to the point of falling. He could only stand firm after taking several steps back. The monks on the stands around him all booed loudly when they saw Su Fan's embarrassment. At this time, almost no one thought that he could defeat the Black Abyss crocodile dragon on the opposite side. Su Fan looked at the big guy on the opposite side and couldn't help laughing. He didn't even take out his magic sword, but walked towards the Black Abyss crocodile dragon on the opposite side step by step. Seeing the little reptile on the opposite side walking towards him, the Black Abyss crocodile dragon was immediately enraged. Awoo! The Black Abyss crocodile dragon roared and rushed towards Su Fan fiercely. Although the Black Abyss crocodile dragon was extremely large and it was a reptile, its speed was incredibly fast. The huge body rushed to Su Fan in an instant, opened its ferocious mouth, and fiercely bit Su Fan on the opposite side. Everyone in the stands thought that in the next scene, Su Fan would be swallowed by the Black Abyss crocodile dragon. Bang! The ferocious mouth of the Black Abyss crocodile dragon bit down fiercely, making a dull sound. Just when the monks in the stands thought that the fight was over, someone in the stands stood up and pointed at the top of the Black Abyss crocodile dragon. Look, that human dodged. When did he run to the head of the Black Abyss crocodile dragon? What if he dodged? Can he keep running like this? Su Fan used the escape method to jump to the top of the Black Abyss crocodile dragon. His eyes suddenly condensed, and a phantom of an ancient fierce ape rose up. Then, a long-standing ancient aura began to spread around. and the image of the entire square changed instantly, turning into an extremely vast wasteland. Not only that, even the monks on the surrounding stands felt that the environment they were in suddenly changed, as if they were in a vast desolate land. Stone ape axe, Su Fan chopped down with a fierce palm, and the ancient fierce ape behind him also followed his movement, stretched out its thick and long arms and smashed down. Now that he has broken through to the nascent soul realm, his strength is no longer the same as before. This stone ape axe is not only powerful and heavy, but also contains the splitting mountain power of the 9-power bone transformation hand and the sinister and strange power of the bone transformation hand. Boom! With a loud bang, Su Fan chopped the head of the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon. With a click, the huge head of the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon was instantly split by Su Fan's palm. A huge crack appeared on the top of the head of the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon, and the dense crack spread around like a spider web. Moreover, a sinister and strange force also penetrated the skull of the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon and entered its brain, scrambling its brains into pieces. Boom! With this, the huge body of the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon fell to the ground with a bang, and its huge head smashed to the ground, and then it did not move. At this moment, the stands around the Ghost Bone Arena were completely silent, and everyone stared at the square below with their mouths wide open in amazement. The entire Ghost Bone Arena was so quiet that even the sound of the needle falling could be heard clearly. I don't know who shouted, just like a spark falling into an oil pan, the entire Ghost Bone Arena was instantly ignited. Boom! Boom! All kinds of shouts, curses and exclamations came one after another from the stands around, making a noisy scene. Many monks who had just bet on Su Fan to lose tore up their lottery tickets and threw them into the air. The entire square suddenly looked like it was snowing, with countless pieces of paper flying all over the sky. Fuck. This guy is so fierce, he solved a battle in one go, this guy has some skills. The boxing he just used has actually reached the realm of evolution. When did the human cultivators become so perverted? Anyway, he killed the Black Abyss Crocodile with one palm, which I can't do if I don't use my magical powers. I'm afraid I can't take down this Black Abyss Crocodile with just my physical strength. Luo Han, who was standing at the edge of the square, also widened his eyes at this time, staring at the tiny figure standing on the head of the Black Abyss Crocodile. It never thought that this boy's physical body would be so strong. Killing the 5th level beast Black Abyss Crocodile with one move is not a joke. Even among all the Yuanying monks in the entire Yalgu Star region, there are not many who can do this. Luo Han smiled. He didn't expect that he had misjudged him. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. It turned out that he was really capable. At least he was considered a strong player in the Netherbone Star domain. But Hulan didn't take it seriously. There were too many gladiators with his strength in the Netherbone arena. It thought for a while, then stretched out its hand to call a subordinate over and said a few words in its ear. At this time, in a luxurious private room at the top of the stands, seeing Su Fan kill the Black Abyss Crocodile Dragon with one move, Venerable Hulan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this kid should have no problem surviving the first 5 games here. The other Yuanying cultivators of the Nether Ghost Clan couldn't help but complain in their hearts after hearing this. Now it's not about whether Su Fan survives the first 5 games, but whether they can take down this kid if they go down. Don't look at the arrogance of these Yuanying cultivators of the Nether Ghost Clan, but they are not stupid at all. The scene just now had deeply shocked them. The faces of the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators had long lost their original disdain, and were replaced by a solemn look. These people were all forced into the group by their families through various means. They originally thought that dealing with a human cultivator should be an easy task, but who would have thought that this kid's strength was so strong? They were unwilling to do such a life-threatening thing. A Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator next to him hesitated for a moment, and finally stood up. Report to the Venerable Hulan, this kid is very powerful. For the sake of safety, it is best to arrange the strongest elite children in the clan to fight. The Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators around him all breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his words. In order to kill this human, they almost broke their heads, but now they found that if they went out, they might not be able to take down this kid. Venerable Hulan glanced at the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator coldly, and then glanced at the others and snorted coldly. It turned around and discussed with several elders in the clan, then waved to a nascent soul cultivator below. Go and gather the strongest elite disciples in the clan here now. I'm afraid it won't work to rely on these people. After saying this, it waved its hand at the nascent soul cultivator next to it and said angrily, "Get the hell out, a bunch of useless things." After hearing its words, a group of nascent soul cultivators from the Netherbone star domain left the private room as if they had been pardoned. At this time, there was another commotion from the stands around. It turned out that Su Fan had jumped down from the top of the Black Abyss crocodile dragon and put the huge beast's body into the storage ring with a wave of his hand. He came to the center of the square and slowly raised his right hand. This guy is going to challenge continuously. How many games do you think he can last today? Have the odds been announced? Let's place a few bets. Yes. Let's place the bets. If I had bet on this guy just now, I would have made a fortune. The beasts in the first few games can only get stronger and stronger. I advise you to watch 2 games before placing a bet. At this time, a transparent light curtain at the edge of the square suddenly rippled. A huge tentacle was seen sticking out from the light curtain, twisting constantly, and then the tentacle suddenly opened, revealing rows of ferocious teeth. Hiss, hiss. It turned out that this was not a tentacle, but a huge snake head, with its tongue stretched out and constantly swallowing. Then, another huge snake head appeared, and then tongues one after another also stuck out from behind the transparent light curtain, revealing its true face. Oh my god, that's the 9-headed viper. Did this kid offend anyone? Why did he summon this guy? This thing has only appeared 7 times in the Ghostbone arena and has never lost. It's going to be exciting now. Let's place our bets. The ending should be a foregone conclusion. As soon as the 9-headed viper appeared, the monks on the surrounding stands began to call on the people in the nearby arena and place their bets on the 9-headed viper. Looking at the several snake heads that had already poked out of the light curtain, Su Fan was confused. Isn't this a 9-headed snake? The 9-headed snake only existed in the mythological world in the previous life. I didn't expect to encounter this thing in this world of cultivation. Your next opponent is also from the Abyss realm, named 9-headed viper. What the hell? Okay, you guys decide what this thing is called. How strong is this thing? I don't know either. Legend has it that the 9-headed viper is very strong. Not only is its body extremely strong, but it is also proficient in 9 kinds of magical powers. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators are no match for it. Hearing what the witch god Agi said, Su Fan couldn't help but get nervous. It seems that this guy is a bit difficult to deal with. Each of the 9 snake heads has a magical power, and it is not weak in both long range and close combat. At this time, the body of the 9-headed viper has completely emerged from behind the light curtain. Its snake body is more than 10 feet thick and 200 or 300 feet long. It is covered with dark scales all over its body. The 9 ferocious snake heads are constantly twisting, which makes people feel terrified just by looking at it. Chapter 582. Why are you still pretending at this time? The 9-headed viper has emerged from the transparent light curtain. The huge body of the snake has coiled up, and the 9 ferocious and huge snake heads have all stood up, staring at Su Fan opposite. Hiss, hiss. The 9 snake tongues kept swallowing and spitting out, making a hissing sound, which was terrifying to listen to. Although the 9-headed viper was several miles away from Su Fan, he still felt a cold breath coming towards him. He couldn't help but shudder, and the pores all over his body trembled. Su Fan's whole body flashed with blood, and his figure had disappeared from the original place, and instantly appeared in front of the 9-headed viper. Life-calling curse technique, God-slaying soul-crying technique, bone-eroding yin-wind scroll, 9 nether yellow spring rain. Without thinking, he cast 4 magical powers and spells in one breath, and smashed them all over the 9-headed viper. Why are you still pretending at this time? It's better to strike first. The 9 snake heads of the 9-headed viper all have magical powers. If it makes the first move, it will not be able to reap the rewards. At least it will be in a mess. Su Fan came up with a spell in magical powers, which also caught the 9-headed viper off guard. But it didn't care much. How strong can a human cultivator be? A few spells hitting it is no different from tickling. In fact, since it came to the arena and saw that the opponent was just a tiny human, it had a contemptuous heart. Although the 9-headed viper has only played a few times in the Ghostbone arena, it easily defeated its opponent every time. Moreover, the arena opponents it faced before were all extremely powerful race cultivators, so when it saw that the person standing opposite was just a human cultivator, it would not take Su Fan seriously. But what the 9-headed viper didn't expect was that when Su Fan's first spell fell on it, it felt threatened. It felt a cool breath seeping into its body. It felt that its snake body was obviously slowing down, and its strength began to drop sharply. It also had a sense of fear in its heart. Oh no. I got tricked by this kid. But before the nine-headed viper could react, the 9 huge and ferocious snakeheads felt a stinging pain almost at the same time, and it felt a blackness in front of its eyes. Although its spirit was strong, it quickly gathered its spirit to restore its clarity, but it also delayed a few breaths. Although the few breaths were short, at this critical moment of the fight, it lost the initiative in the fight and never got a chance to fight back. Then a cold and extremely gloomy storm came in an instant, sweeping wildly over the huge snake body of the 9-headed viper. This was a gloomy chill that was so cold that it seemed to freeze its blood and soul. The 9-headed viper seemed to have fallen into an ice cave that had been there for thousands of years. The cold breath instantly penetrated into its snake body, and even its soul was frozen. The sea of consciousness that had just recovered its clarity was blank again. As the bone-eroding wind blew over the huge snake body, the snake body of the 9-headed male viper was instantly destroyed and covered with wounds. The skin and flesh were torn all over the body, and the torn skin was blown away by the violent wind. The scales that were nearly 10 feet long were torn off by the violent wind. And the skin and flesh inside were rolled up by the wind and blown away in an instant. The extremely cold breath surged into the wound, and the blood, muscles and bones in the body of the 9-headed male viper seemed to be corroded and rotten. At this time, the 9 snakeheads of the 9-headed male viper seemed to have been skinned, like a few blood gourds, and even a few snake eyes were burst. Muscles and tendons were constantly torn off by the wind, and blood splattered everywhere, instantly turning into blood mist and being blown away by the wind. Hiss, hiss, the 9-headed viper screamed miserably, its huge body twisting constantly, its tail swinging repeatedly, smashing the huge rocks on the ground of the square. Such a painful injury made it completely crazy, and its 9 bloody heads suddenly raised up, ready to launch a magical counterattack. But before it could launch a counterattack, countless bean-sized 9 nether mysterious waters had already fallen from the sky like a torrential rain. Boom, boom. Although the raindrops of the 9 nether mysterious waters were only as big as soybeans, each drop weighed dozens or hundreds of times, like a meteorite, smashing deep pits on the ground of the gladiatorial square. The 9-headed viper was also smashed to pieces by the heavy rain of the 9 nether yellow springs. Its huge body was already in pieces, and its 2 heads were already smashed to pieces. Moreover, the temperature dropped suddenly, and the rapidly spreading frost also spread rapidly on the huge body of the 9-headed viper, and it was frozen into an ice sculpture in a flash. Boom! The 9-headed viper is indeed a fierce beast in the abyss realm. Even though it was so badly damaged, it still twisted its huge snake body violently, and the ice all over its body burst everywhere. Hiss, hiss, the 9-headed viper twisted its broken snake body madly, raised several broken and ferocious snake heads, opened its mouth and was about to use its magic. But Su Fan was waiting for this moment. After launching several spells and magic, he stood there and gathered his strength. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and a terrifying eye of the storm suddenly formed with him as the center. The gladiator square with a radius of dozens of miles suddenly stirred up a violent hurricane, and the dust on the ground was swept up and flew all over the gladiator square. Although an invisible barrier was set up on the surrounding stands, it was also blown by the violent hurricane. The violent rotation of the storm formed a vortex center of the airflow, and the air in the whole world seemed to be sucked dry. Su Fan's accumulated endless momentum has resonated with the heaven and earth. He turned around suddenly and swung the sword in a full circle. Whirlwind slash, boom, the whole sky suddenly darkened, and with a flash of sword light, the hurricane that was originally raging came to a sudden stop. Swish, a flash of sword light flashed, carrying an extremely cold and terrifying murderous aura, and instantly cut off several snake heads of the 9-headed viper. Su Fan jumped up again, waving the sword with both hands and whistling down. Reverse wind slash, I saw a flash of sword light, and the time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped at this moment. The air had already twisted, as if it would collapse at any time. The sharp sword edge exuded a majestic momentum that could split the entire world in half. Boom, the cold and terrifying sword light whistled down, and instantly cut off the remaining 2 snake heads of the 9-headed viper. Although 9 of its heads were cut off, the 9-headed viper did not die immediately. It twisted its broken body violently, and a huge snake tail swung over with a whistling sound. A flash of blood appeared on Su Fan's body, and he had disappeared from the spot. Bang! As soon as his figure disappeared, the huge snake tail hit the place where he was just now, smashing a huge rock on the ground. At this time, Su Fan had already appeared in the air. He fell from the air with a magic sword in both hands, and stabbed the crazy twisting snake body with his head down. Puff! Su Fan fell from the sky and fiercely inserted the magic sword into the snake body of the nine-headed viper. His eyes condensed, and the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened. An extremely hot anode evil spirit and a violent thunder of heaven and earth roared out of his body almost at the same time, and flowed into the snake body of the nine-headed viper along the magic sword. In fact, after its 9 heads were cut off, the nine-headed viper was already at the end of its strength, and the last blow was just its last blow. It was already at the end of its strength, and then it was stirred up by the extremely hot anode evil spirit and the violent thunder in its snake body. After a while, the broken snake body of the nine-headed viper stopped struggling and twisting, and collapsed motionlessly on the gladiatorial square. This nine-headed viper died in a very aggrieved way. Su Fan's crazy attacks and fierce attacks made it passive all the time. It didn't even use a little bit of its strength, and died in a daze. In fact, the combat effectiveness of the nine-headed viper is still extremely strong, but it met the pervert Su Fan. From the moment it looked down on Su Fan, the ending was doomed. At this moment, the entire Ghostbone arena was silent. From using several magical powers and spells to attack Su Fan, to cutting off 9 snake heads, to finally falling from the sky to complete the fatal blow, it actually took only a dozen breaths of effort. During the whole process of Su Fan killing the nine-headed male viper, the monks in the surrounding stands were always in a state of wide-mouthed and round eyes. It was not until the nine-headed male viper lay on the ground motionless that they realized that the fight was over. But the huge arena was still silent, until a long time passed, and then it exploded with a boom. Just now, after the nine-headed male viper appeared, almost all the monks in the stands of the arena placed their bets on it. As a result, this nine-headed male viper did not even have a chance to attack, and was killed on the spot by Su Fan, which also made the monks in the stands lose a lot of bets. So at this moment, there were curses everywhere, and the torn lottery tickets were once again flying all over the sky above the Ghostbone arena. What happened to that nine-headed serpent? It didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was completely suppressed by that human cultivator and died before it could show its strength. It deserved to die for pretending to be so cool. It made me lose a lot of money. That kid's magical powers are quite good. The nine-headed serpent was suppressed to death. It deserved to die. In addition to complaining and cursing, the cultivators in the stands were more discussing the battle just now. Everyone's view of Su Fan's combat effectiveness has changed a little. But it was just a change. In the eyes of the cultivators of various races in the Netherbone Star domain, there is still prejudice against human cultivators. This stereotype cannot be changed in a short time. Rohan, who had been standing at the edge of the square to watch the battle, was also stunned at this moment. Just now, it specifically told the people below to replace the alien beast in the second game with a nine-headed serpent. The purpose was to let Su Fan know the power of the arena. I wanted to teach this human race a lesson and tell him not to be so arrogant, but the nine-headed viper didn't even have a chance to attack before being killed by this kid. Now Rohan has a new respect for Su Fan, and he suspects that this kid still has many trump cards, and should be able to break the winning streak record of the human cultivators in the Ghostbone arena. But if you say that Su Fan can win 30 games in a row, Rohan still doesn't believe it. After all, there are powerful races from various star regions, as well as countless powerful beasts. Since the establishment of the Ghostbone arena, there are not many gladiators who have won 30 games in a row. Moreover, this kid has offended the Ghost Clan. Next, the Ghost Clan will definitely send the most elite children in the clan to challenge him. This kid may not be able to hold on for 10 games. In a private room at the top of the arena stands, Venerable Hulin turned his head and looked at the nascent soul cultivator in the clan next to him who was in charge of this matter. It seems that this kid is not simple. You should immediately call back several of the most elite children in the clan and tell them that I said that they must rush here within 3 days. The Yuanying cultivator of the Ghost Clan bowed and kowtowed. Your Excellency, the others are still talking, but Gongba is hard to say. After hearing his words, Hulin thought for a while. Su Fan's performance just now also made it cautious. This is related to the reputation of the Ghost Clan in the entire star field. From the battle just now, it can be seen that this kid is definitely a difficult person. Not only is he cruel and cunning, but his fighting style is extremely insidious. This kid must not be taken lightly. Once the children of the clan fail, the ghost clan will have a lot of fun. You go and call the others over, Gongba, I will find a way. After hearing this, the Yuanying cultivator of the ghost clan let out a long breath, bowed and saluted, and then turned and walked out of the private room. At this time, a venerable next to him said, Gongba has been practicing with the saint of the forehead bone. I'm afraid he can't come. The other venerables also looked helpless. Although Gongba's cultivation was only at the nascent soul stage, he was not someone they could deal with. Venerable Hulan thought for a while and said, no matter what, we have to give it a try. I will report this to the saint of the forehead bone in person. At this moment, there was another commotion in the stands of the fighting arena. It turned out that Su Fan put the corpses of the two beasts into the storage ring and raised his right hand again. This kid actually chose to continue fighting. Did he consume energy in the battle just now? How are you going to bet on the next game? I'm going to bet on this kid, don't worry. Wait until he fights another game. Still waiting. If I had bet on this kid just now, I would have made a fortune. Although most of the cultivators in the stand still chose to wait and see, there were still many people who placed heavy bets on Su Fan. In fact, those who placed bets were also gambling, hoping to win big with a small investment. No one thought that Su Fan's strength could last long. As a result, the next few alien beasts appeared, and there were no more powerful alien beasts. Su Fan killed 3 alien beasts in a row without much effort. But Su Fan didn't want to expose his strength too early. Although he didn't spend much energy, he pretended to be exhausted in the process of killing 3 alien beasts. Especially in the last fight, he fought hard with a bear-shaped alien beast for a long time before finally defeating his opponent. However, in the eyes of everyone, his condition had reached the point of exhaustion. Chapter 583 If you want me to stay here, forget it. Su Fan passed through the transparent barrier and walked along the long corridor back to his stone house. Because he pretended to be exhausted, his face was extremely pale and his breath was very disordered. Su Fan walked into the stone house and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Then he took out a jade bottle, poured out a few pills and poured them into his mouth, and then began to use his energy to dissipate the power of the medicine. He knew that everything in this stone house would definitely not escape Rohan's eyes, so he had to do the whole show. After a long while, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to stand up from the ground, he saw Rohan walking in from outside the stone house. Today you have won 5 games in a row and have officially become a gladiator in our Ghost Bone Arena. You will rest for 5 days. In the next game, the Ghost Clan will send the elite children of the clan to fight with you. After Rohan finished speaking and saw Su Fan nod, he took a bone piece from his waist and threw it to Su Fan on the stone platform. This is the array talisman of the stone house. You can walk around the arena in the future. Can I leave the arena? Rohan shook his head and said, you can only move around the arena. Unless you win 30 games in a row, you will never be able to leave here. Su Fan thought for a while and said, can I bet on myself? Hearing his words, Rohan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Of course, you can bet before you go out. You can also bet on other gladiators. Rohan looked at Su Fan after speaking and said, as long as you are here for 1 day, you don't have to worry about the ghost tribe doing anything bad to you. Even if you win 30 games in a row and gain freedom in the future, you can stay here as a free gladiator. We will guarantee your safety. You can't pull it. If you want me to stay here, forget it. Thank you, Senior. Rohan nodded at him, then turned and left the stone house. Su Fan glanced at the other person's back, looked at the bone fragment in his hand again, and then put away the array talisman. Although he won 5 games in a row today, he still held back and did not reveal his true strength. But he knew in his heart that the Ghost Clan would definitely send the most outstanding elite children in the clan to fight him. Su Fan sneered secretly, since you want to die, then you can't blame me. Just take this opportunity to kill all the elite children of the Ghost Clan in the nascent soul realm. And the Ghost Clan must be discredited in the entire Ghost Bone Star domain. Thinking of this, Su Fan took a deep breath. No matter what, I haven't eaten well these days, I might as well reward myself today. It just so happens that there are new ingredients today, and the 9-headed male viper is not something that can be easily encountered. Su Fan stood up from the ground, took out a full set of kitchen utensils from the ring, and set them up next to the stone platform. He worked for more than an hour and made a large table of dishes, and it was a full snake banquet. The main dish is snake meat hot pot, and the side dishes are pepper and salt snake segments, cold snake skin, braised snake meat, dry pot snake meat pot, flavored snake and spicy snake meat. In addition, with some refreshing cold dishes, smoked sauce cooked food, pickled vegetables and other side dishes, this table of full snake banquet is complete. Su Fan also took out a bottle of spiritual wine that he had never been willing to drink, directly broke the mud seal, and then poured himself a full bowl. He picked up the wine bowl and took a big sip. The rich spiritual energy instantly steamed up in his body. He quickly picked up a chopstick of cold snake skin and stuffed it into his mouth. Oh my god. He took a bite, full of collagen, elastic and chewy. The taste is simply amazing. He had eaten snake meat in his previous life, but compared with a 5th level exotic beast 9-headed male viper, there is no comparison at all. It is absolutely a world of difference. The meal took a full hour. Su Fan made a big pot of snake meat hot pot by himself, and the other snake meat side dishes were also swept away. The jar of spiritual wine that he had treasured for a long time, which weighed 10 kilograms, was also drunk up. That is to say, now that he has broken through the nascent soul realm, when he was in the golden core realm before, he would have exploded on the spot after eating so many snake meats of 5th level alien beasts. After eating and drinking, Su Fan brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself, and then spread out on the recliner to taste the tea leisurely. He killed 5 alien beasts today. He had already eaten the 9-headed male viper, and he wanted to try the remaining 4. Forget about the abyss crocodile. What's so delicious about crocodiles? And the blood-eyed fierce ape is not good either. Thinking of its tendon meat, he was a little disgusted. But the bear's paw is good. It can be made into braised bear paw, first-class bear paw, or braised bear paw. The bear paw of that guy is quite big, as big as several rooms. How long will it take to finish eating it? And the black-striped violent tiger is not bad either. The tiger bones can be used to make wine, and there is also a long tiger penis. Oh my god. If I eat this, will my buddy explode and die? Meow. Meow. I'd better save it for later. I can take out some to make wine. It's such a long penis anyway. He was worried a while ago that there was not much meat of various monsters left in the ring. Now, there are 5 huge 5th level monsters in the ring, filling up the ring of more than 10,000 square meters. The meat of these 5th level monsters is enough for him to eat until the end of time. Just when Su Fan was thinking about it and his mind was full of why, he suddenly heard a chuckle beside his ear. The witch god Ag laughed, and then said softly, "It's been a while since I entered your dream, bitch. You want to be a bitch again, hate. Don't talk about me like that. Wait for me at night, this is fucking." Su Fan cursed in his heart. This woman only knows how to seduce me. But for some reason, he actually had a faint expectation in his heart. It's over. I have been led astray by this woman. At noon the next day, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes and suddenly felt a sharp pain. He sat up from the ground with a grin, and then recalled the absurd night last night. The two of them tossed all night. Su Fan rolled down from the stone platform more than 10 feet high, and he didn't wake up. Their madness can be seen. Although rolling down from such a high place did not hurt him at all, it hurt. Su Fan stood up from the ground and stretched. It was clearly a divine intercourse in a dream, but I don't know how it happened. Every morning when I woke up, my waist and legs ached, as if I had really experienced it. However, it was really fun to use the witch god. Gurgle, Su Fan's stomach growled, and a strong feeling of hunger hid him instantly. He hurried to the stove and started working. He cooked a big pot of snake meat porridge for himself, and made a large portion of snake chicken pot. The staple food was a dozen pot cakes the size of a dining table. After eating, Su Fan lay on the recliner and drank spiritual tea happily. At this time, a light curtain suddenly appeared on one wall of the stone house, and it played the image of 2 monks fighting in the Yaogu arena. It seems that he has become an official gladiator in the Yaogu arena, and all kinds of treatment have been improved a lot. Not only can he move freely inside the arena, but now he can sit in the house and watch the live broadcast. Su Fan began to watch with great interest. At this moment, 2 monks from the Yaogu Star domain were fighting fiercely on the light curtain. The 2 monks, whose races he could not recognize, were more than 10 feet tall. They were probably entangled in anger. There was no magic or magical power at all. They were just punching each other. Neither side even had the intention of dodging. It was just to see who could not hold on first and fell down. Whoever could not hold on would be the loser. This kind of fighting style was too stupid. It was not as technical as the free fighting in the previous life. The countless monks watching the fight in the stands were also in a state of passion and excitement. They screamed loudly and beat their chests again and again, like a group of mental patients. Bang! Finally, one of the gladiators could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a bang. The winner raised his hands high, screamed loudly to the sky, and kept beating his chest, which made the monks in the stands excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Su Fan watched a few more fights, which did not interest him at all. In the end, they all turned into a savage fight. It seems that the Netherbone Star Domain prefers this style of gladiatorial combat. In Su Fan's opinion, they are all quite stupid. Su Fan was not in the mood to watch it. He took out the bone fragment array talisman from the ring and gently swiped it in the direction of the light curtain on the stone wall. The light curtain disappeared instantly. He thought about it and jumped down from the stone platform, wanting to go out for a walk. Su Fan walked out of the stone house smoothly with the array talisman. He walked along the long corridor to the transparent light curtain at the end and found another passage next to it. He turned to the passage corridor and walked for a while before seeing a huge hall. The monks of various races in the Netherbone Star Domain are very large, so the facilities in this hall are also very rough and tall. The hall is full of huge monks gathering together to drink and chat. When Su Fan walked in, no one could see him at all. Su Fan smiled bitterly and felt like he had walked into the adult country in the fairy tale world of his previous life. It was not until he came to the open space in the middle of the hall that he was seen by the gladiators here, and everyone looked at him unkindly. The cultivators of all races who could survive in the arena were all cruel and violent, so being watched by so many fierce eyes, Su Fan was under great pressure. "Look! That little guy is coming," the gladiators in the hall laughed loudly. Su Fan didn't want to argue with these idiots, so he turned around and wanted to go out, but before he reached the exit of the hall, he saw a cultivator of a foreign race who was more than 10 feet tall blocking him. The other party bent his waist slightly, lowered his head, and stared at him with a big face. This guy might want to say a few words to humiliate Su Fan, but before he could open his mouth, Su Fan had already jumped up and hit the other party's chin with an uppercut. Bang! The other party's huge body was hit by Su Fan's punch and flew up, and fell heavily to the ground. "You are looking for death," the alien monk cursed and struggled to get up. How could Su Fan let him go easily? His body flashed with blood and he was already in front of him. 9 strength bone dissolving hand, Su Fan punched the opponent's head. With a bang, the opponent's head fell to the ground again. The head of the alien monk was cracked by him, and there was a gloomy and strange force that penetrated into his head, making him faint instantly. At this moment, the hall had become quiet, and everyone was staring at it. Facing the fierce eyes, Su Fan didn't take it seriously at all. He walked in front of the alien monk. He raised his head and looked at a foreign monk next to him expressionlessly. "If I kill it now, what will be the consequences?" The alien monk was stunned when he heard it, and it took him a long time to react. "Boy, you can't kill it here. If you want to kill it, go to the arena." Su Fan nodded, glanced at the foreign monks in the hall, and then walked out of the hall leisurely. Although those gladiators look fierce, they are not stupid. Yesterday, they had watched Su Fan's 5 consecutive victories through the light screen, especially the one in which he killed the 9-headed male viper, and knew that this kid was not easy to mess with. The person who showed up just now actually wanted to jump out and test him, but Su Fan really didn't tolerate his bad habits. Although many people were indignant and wanted to challenge Su Fan immediately, they were ready to go to the arena to kill this ignorant human boy. But they had received a warning from Rohan, and they were not allowed to provoke Su Fan next time. Because Su Fan's next opponent was an elite monk from the Ghost Clan. After all, he spent money, and no one could ruin this situation. At this moment, in a courtyard outside the Ghost Bone Arena, Venerable Hewlin put down the bone fragment in his hand and sighed. A Ghost Clan venerable nearby asked hurriedly, "How is it? What did the forehead bone saint say?" Venerable Hewlin smiled bitterly and said, "Don't count on Guangba, let Ito go in the first game." After hearing his words, several Ghost Clan venerables all showed a trace of disappointment. But these venerables didn't say anything else. In fact, in their eyes, Su Fan's strength was just so-so, and other elite disciples in the clan could still kill him. The reason why they hoped that Gongba could come was nothing more than wanting to get close to this proud child of the clan. Gongba was taught by the forehead bone saint, and he is definitely the future hope of the ghost clan. Venerable Hewlin thought for a while, and then looked at the nascent soul cultivator who was in charge of this matter. Our things arranged. After hearing this, the other party hurriedly took a step forward and bowed. Report to Venerable Hewlin, everything has been arranged. Chapter 584. Is this the elite monk of the ghost clan? In the evening, Su Fan sat on a stool, looking at the large casserole on the stove with expectation. Today's dish is steamed bear paw. He has lived 2 lives, but this is the first time to eat it. There is no way. In the previous life, eating such precious ingredients is illegal, and it takes at least 5 years. After traveling to this world of cultivation, Su Fan has not thought about eating it yet. Today is the first time to try to make this dish. Thinking of this, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In fact, bear paws are not a rare ingredient for other people in this world. But it is different for Su Fan. It was the most coveted dish for foodies in his previous life. He looked at this dish with a pilgrimage mentality. He walked to the stove, reached out and took the lid of the casserole, and the tempting aroma immediately hied him. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Su Fan brought the casserole as big as the table to the dining table. He sat down at the table excitedly, feeling that today's meal actually gave him a little sense of ritual. Su Fan rubbed his hands, then picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth with expectation. His eyes suddenly lit up. It really lived up to its reputation. Not only was the meat soft and tender, but it also had a little fascia gelatin, and the taste was very delicious. Because I had never eaten bear paws in my previous life, I couldn't make a scientific comparison in my mind, but at least the bear paws in this world definitely tasted delicious. Of course, it might also be because of the ingredients. After all, it was the bear paw of a 5th-level alien beast. This meal was so delicious that it satisfied Su Fan's taste buds and spirit. The table-sized casserole was filled with a large pot of bear paws, which he ate cleanly. Until the meal was finished, Su Fan collapsed on the recliner for a while, still savoring the taste of the bear paw just now. Although there were still many bear paws of the bear-shaped 5th-level alien beast, he knew in his heart that he might never be able to taste the taste of today again. At this time, the invisible barrier on the opposite stone wall rippled slightly, and Rohan's huge body walked in from outside. Seeing him coming in, Su Fan didn't even lift his butt. Rohan walked to his side and looked at the stove and kitchen utensils arranged next to the stone platform. Your opponent tomorrow has been determined. It is Itu, an elite disciple from the Ghost Clan. Su Fan nodded and said, your arena should have the opponent's information. Rohan glanced at him, then took out a bone talisman and threw it to him. Su Fan reached out to catch the bone talisman and said, what are my odds? Tomorrow's fight has just started, and your odds are currently 1 to 6. Su Fan was stunned when he heard it, and said, it shouldn't be. Why are the odds so low? This is still low. After saying this, Rohan looked at Su Fan again and asked, why do I feel that you are not nervous at all? Su Fan chuckled and said, it's not like I haven't killed union cultivators of the Ghost Clan before. I have killed at least 800 of them. I advise you to bet on me tomorrow, and I guarantee you will make a lot of money. After hearing Su Fan's words, Rohan frowned immediately. What he hated most was the arrogant look of this kid. He didn't know who gave him the confidence, and he looked particularly annoying. Don't think that killing some ghosts is a big deal. The ghosts you met on the battlefield in the Donggate Star Domain can't be compared with the elite children of their tribe. Su Fan didn't say anything else. The opportunity to make a fortune is right in front of you. If you don't cherish it, then it's not my fault. Luo Han looked at Su Fan deeply, then turned and left the stone house. Su Fan shook his head, and his spiritual sense swept across the bone talisman. A lot of information instantly flooded into his mind. After a while, he put the bone talisman away. After reading Itu's information, although the bone talisman introduced Itu more comprehensively, there was no information about how many cards the other party had. This was obviously some common information that could be bought outside for a little money. Forget it, let it be. When we get to the arena tomorrow, we will adapt to the situation. Facing the challenge of the ghosts, Su Fan didn't want to expose his strength too early, especially in the first game. He must create a difficult situation. At this time, the news of Su Fan's fight with Itu of the Ghost Clan had caused a sensation in the entire Ghostbone Star region under the publicity of the Ghost Clan and the Ghostbone Arena. Now, almost all the cultivators of all races in the Ghost Bone Star region know about tomorrow's fight. The dirty things between Su Fan and the Ghost Clan had long been spread throughout the Ghost Bone Star region, and had become the topic of conversation among cultivators of all races. So after this operation, Su Fan became popular in the Ghost Bone Star region. Just like he was on the hot search list in his previous life, his traffic increased overnight, and the entire Ghost Bone Star region knew about Su Fan's clan. Now, the tickets for the Ghost Bone Arena tomorrow have become very popular, and it is even difficult to get a ticket. Although it is just a fight between two union cultivators, there is no technical content. But it involves the gossip and dirty things between Su Fan and the Ghost Clan, so this fight is full of topics. Moreover, the reputation of the Ghost Clan is really not very good. They are usually arrogant and domineering, and there are too many people who don't like them. Many people looked at this fight with a gloating mentality. Although they did not have much expectation for Su Fan, a human cultivator, they also hoped that a miracle would happen and make the Ghost Clan lose face. Now, there are long queues of betting stations under the light curtains of the main city squares of various plains in the Ghost Bone Star region, and it is foreseeable that countless cultivators will gather under all the light curtains in the Ghost Bone Star region to watch the fight tomorrow. The next morning, Su Fan got up early. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform and practiced the Hununhuiki's henging. After 9 turns of merit, Su Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air. He has adjusted his state to the best, and the witch god Ag did not come to harass him last night, so he felt refreshed at the moment. If you encounter trouble in the arena today, I can help you. Su Fan refused without thinking. No, this woman has no good intentions. He only has 20 opportunities to use several witch formations for free, and she is looking forward to using them up early every day. By the way, if I use the Blood Shadow Descending Array in the arena, will those old monsters notice anything? The witch god Ag laughed and said, "Don't worry, you are my human god tower, at most they can see that you have used the witch array." After hearing her words, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the witch arrays are good, he is really afraid that the old monsters will see the connection between him and the witch god Ag. Especially the Blood Shadow Descending Array, the effect is too amazing. It's like there is always a priest standing behind him who can make it happen at any time, then he will become an indestructible cockroach. The Wangxiang Pagoda Array and the Blood Sea Tide Soul Devouring Array are also very powerful. One is to add a strong barrier out of thin air, and the other can be used as a trump card at the critical moment of the arena. The most amazing thing about these 3 witch arrays is that Su Fan only needs a thought, and then he doesn't have to worry about anything. It doesn't cost blood or mana, and he doesn't even have to think about it. Even if he only has 1 breath left, as long as he thinks about it, he can use any of the 3 witch arrays at will. If this happens when the 2 sides are fighting hard and both sides are basically at the end of their strength, if Su Fan uses the Blood Sea Tide Soul Devouring Array, the other side will cry to death. This kind of operation, don't you say it's awesome? Otherwise, why do they say that witch monks pay attention to their master's origin? Whether a monk can fight or not depends on who is protecting you. It started, it's your turn. At this time, Rohan's voice came to Su Fan's ears. He stood up from the stone platform, jumped to the ground, then took a deep breath and walked out of the stone house. Su Fan walked along the long corridor and came to the transparent light curtain at the end. Rohan was already waiting there. Su Fan suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, what are my odds now?" Luo Han took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to strangle this kid. It was already this time, at this critical moment before the fight, he was still thinking about these trivial things. Now your odds are 1 to 9, although the odds have changed, Su Fan is still a little dissatisfied. Okay, it's almost there. It's enough to win a little, what else do you want? Ask, where can I place the bet? Although as a member of the Ghost Bone Arena, Luo Han should expect Su Fan to win this game, but at this moment he hopes that this kid will be eaten alive by the Ghost Clan Z2. It took a deep breath and then sent a message to one of its men. After a while, a monk from the Mocha clan came over. If you want to place a bet, find it. After hearing what Luo Han said, Su Fan quickly took out a ring and handed it to the Mocha clan monk. He took the bone talisman handed over by the other party, weighed it in his hand, and then looked up at Rohan next to him. If I win, you won't take my bet, right? Hearing his words, not only Rohan was furious, but even the monk of the Mocha tribe almost cut him. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get on the stage. Seeing that the two were a little nervous, Su Fan chuckled, put the bone talisman into the ring, and then walked towards the transparent barrier. As soon as he walked out of the transparent barrier, a rough and huge roar sounded in the arena. "Welcome to our gladiator today, the human race from the King Kong star field, Su Fan." Hearing this roar, the stands of the entire Yelgu star field suddenly heard a tsunami of cheers. The huge cheers were like a tsunami, and the boundless airwaves roared over, blowing his body slightly, shaking a few times, and almost shaking his earwax out. Something is wrong. Looking at the situation, why does it feel like this is his home court? But the odds of his bet were clearly 1 to 9. Could it be that these guys all bet on him to win? Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't even ask Rohan if he had heard it wrong. What if he bet on the wrong thing? That's all his wealth. In fact, Su Fan was really overthinking it. Most of the monks watching the fight in the stands of the Ghost Bone Arena bet on E2 of the Ghost Clan. But this does not mean that they support E2, because everyone is looking at this fight with a gloating mentality. To put it bluntly, they bet on E2 of the Ghost Clan just to make money, but in spirit, everyone supports Su Fan. From the moment Su Fan appeared to the moment he walked to the center of the square, the cheers from the surrounding stands never stopped. "Boy, kill that bastard from the Ghost Clan. Although I bet on E2 to win, I support you in my heart. As long as you can kill E2, even if I lose everything, I will admit it. Kill E2, I'm betting everything on you." Although the cheers and screams from the stands around him kept coming, Su Fan, who was worried, didn't care about these things. His mind was full of thoughts about the bet. After repeated recollections, he finally believed that he had not heard wrong. Damn it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Even if I bet on the wrong bet, can I still admit defeat? The rule of the Ghost Bone Arena is that only one person can survive in each fight. Su Fan just walked to the center of the arena and heard another rough roar. "Welcome our other gladiator today, from the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Bone Star Domain, E2. Hearing this roar, the entire arena suddenly heard a huge booing, which lasted for a long time. Su Fan was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? But he figured it out immediately. It turned out that these guys had placed their bets on E2, but they could only support him mentally. How did the Ghost Clan survive in the Ghost Bone Star region? Are they so unpopular? Then wouldn't he have the home advantage today? At this time, a huge body of more than 100 feet came out from behind the transparent barrier. As soon as it appeared, the boos from the surrounding stands became more intense. E2 snorted coldly and looked at the surrounding stands with a gloomy face. It turned its head and looked at Su Fan standing in the center of the arena, with a look of tyranny in its eyes. "Boy, I must tear you apart today." Thinking of this, E2 twisted his neck and walked towards the center of the arena. Bang! Bang! Unlike Su Fan's appearance, E2, with his huge body, would make a terrifying sound every time he stepped on the boulders on the ground. Especially at this time, the two people in the arena had too huge a difference in size. Coupled with the fierce aura that permeated E2, at least in terms of senses, Su Fan in front of E2 felt like an ant challenging an elephant. Although the monks watching the battle in the stands around supported Su Fan spiritually, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It seemed that they would not see the joke of the Ghost Clan today. As soon as E2 appeared, Su Fan felt that the other party was not simple. Could this be the elite monk of the Ghost Clan? At least this Ghost Clan's nascent soul monk was very different from those he had met in the Donggate Star region before. Chapter 585. I didn't expect this kid to have a backup plan. Donggate Star region, the battlefield has been surprisingly calm these days, and the two star regions have stopped attacking tacitly. In the morning, the cultivators from various bases on the front line of the Star region alliance gathered under the light curtain in the base square. Yushian stood under the light curtain, and many fellow disciples gathered around him. When he came to Donggate Star region, he also tried to contact Su Fan, but the two were not in the same plane, so the two sides did not contact each other. "Brother Cheyenne, what did the sect ask us to come here to see?" "Yes, could it be that the time and space arena has opened in advance?" "Impossible. If the time and space arena has opened, how could there be no Brother Cheyenne?" After listening to the words of several fellow disciples, Yushian shook his head. "If it is the time and space arena, we should know the news." "It may be." He hadn't finished speaking when he saw the huge light curtain in the square suddenly flickered. It started. Seeing the image appear on the light curtain, all the cultivators in the square shouted. At this time, The majestic and rugged Yaogu Arena appeared on the light curtain, which also stunned all the cultivators of the Star Domain Alliance. Yaogu Arena. What is this place? I seem to have heard from my elders at home, but this place is in the Yaogu Star Domain. What does the arena in the Yaogu Star Domain have to do with us? Just when all the cultivators of the Star Domain Alliance were full of doubts, a thunderous cheer came from the Yaogu Arena. Then, a line of big words appeared on the light curtain. The human race of the King Kwang Star Domain, slave foot fighter Su Fan versus the ghost clan of the Yaogu Star Domain, elite disciple Itu. Seeing this line of big words on the light curtain, Yi Xian was stunned. How did this kid run to the Yaogu Star Domain? Not only him, but all the cultivators of the Star Domain Alliance were also confused when they saw Su Fan's name. Su Fan was too famous in the Star Domain Alliance. He created a great military exploit for the entire alliance. It's a pity that this person is too low-key, so everyone has only heard of him but never seen him. No one expected that he would appear in the arena of the Netherbone Star Domain today. And he became a slave gladiator in the Netherbone arena, which made everyone have a bad premonition. At this time, a voice came to the ears of all the monks under the light curtains. Several gods of the Ghost Clan, regardless of shame, kidnapped our Star Domain Alliance monk Su Fan to the Netherbone Star Domain. Today, the Ghost Clan will send the elite children of the clan to fight Su Fan in the Netherbone arena. When the monks under the light curtains of various places in the Star Domain Alliance heard the news, they all showed extremely indignant expressions on their faces. The Ghost Clan actually sent several gods to kidnap Su Fan, which was too shameless. But they also knew in their hearts that Su Fan had offended the Ghost Clan too badly. He sneaked into the rear of the Ghost Clan alone, not only beheaded hundreds of Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivators, but also sacrificed more than 1 million Ghost Clan cultivators, and destroyed the Ghost Clan's Jiangshan main base, as well as all the space gates in the base. Not only did the Ghost Clan suffer heavy losses, but it also made the entire Ghostbone Star region lose face. The Ghost Clan is a vengeful person, and how could they let it go after suffering such a big loss from Su Fan? In order to deal with him, they did not hesitate to send out several old monsters of the god transformation stage. They must have been forced into a corner. It is said that this matter has spread among several races in the Ghostbone Star region, and even to the Ghostbone Star region. Now the Ghost Clan has become a joke in the Ghostbone Star region. The reason why the Ghost Clan did not kill Su Fan directly, but sold him to the Ghostbone arena, was to defeat Su Fan in a fair fight today to restore the reputation of the Ghost Clan. Yi Xian clenched his fists, and his fingers were a little white. He looked at the light curtain with a serious face. He was not worried about Su Fan's strength, but worried about the boy's current situation. The Ghostbone Star Domain is not a good place. It is full of fierce races. Moreover, the status of the human race in the Ghostbone Star Domain is extremely low, and has even fallen to the existence of two-legged sheep. Now Su Fan has become a slave gladiator in the Ghostbone arena. Even if he defeats the elite children of the Ghost Clan this time, what awaits him in the future will be a dark slave life, fighting day after day until he dies in the arena. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart was suddenly torn. At this moment, he hated his incompetence very much. He watched his brothers imprisoned, but he didn't even have a way to do anything. Ghost Clan, you wait for me. Not only Yi Xian, but under the light curtains of various places in the Star Domain Alliance, there was a feeling of grief and indignation. Thinking of Su Fan's current situation, everyone was united in hatred and cursed the Ghost Clan for being despicable and shameless. This is too much of a bully. At this moment, Meng Zhao and Shen Yu were also standing under the light curtain, and the little girl was already in tears. Brother, is Master okay? Meng Zhao did not speak, but held Shen Yu's cold little hand. Don't worry, Master is a man of great luck, he will be fine. Although he said this, he knew very well in his heart that Master's current situation was extremely dangerous, and they might never meet again in this life. Shen Yu wiped her tears and leaned her head on Meng Zhao's shoulder. She had already made a vow in her heart. One day, she would definitely destroy the Ghost Clan. At this time, under the light curtains of the bases of the Star Domain Alliance, Chu Daoquan, Zhang Junpu, Su Mailin, Zhang Yao, Chu Han, Brother Daoling, Sister Suan, Brother Mu Feng, Brother Qincheng, Li Dong and others were all nervously looking at the figure on the light curtain. They all felt a sense of sadness in their hearts. They all knew very well that Su Fan, who had drifted to the Ghostbone Star Domain, was probably in danger of death this time. Fortunately, Su Fan's family did not come to Donggate Star region, and they don't know Su Fan's situation for the time being. But this matter cannot be concealed. Senior sister, Gu Qinghuan and Li Maiaxu will know this news sooner or later, and they are definitely heartbroken. At this moment, Itu's huge figure has come to the center of the arena and stood opposite Su Fan. It looked at the tiny figure opposite with a playful look, raised its hand and scratched its neck. Seeing the other party's action, Su Fan sneered. His eyes suddenly condensed, and his whole body was filled with blood. He had disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had turned into a demonized body of more than 100 feet and stood in front of Itu. Itu never thought that Su Fan, who was originally a tiny figure, would turn into a huge demon body, and he didn't react for a while. Su Fan went from blood escape to transformation in one go, then swung his demon arm and punched hard. Bang! Su Fan punched Itu in the face, knocking it back and flying thousands of feet away, falling heavily to the ground. He did not take the opportunity to beat the fallen dog, but sneered and waved at the other party. Seeing Su Fan's provocative action, Itu was immediately enraged. It climbed up from the ground and roared towards Su Fan. Bang! Itu also performed the escape technique and appeared in front of Su Fan in an instant. He punched Su Fan and knocked him flying, also falling more than 1,000 feet away. Su Fan grinned and climbed up from the ground, and saw Itu also waved at him. He was secretly happy in his heart. According to Rohan's information, although Itu is powerful, he has a bad temper and is a little stupid. So Su Fan did not use the previous fighting method, but used the hard-hitting gladiatorial method of the Yaogu Star domain right from the start. As expected, Itu was fooled in an instant and fell into the rhythm of the battle he had imagined. With Su Fan's current strength, it was not difficult to kill Itu, but he did not want to win too easily. At least he had to kill this guy in a seemingly indecisive state. In this way, the Ghost Clan would definitely send out elite children from the clan to fight. Su Fan could also take the opportunity to kill a few more elites of the Ghost Clan, and it would be best to kill all the elite children of this generation. Su Fan wiped the corner of his mouth and then got up from the ground. Ouch! He roared to the sky and rushed towards Itu on the opposite side. Then the two began to fight with punches and kicks. They had long forgotten about magic and spells, and all relied on the strength of their bodies to fight head-on. Watching the two figures of more than 100 feet fighting wildly in the arena, the monks watching the battle on the stands around did not feel bored, but were excited. There is no way the cultivators in the Ghostbone Star domain are willing to watch this kind of mindless fighting style. If a cultivator uses his magical power first during a fight, even if he wins, he will be too embarrassed to say hello to others when he goes out. What Su Fan is least afraid of is fighting with his physical body. Since he broke through the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art, even the physical bodies of 5th level alien beasts are not as strong as his. Moreover, he has devoured the blood essence of countless demons and ghosts through the evil method Blood Mist. Now when he uses the demonized body, his physical body will increase several times. So in terms of the strength of the physical body alone, he is not afraid of even the cultivators in the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. Of course, in the current battle with Itu, Su Fan still has to pretend to be evenly matched. I saw two huge demon bodies of more than 100 feet, like two street thugs fighting, attacking each other crazily. They didn't even dodge each other, and they were absolutely punching each other. And they were all covered with wounds. The monks watching the battle in the stands around were cheering and roaring like crazy at the passionate battle. The whole Ghostbone arena seemed to be boiling. Su Fan didn't know how many times he was hit by the opponent. Although these injuries were nothing to him, he looked shaky, as if he would fall down immediately after being hit by another punch. He was covered in blood, but it was just scary. In fact, he was fine. But Itu's situation was much more miserable. It was really dying, and it was supported by its tenacity. Moreover, Su Fan looked much more miserable than it, as he would fall down with a push. This also gave him the confidence to win. Whoa! Itu roared fiercely and rushed towards the shaky Su Fan frantically. At this time, the audience in the stands around sighed. The human boy was afraid that he would die. It seemed that they would not see the joke of the Ghost Clan today. At this time, Itu had rushed to Su Fan's side and punched him fiercely. Just when everyone thought that Su Fan would be knocked to the ground by this powerful punch, they found that he grabbed Itu's arm and twisted his body violently. Bang! Su Fan threw Itu to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. He took the opportunity to control the opponent's neck with one leg and the opponent's chest with the other leg. At the same time, he clamped his legs together and hugged Itu's arms with both hands, and gave him a cross-lock move from his previous life's free fighting. Ouch! Su Fan roared, clamped his opponent's shoulders with his legs, raised his hips, and leaned back violently. Crack! With a crisp sound, Itu's thick arm was broken by him. Su Fan turned over again, grabbed the opponent's other arm with his left hand, and grabbed his wrist with his right hand, and did a joint reversal move, which was the Kimura lock commonly used in free fighting in his previous life. Crack! Itu's other arm was also broken by Su Fan with the Kimura lock. After having its arms broken for 2 days in a row, Itu screamed. It wanted to fight back, but its arms were already sore and weak, and Su Fan could not give it a chance. Su Fan put his arms around Itu's neck and pressed the opponent's head against his chest. This was also a fierce move from free fighting in his previous life, called head-breaking lock. He strangled Itu's neck tightly. The opponent struggled desperately and kicked his legs continuously, but he could not escape at all. Ouch! Su Fan roared to the sky again, and his body suddenly leaned back and did a backward fall. Bang! Itu's back landed first and fell heavily to the ground. With a click, its neck was broken instantly. Swoosh! A black shadow jumped out of Itu's body, but was instantly grabbed by Su Fan. He squeezed it hard, and with a snap, he crushed the opponent's nascent soul to pieces. Su Fan raised his head and fell backwards, pretending to be exhausted and lying on the ground, panting heavily. Boom! At this time, the entire Ghost Bone arena exploded instantly, and all the spectators in the stands stood up and roared loudly. Originally, it was thought that Su Fan would be knocked down by Itu with one punch, but no one expected that Su Fan would actually achieve a counter kill at the last moment. Su Fan's victory looked like a counter kill under the condition of obvious physical exhaustion, giving people a feeling of the weak defeating the strong. Especially his joint skills were like a stroke of genius, and were also the key to the counter-killing of the opponent. This kid is too fierce, he actually killed Itu, haha. Itu was careless, I didn't expect this kid to have a backhand. The Ghost Tribe is having a lot of fun now, let's see how they end. It's a pity, this kid can only win this game, I guess there will be no chance in the future. It has to be said that Su Fan's pretending is quite convincing, at least now almost everyone thinks that he defeated the strong with the weak. Chapter 586. This guy must be holding back something good. After a long while, Su Fan finally sat up from the ground. He looked at Itu, who was lying beside him, and held his huge head with both hands. He twisted it hard and twisted it off. Su Fan stood up from the ground and raised Itu's huge head high. Roar! Roar! He imitated the Nordic war cry in his previous life, beating his chest rhythmically with his hands and looking up. Roar! Roar! The emotions of countless monks watching the battle in the stands around were instantly infected by him. They all imitated Su Fan, constantly beating their chests rhythmically with their fists, and raising their heads to shout war cries. At this moment, the entire Yago arena was filled with uniform war cries and the sound of beating chests. Rohan, who was standing at the edge of the arena, laughed. This kid is really good at mobilizing the atmosphere of the scene. If he is left in the arena and trained well, he might really become a star gladiator here. Thinking of this, it sighed. It's a pity that this kid offended the Ghost Clan. With their vengeful nature, they will definitely not let him survive. With the background and strength of the Ghost Bone arena, they are not afraid of the Ghost Clan. It should be no problem to save a human. But this kid's strength is so difficult to deal with Itu, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive the next game. At this moment, in the distant Dangin Star Domain, under the light curtains of various bases of the Star Domain Alliance, it has already become a sea of joy. Countless cultivators of the Star Domain Alliance, whether they are human, demon, insect and monster, also learned from Su Fan, raised their heads and made war roars in unison, and constantly beat their chests with fists. However, people who are familiar with Su Fan are all confused at this time. They know this old bastard too well. How could he adopt such a stupid fighting method? You don't have to guess to know that this guy is definitely not holding back anything good. Brother, Master didn't teach us this way before. What on earth is he trying to do by doing this? Meng Zhao squeezed Xiao's hand and said with a smile, don't worry, Master has never suffered a loss. Xiao was relieved after hearing what her brother said. Brother, you mean that Master is deliberately hiding his weakness? Meng Zhao nodded and said, in Master's words, he is obviously throwing bait, waiting for the Ghost Clan to bite the hook. At this time, Yi Xian was also full of doubts. He frowned and thought for a while, and then he understood what Su Fan wanted to do. With his kid's insidious and cunning temperament and his vulgar fighting style, how could he fight head-on with the other party? Su Fan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take away all the elite cultivators of the Ghost Clan's generation. You kid are really cruel, but when he thought of the future fate of his brother, Yi Xian took a deep breath, and his original excited mood suddenly fell. This is my brother. Even if this kid dies, he will tear off a piece of his opponent's flesh and blood before he dies. Yi Xian couldn't help but mourn for the Ghost Clan. They actually provoked such an evil star. When this kid was in the western wilderness, he was only a key refining stage, but he dared to challenge the Yuanying family of the Nine Nether Demon Palace alone. Not only did he kill countless Zhou family cultivators, he also dared to defy the world and sacrifice tens of thousands of Zhou family's direct mortals with evil methods. Now that Su Fan has broken through the Yuanying realm, who knows what he might do. In a box at the top of the stands of the Netherbone Arena, watching Ita being killed by Su Fan in the final stage, the faces of several Ghost Clan venerables were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Especially the war roars coming from the entire Netherbone Arena made all the Ghost Clan cultivators feel deeply humiliated. This idiot, Venerable Hulin cursed inwardly, then took a deep breath and turned to look at the elite children of the clan next to him. Respected Master Hulin, let me go in the next match. Respected Master, I'll go. I will definitely kill the kid. Please allow me to go. Several nascent soul cultivators of the Ghost Clan all bowed and requested to go to the battle. Master Hulin looked at Su Fan, who was holding Itu's head in the arena, and his eyes revealed a violent emotion. Suoda, you go in the next match, and you must tear off that kid's head. Su Fan didn't know how long he had been shouting, and his voice was almost hoarse. He stopped shouting and put down Itu's huge head again. The battle roars of the cultivators in the stands around him also subsided. Su Fan threw the huge head of Tu to the ground, and then removed the demon body. His eyes condensed, and his whole body was suddenly filled with blood. A series of bloodlines like spirit snakes swarmed out from Itu's corpse, and then gathered around him and kept circling and dancing. After a while, Su Fan devoured all the flesh and blood of Itu, and the huge demon body had turned into a skeleton. Su Fan's eyes condensed again, and the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened. I saw an extremely thick black poisonous fog gushing out of his body, instantly covering the skeleton on the ground. After a while, Itu's huge skeleton was corroded beyond recognition and slowly turned into a pool of sewage. Not only that, even the opponent's soul was corroded and his soul was scattered. Poor Itu, after all, is an elite child of the Ghost Clan. But it met Su Fan, a ruthless man, who didn't even leave a complete corpse in front of all the cultivators in the Ghostbone Starfield. The body was gone, and the soul was scattered. He killed Itu's body, crushed the opponent's nascent soul, devoured its flesh and blood, and even corroded his bones. If Su Fan's behavior was placed in the King Kong Star Field, it would definitely be a complete evil way. But in the Netherbone Star region, it was not a big deal at all. Not only did no one dislike it, but it also aroused the violent emotions in the hearts of the cultivators of all races in the Netherbone Star region. Wua. Wua. Su Fan's cruelty and brutality were very much to the taste of the cultivators of the Netherbone Star region, and cheers like a tsunami suddenly came from the stands around. At this moment, all the ghost cultivators were furious. They watched their fellows being destroyed by Su Fan, and their eyes were bloodshot. When had a ghost tribe ever experienced such humiliation? In the entire Netherbone Star region, the ghost tribe has always prided itself on being a high-level race, and the human race is no different from reptiles in their eyes. But today, this human cultivator humiliated the ghost tribe in front of everyone in the Netherbone Star region. All the ghost cultivators were like being slapped in the face. This is absolutely a great shame for them. Su Fan stood in the center of the Ghostbone Arena, enjoying the cheers and roars of the crowd with a look of intoxication on his face. He did this on purpose, just to anger the Ghost Clan. Anyway, they had already made enemies, and with the Ghost Clan's revengeful nature, even if he spared Itu, these guys would not let him go. Anyway, he had already offended him, so he might as well offend him to death. He could even write on his opponent's face and shit. After a while, Su Fan raised his left hand. Although he was fine, he still pretended to be seriously injured and unable to fight again, and staggered out of the arena. Looking at Su Fan, who was about to leave the arena, all the monks in the stands around him stood up spontaneously. Roar! Roar! They all raised their heads, let out a roar of war that shook the earth. and beat their chests rhythmically to see Su Fan off. Everyone in the Ghost Bone Arena today was glad that they saw a wonderful disparate counterattack here. What excited them the most was that Su Fan severely humiliated the Ghost Clan in front of everyone in the Ghost Bone Star domain. This is the most satisfying thing, isn't it? Who made the Ghost Clan unpopular? They are arrogant and domineering on weekdays. I don't know how many people they have offended, and there are even more people who don't like them. In the past, if other races accidentally killed a Ghost Clan member, you would fight to the death, but now they are almost riding on your faces and shitting. Aren't you arrogant and vindictive? Aren't you vindictive? Where is your arrogance? Although Su Fan is a human, it doesn't matter. As long as the Ghost Clan can lose face, no one cares even if he is a fool. Finally, Su Fan, who was covered in injuries, staggered through the transparent barrier at the edge of the arena. Rohan had been waiting here for a long time. He glanced at Su Fan and threw a stored ring over. You won a lot this time, it sneered and said, what's the use of winning so much? You will still die in the next game. Su Fan ignored it. He took the ring and quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense. A hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This time I'm rich, if nothing unexpected happens, his odds will definitely be higher in the next game. BAA. Isn't that several times or even dozens of times the profit? This is a huge profit. Seeing Su Fan put the ring away with a greedy face, Luo Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to be a little money grubber. It's a pity that you have money to earn but no life to spend it. Even if you win a lot, it's useless. The Ghost Tribe will definitely send out more powerful elite children in the next game. Today, you took advantage of the opportunity to kill the opponent, but you won't have such an opportunity in the future. Su Fan nodded to Luo Han, and then walked towards his stone house, but he stopped after just a few steps. He turned around and asked, I'm seriously injured. Can the next match be postponed? I can squeeze out 5 days at most. After hearing what Rohan said, Su Fan frowned, turned around with a very disappointed look, and staggered away. Rohan looked at his back and couldn't help but sigh. Through today's fight, his impression of Su Fan has greatly changed, but it's a pity that this kid won't live for a few days. Su Fan returned to the stone house and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. He took out a jade bottle from the ring, poured out a few pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and then used his internal energy to dissolve the drug power. After a long time, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. Although the injuries on his body looked scary, they were actually external injuries. For a person with a perverted body like him, it was nothing. But Su Fan knew that his every move in the stone house could not escape Rohan's eyes, so he had to pretend anyway. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to win 30 games in a row in the Ghost Bone Arena. Do you have any plans for the future? What else can I plan? I must return to the Blue Sky Star region to reunite with my family. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't say so. Because Su Fan knew that the witch Ag, the witch, was going to start to seduce him again. What else can I plan? Let myself survive first, Although you have deceived everyone, those elite children of the Ghost Clan are not a threat to you, but you humiliated the Ghost Clan in public today. It will be difficult for you to survive. He said it as if the Ghost Clan would let him go if I didn't do this. I don't care now. Anyway, I can't survive. So I'll kill one to make up for it, and kill two to make a profit. Seeing Su Fan's broken jaw look, the witch Ag immediately became energetic. Who said you can't survive? I can help you, I knew that this woman must have a way, and she has been hiding her cards from him. How can you help me survive? We can make a deal. Here it comes. This woman is going to show her cards. Go ahead, I'm listening. We have a formation in the Wu sect that can evade the detection of the divine transformation monk, but it consumes a lot of energy. I knew that this woman might have a lot of cards hidden. Just say it, it's time. There's no need to hide it anymore. Last time we traded, didn't you get to try the formation for free 20 times? If you trade, I can help you evade the detection of the divine transformation monk twice. What the hell? No, too much, at least 5 times. 5 times is definitely not enough. This formation consumes a lot of energy. I won't use it easily. Then 4 times, no less. Haha, no, it's over. He knew that he was caught by the woman, Wushan Ag. Su Fan hardened his heart and acted like a scoundrel. Anyway, Wushan Ag couldn't just watch him die. Then forget it, I'll die. 3 times, at most 3 times. Forget it if it doesn't work. Deal. Su Fan agreed without even thinking about it. 3 times was awesome enough. To be honest, he really didn't take those elite disciples of the Ghost Clan seriously. But facing those old monsters who had reached the state of transformation, Su Fan had no way to deal with them. Once Su Fan was free in the Ghost Arena, as long as he could avoid the detection of the old monsters who had reached the state of transformation of the Ghost Clan, he could escape from here smoothly. At that time, the sky would be high and the birds would fly freely, and the sea and sky would be free for the fish to jump freely. The Ghost Bone Star region was so large that it would not be easy for even the Ghost Clan's old monsters to find him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587. I don't know if I thought it was a rebellion. In the next few days, Su Fan stayed at home and stayed in his stone house every day to heal his wounds. Because he was seriously injured and had to fight in the next fight in a few days, the witch god Agi did not come into his dreams to harass him at night. Although he turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside, the outside of the arena was already in an uproar. Su Fan killed E2 of the Ghost Clan at the last minute, which gave the monks of the entire Nether Bone Star domain more topics to chat about. Although everyone knew that Su Fan would definitely not be able to survive the next fight, it still did not hinder everyone's enthusiasm. The Ghost Clan was repeatedly teased by them, and each one was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. If you miss this village, you will never have this shop again. So in the past few days, the monks of various tribes in the Netherbone Star domain, apart from eating and sleeping, gathered together to smear the Ghost Clan. Anyway, as long as they get together, they can never get away from the topic of Su Fan killing E2. In order to restore its reputation, the Ghost Clan sent several old monsters to capture the human boy and bring him to the Ghost Bone Star region. They originally wanted to use the Ghost Bone Arena as a platform to kill the witnessing human monk in front of everyone in the Ghost Bone Star region. For this reason, the Ghost Clan sent the most elite children in the clan, but they were killed in return. Now this matter has almost become a joke, and it has become a topic of conversation after dinner, especially those races that have been oppressed by the Ghost Clan, all of which are excited to publicize this matter. This has also put the Ghost Clan under unprecedented pressure, and the children in the clan feel extremely aggrieved, and they are even embarrassed to go out. Anyway, how arrogant they were before, how embarrassed they are now. The Ghost Clan consumed countless resources and countless thoughts in this arena, and it was broadcast live to the entire Ghost Bone Star region. Who would have thought that this slap in the face would come so hard? Therefore, in the next fight, the Ghost Clan's higher-ranking officials, such as Hulan Venerable, specially sent out Soda, one of the top 3 elite disciples in the clan, to fight. No matter what, they had to get rid of that kid in the next fight. If they lose again, the Ghost Clan will definitely lose face in the entire Ghost Bone Star domain, which would be a joke. Not only in the Ghost Bone Star domain, but also in the battlefields of the Dongate Star domain, this topic has been heatedly discussed. Needless to say, the Star Domain Alliance, where monks from several races in the Ghost Bone Star domain gather together every day, is also excited to talk about this topic. Looking at their gloating expressions, I wonder if they thought they had rebelled. At this moment, in a secluded valley behind the Star Domain Alliance, more than a dozen old monsters who had reached the state of transformation were gathering together. They all came from the Blue Sky Star domain, and the leader was a demon clan cultivator, Hubo glanced at the Dongming demon venerable next to him and couldn't help but sigh. I went to find Fran of the Ghost Clan in person, and made a solemn negotiation with him, and promised some conditions, hoping to get the boy back. But the other party was very tough and had no intention of negotiating. After hearing Fran's words, all the old monsters in the Blue Sky Star region frowned. The Ghost Clan is shameless, and they are so despicable that they can do such a despicable thing. If you ask me, there is no point in talking now. Why not continue to launch an offensive and beat them to death, and then talk to them? It is said that the Ghost Clan sold Su Fan to the Ghost Bone Arena. Now it is difficult to get this boy back. It is said that the hard-working gladiators in the Ghost Bone Arena can get freedom as long as they win 30 games in a row. With this boy's strength, there should be no problem. Looking at a group of old monsters who were indignant there, Dongming Demon Lord smiled bitterly. Su Fan killed so many of their tribesmen and severely humiliated the Ghost Clan in the arena a few days ago. This is already a blood feud that will never end. The Ghost Clan is used to being arrogant and domineering, and they are vindictive. How could they let Su Fan go? If he was in the Dwangin Star domain, it would be fine. At most, they would go to the door and fight hard to get him back. But the Ghost Clan has teleported this kid back to the Ghost Bone Star domain, so even if they want to get him back, they can't get him back. Although Su Fan can get freedom in the Ghost Bone arena, he will be hunted down by the Ghost Clan if he steps out of the Ghost Bone arena. He is a human cultivator alone in the Ghost Bone Star domain. How could he escape the siege of the entire Ghost Clan? His current situation is extremely dangerous. It is no exaggeration to say that he is dead. But the Ghost Bone Star domain is not a remote small star domain like the Blue Sky Star domain. There are countless powerful races. Only 5 races came to the Dwangin Star domain, and they were inseparable from the Star Domain Alliance composed of several star domains. Fortunately, the internal conflicts in the Netherbone Star region are numerous. Although there are many powerful races, they fight all year round. Otherwise, there would be no way to survive in other star regions. Although Dongming Mozun is a divine transformation cultivator, he does not have the courage to go to the Netherbone Star region to rob people. Not to mention himself, even if all the divine transformation monsters of the Star Region Alliance were tied together, they would end up being served food in the Netherbone Star region. Thinking of this, Dongming Mozun sighed. It seems that this kid probably won't survive. 5 days later in the morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the house, practicing the Hununhuiki Sutra. After 9 turns of merit, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Today is his second fight with the elite cultivators of the Nether Ghost Clan, and he doesn't know who they will send. At this time, the stone wall opposite rippled slightly, and the tall figure of Rohan walked into the stone house. It took out a bone talisman and threw it at the stone platform. Your opponent today is Su from the Ghost Clan. Su Fan took the bone talisman, activated his spiritual sense to scan it, and then closed his eyes to read the contents of the bone talisman. The bone talisman recorded some personal information of Su, which in his opinion were all well-known common stuff. Su Fan simply read it for a while, and then lost interest. It is not necessary to guess that the Ghost Clan must have received a lot of benefits from the Ghost Clan. However, according to the description in the bone talisman, this Su is much more difficult to deal with than E2. Although his strength is not much higher than E2, this guy is extremely vicious. Su is not the reckless man E2. You can only wish you good luck in today's fight. After Rohan finished speaking, he said in a deep voice, "It's time for you to appear." Su Fan nodded, jumped down from the stone platform, and then followed Rohan out of the stone house. He walked along the long corridor and came to the transparent barrier. The monk of the Mocha clan, who was in charge of gambling, had been waiting here for a long time. Su Fan smiled at him, then turned his head and glanced at Rohan. "What are my odds today? 1 to 13, after hearing what Luohan said, Su Fan suddenly became excited. He quickly took out a ring and handed it to the Mocha monk next to him. "The old rules, I still bet on myself to win, all in." He took the bone talisman handed over by the other party, and then smiled at Luohan. "I advise you to bet all your savings on me. I guarantee you will have a surprise." After hearing what Su Fan said, Luohan took a deep breath and an inexplicable evil fire rose in his heart. In the last game, he did not listen to Su Fan's advice, and also bet a lot on E2, but ended up losing a lot. But the Ghost Tribe capsized in the last game, and Su Fan took advantage of E2's carelessness and took advantage of the loophole, so he killed the opponent at the last moment. But his opponent in this game is Suoda, who gave this kid the courage to bet all his wealth on himself. But it certainly won't be so stupid as to bet on a dying person. Stop wasting time, hurry up and enter the venue. Seeing that Rohan was still unmoved, Su Fan shook his head. This is all fate. Some people are destined to be poor all their lives. Giving them more chances is useless. Since you don't cherish it, you can't blame me. Thinking of this, Su Fan stepped out of the transparent barrier. Looking at Su Fan's back, he called the fellow in charge of gambling and placed a heavy bet on soda. Just as the fellow turned around and left, Rohan called him again. I don't know what's going on. He always feels that Su Fan's eyes are full of sarcasm before he leaves. Rohan thought about it and still placed a small bet on Su Fan. Anyway, he won't lose much, just by peace of mind. Welcome our first gladiator today, Su Fan. As soon as Su Fan walked out of the transparent barrier, he heard a rough roar. 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 Almost at the same time, the audience in the stands around the Ghost Bone Arena spontaneously imitated Su Fan's behavior in the previous match. They raised their heads and shouted war cries, and beat their chests rhythmically with their fists. Su Fan was also shocked. He felt like he was back at home again. But he didn't take it too seriously. These guys were just supporting him spiritually. He turned around and placed all his bets on Soda of the Ghost Clan. Perhaps they had already predicted Su Fan's ending in advance. The monks watching the battle in the stands around today had a tragic mood on their war cries. Damn, you were hoping for my death. It was not until Su Fan came to the center of the arena that the war cries turned into cheers like a tidal wave. The cheers and roars of hundreds of thousands of people. The boundless airwaves were like a Category 10 hurricane, blowing Su Fan's robes. Since the establishment of the Ghost Bone Arena, no human cultivator has ever received such treatment. Of course, this has nothing to do with Su Fan's strength, but his opponent is the Ghost Clan. Anyway, as long as they can slap the Ghost Clan in the face, they will spare no effort to support Su Fan. Although this kid is bound to die today, the Last Jedi counterattack still provided a few days of talk for all the cultivators in the Ghost Bone Star domain. Welcome our second gladiator today, Soda. When the rough roar came again, the cheers like a tsunami suddenly turned into deafening boos in the whole arena. I saw a huge demon body of more than 100 feet, walking out of the transparent barrier. This Ghost Clan cultivator named Soda may not be as imposing as Z2 in the last game, but Su Fan felt a hint of threat from the opponent. Compared with E2 in the last game, this guy must be an old cunt. Thinking of this, Su Fan could not help but strengthen his guard, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack him without regard for the moral principles of the martial arts world and take him away in one day. There was no way all dark and despicable people would consider problems from their own starting point of thinking. At this time, the audience in the stands around were also talking about it. Do you think that kid today can come back to kill again? Stupid, that's Suota, the most vicious existence in the Ghost Tribe, Alice. If it were someone else, this kid might still have a chance, but I'm afraid he wouldn't have a chance if he met Suota. I've heard of it, it's the most vicious and cunning. Many people have suffered from it. At this moment, the stands of the Ghost Bone Arena were full of noisy scenes, and countless cultivators of various races were sighing secretly. They were not sad for Su Fan, he died as a human. But it was rare to meet someone who dared to humiliate the Ghost Tribe in public, and he died like this, which made them feel it was a pity. Su Fan certainly didn't know that the audience in the stands around were mourning for him at this time. He took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly condensed. I saw thick black veins like chopsticks suddenly overflowing from the cortex, wriggling like earthworms, spreading all over his body. A black air filled Su Fan's body, and his body began to change, and finally turned into a demonic body of more than 100 feet. Ouch, he roared to the sky, and blood flashed all over his body, and he disappeared from the spot. When Su Fan's demonic body appeared again, he had already appeared in front of Suota, but before he could punch, his hair exploded instantly, and the pores all over his body trembled slightly. Not good. Without thinking, he activated the magical power Yangsha Divine Fire Shield, and the little man in his body suddenly opened his eyes, and an extremely hot Yangsha instantly gushed out of his body. But before the hot evil shield was fully propped up, a long whip of black mist had already whistled over. Bang! The half-supported Yangsha Divine Fire cover was shattered, and Su Fan was also blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Bang! Su Fan's demonized body, which was more than 100 feet long, fell heavily to the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust. Soda is too despicable, he actually used his magical powers, bah. He actually used his magical powers during a fight. This Soda is so insidious, this kid is definitely dead after encountering the vicious and cunning Soda. This damn bastard, our Nether Bone Star region has lost face with him. Although there were boos and scoldings from the surrounding stands, Soda turned a deaf ear to them. He sneered and used his magical powers again. Long whips of dark mist, like ferocious venomous snakes, whistled towards Su Fan in the distance. Chapter 588 I really shouldn't have provoked such a guy. As soon as Su Fan sat up from the ground, several long black mist whips like ferocious poisonous snakes slashed through the air with a piercing whistling sound, and whipped him at high speed. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. Bang! Bang! As soon as Su Fan's figure disappeared, Several long black mist whips whipped to the place where he was just now, smashing the huge rocks on the ground of the arena. At this time, he had come behind Soda, but before he could make a move, a dark aura ring burst out from Soda's body to the surroundings. Su Fan didn't even think about it, and his figure disappeared from the spot again. When he appeared again, he was already above Soda's head. Although his blood escape was extremely fast, the opponent's several long mist whips followed closely and whipped him directly. Su Fan was thrown thousands of feet away again, and Soda's several long mist whips were like poisonous snakes, biting his figure tightly, not giving him a chance to fight back. Next, he was constantly whipped by long whips of mist. Although he was covered in wounds, he still performed the blood escape technique unyieldingly and rushed towards Soda again and again. Soda sneered, took out a bone fragment, and crushed it with a snap. With a boom, it instantly turned into thick black mist, which spread around it. The dark mist seemed to come alive, changing into various strange shapes, and whistling towards Su Fan in the distance. Seeing the thick black mist, Su Fan's face suddenly became solemn. His intuition told him that this thing must be not simple. Just now, Su Fan had been hiding his shortcomings. In fact, he didn't need to be so embarrassed. In fact, he was just acting to make a mess. But facing this dark mist whistling towards him, he couldn't take it lightly. Su Fan casually threw out a piece of carapace that was dozens of feet in size and blocked it in front of him. This was taken from the 5th level wild beast in the Great Wilderness realm. Although this thing has never been useful, it is extremely tough, so he has never been willing to sell it. Unexpectedly, it was used again today. What surprised him was that the strange black fog instantly turned into an extremely ferocious big mouth, swallowing the 5th level wild beast carapace that blocked him in one bite. In just a dozen breaths, the 5th level wild beast carapace that was dozens of feet in size and nearly a foot thick was completely swallowed by the big mouth transformed by the black fog. What the hell? At this time, several black mist whips were whistling, and he had no choice but to take out another piece of the 5th level wild beast carapace and throw it out. Su Fan desperately dodged the whips of several mist whips while constantly blocking the 5th level wild beast carapace in front of him. The black fog did not bypass the 5th level wild beast's shell to attack Su Fan, but instinctively devoured the closest thing to it. And although the ferocious big mouth at the strange black fog turned into swallowed the 5th level wild beast's shell easily, he still saw a clue. I don't know if it was Su Fan's illusion, that is, the speed at which the black fog swallowed the 5th level wild beast's shell has become slower and slower, and it seems to be getting thinner and thinner. Su-Ota looked at the embarrassed Su Fan in the distance with a gloomy face. Although the opponent was beaten by him without any ability to fight back, this kid was extremely tenacious and could never achieve a fatal blow. Although he had just activated a bone talisman Black Prison Demon Smoke Miasma, he never expected that it would be easily cracked by the opponent. Although Black Prison Demon Smoke Miasma can swallow everything, this thing cannot be controlled and can only attack by instinct. I don't know where this kid got so many beast shells. Su-Ota sneered and took out another bone fragment, but before he could activate the bone talisman, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Not good, he didn't expect that this kid was beaten so badly by him, but he still had the energy to launch a soul attack on him. A piece of bone on Su-Ota's waist shattered with a snap, and he instantly woke up from his confused state. But just when he regained his clarity, he found that a cool breath had already poured into his body from the top of his head, and his physical condition had dropped sharply at this time. Su-Ota knew in his heart that in the moment he was confused just now, he had been tricked by this kid. Moreover, the other party had already gotten rid of the netherworld ghost rope magical power controlled by him and rushed in front of him. Absolutely can't let him get close. Su-Ota activated the Yinsha demonic key ring magical power without thinking, and a black air ring instantly popped out of his body, whistling and bursting out to the surroundings. But what he didn't expect was that the other party didn't avoid it like last time. Then an extremely hot red halo swarmed out from Su Fan's body and shot out violently to the surroundings. Boom! The two halos collided fiercely, making a loud noise that shook the earth. The shock wave generated by the huge explosion blasted the two people into the air, and they were all blown more than 1,000 feet away and fell heavily to the ground. Although Su-Ota possessed several powerful magical powers, his physical strength was not enough in the Ghost Clan, so his fighting style was also very different from that of the monks in the clan. Therefore, the explosion just now caused great damage to it, and the bone talisman it had just taken out was thrown away. It struggled to get up from the ground, but found that the human race on the opposite side had already stood up and was looking at it coldly. Although Su Fan was also badly hit, for him with an extremely strong body, this little skin injury was not a big deal. His eyes condensed, and he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Suota in an instant. Suota secretly cried out that it was not good, and quickly used the magical power of Netherworld Ghost Robe, and several dark mist whips were whipped out instantly. Bang! Su Fan was whipped up again and fell on the ground more than 1,000 feet away. But he bounced up from the ground in an instant, and then used the blood escape to teleport to Suota's side. Next, Su Fan was whipped up by the opponent's Netherworld Ghost Rope again and again, and got up and rushed to Suota again and again. After a while, Su Fan was already covered with wounds. There was no good place for his demon body of more than 100 feet. Anyway, it looked miserable. In fact, Suota's condition at this moment had become extremely bad. Because every time Su Fan rushed up, he would launch the life-calling curse and god-slaying soul-crying technique to continuously attack Suota. The monks watching the battle in the surrounding stands only saw Suota taking the initiative in the battle, calmly controlling the mist whip, whipping Su Fan up again and again. In the eyes of others, the reason why Sota didn't kill Su Fan immediately was to deliberately humiliate Su Fan. Just like many ferocious beasts, they don't eat their prey immediately after catching it, but torture it to death. Watching their prey slowly die in fear and terror will bring unprecedented pleasure to those ferocious beasts. At this moment, the entire Ghostbone arena was silent. Everyone was silently watching Su Fan being beaten and flying again and again, and rushing up again and again. Looking at Su Fan, who was covered with the bruises, they all sighed in their hearts. Although they had guessed this ending long ago, before the fight, they still had a little fantasy, hoping that he could create a miracle again. It seems that they thought too much. This kid must be dead today. At this time, under the light curtain in all the Ghost Clan territories in the Ghostbone Star region, it has turned into a sea of joy. Every time Su Fan was beaten and flying, they would roar loudly. Sota, kill him, tear him to pieces. Yes. That's right, don't kill this guy right away, that would be a bargain for him, beat him to death. Pull his head off. The Ghost Clan has been frustrated these days. Now they don't even want to go out. As long as they are outside, someone will point fingers at them. The Ghost Clan has always been arrogant and domineering. When have they ever been treated like this? In the distant Dangin Star region, the monks under the light curtains of various bases of the Star Region Alliance are in a different scene. There is endless grief and anger everywhere. Looking at the embarrassed Su Fan, many young low-level monks even burst into tears. Only those who are familiar with Su Fan can see some differences. Yi Xian shook his head. This kid is too good at pretending. He knows Su Fan's fighting style too well. How could he fight hard like a reckless man again and again? He knows in his heart that this kid's counterattack is coming soon. Shen Yu looked at the miserable state of her master, tears streaming down her face, her palms covered with cold sweat. Brother, master, before she could finish, Meng Zhao helped her wipe away her tears, and then leaned close to her ear. Don't worry, master is fine, just wait and see. Shen Yu was stunned. She looked at Meng Zhao with a puzzled look on her face. Really? Meng Zhao smiled and nodded, saying, when have we ever been disappointed in master? Although the monks under the light curtains in various places behaved differently, only Suota knew his current situation best. Although Su Fan was beaten extremely badly, his condition had already reached a very bad point. The two spells of life-calling curse and god-slaying soul-crying spell fell on Suota again and again. He not only had to concentrate on resolving the various negative states of slowness, weakness and soul loss on his body, but also had to resist the opponent's mental attacks again and again. Although Suota stood there motionless, looking calm and composed, in fact, at this moment, apart from controlling the ghost rope of the netherworld to prevent Su Fan from approaching, it no longer had the energy to launch a counterattack. Even now, it dared not move at all, for fear that Su Fan would kill it. Once the opponent got close, Suota would be dead. What puzzled Suota was that this kid's strength was extremely terrifying, and the ghost rope of the netherworld he launched could not pose any threat to the opponent. And the opponent must have other trump cards, but why did he rush to his side again and again like a reckless man? No. Suota was also a ruthless man who had experienced hundreds of battles and crawled out of the pile of dead bodies countless times, with extremely rich combat experience. It soon realized something. This kid was obviously hiding his strength. He didn't want to expose his strength in the arena, and he deliberately made himself look embarrassed. So what was his purpose in doing this? Could it be? At this time, a thought suddenly popped up in Suoda's mind, which made him a little creepy. It finally understood Su Fan's intention, and it couldn't help but feel a little scared and terrified. The other party should be able to kill it easily. But this guy deceived everyone in the arena, just to make the Ghost Clan send out elite monks to fill in. This guy is too insidious. He will die, but when he thinks that other people in the clan will also die one by one, Suoda can't help but feel a little sad. The Ghost Clan really shouldn't provoke such a guy. But Suoda is powerless at this time. In order to ensure the fairness of the duel, once the duel begins, the arena will lose all contact with the outside world. Even if it wants to spread this news, it can't do it now. It can only watch Su Fan acting there. Bang! Su Fan was whipped out again and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled for a long time before getting up from the ground. His body was swaying and standing there, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. In addition, he was covered in wounds and looked extremely miserable, as if he was at the end of his rope. At this moment, Su Fan, the movie star, was possessed, and he acted as if it were real. Ouch! He slowly opened his arms, raised his head and looked at the endless sky, and roared with all his strength, with endless unwillingness in his voice. Boom! A strong blood-colored aura condensed around Su Fan, constantly rotating around him, and instantly generated a terrifying blood-colored storm. His demonized body seemed to swell a little, and burst out with an extremely violent momentum. At this moment, the monks on the stands around the Ghost Bone Arena were stunned by all this, and all stood up at the same time. This kid is ruthless enough to activate the blood explosion secret method. It may also be a frenzy, forcing his strength to increase by 1 level. After the secret method is over, the foundation of cultivation will definitely be damaged. I'm afraid I won't be able to make further progress in the future. I have to fight once. It's better than dying. The opposite Suoda also became nervous, knowing that this kid was going to fight back. While Su Fan was pretending to be mysterious, it endured the negative state of all aspects of its body and crushed 2 bone talismans. Bang! Bang! The dark magic mist exploded instantly, turning into 2 invisible barriers that instantly enveloped Suoda. Su Fan slowly lowered his head. His eyes were already red as blood, staring coldly at the opposite Suoda. His eyes were like a beast that was choosing its prey. Whoa! Su Fan roared loudly. This time he did not use the blood escape, and his huge body rushed towards the distant Suoda. Bang! Bang! The demonized body of more than 100 feet long would crush the boulders under its feet with every step it took on the ground. And as Su Fan ran, a demonized ancient gray bear phantom slowly rose from behind him. Chapter 589 Brother, you must survive this crisis. Su Fan rushed towards Suoda frantically, and the ancient gray bear that soared into the air behind him became clearer and clearer. Moreover, the scene of the entire Ghost Bone Arena also changed, and an endless ancient atmosphere spread instantly. The monks on the stands around suddenly felt as if they were in a vast and boundless wilderness. Suoda on the opposite side suddenly became nervous. It quickly continued to use the Netherworld Ghost Rope magical power, controlling several dark mist whips and madly whipping Su Fan, who was running towards it. But at this time, Su Fan had already entered a violent state of high-speed charging. Facing Suoda's Netherworld Ghost Rope magical power, he ignored it and let several mist whips like ferocious venomous snakes whip him. But it only left a few blood marks on his body, and even the shadow of the gray bear that soared into the air behind him was not affected. Although the two were more than 1,000 feet apart, for Su Fan in a violent state, this distance was reached in the blink of an eye. Shongshan Kao, the demonized body, which was over 100 feet high, slammed fiercely on Suoda's huge demonic body. Just like a volcano hitting the earth, first the 2 invisible barriers instantly rippled violently, followed by a dull loud noise. Suota only felt that he was hit hard by a huge force, and then he felt like a kite with a broken string. His body had already flown up. Su Fan did not stop, but followed him like a shadow. The phantom of the ancient giant beast behind him also changed, turning into a demonized violent tiger. He jumped up suddenly, his body tightly arched up, like a big bow stretched to the limit, and his bones were cracking. Violent tiger collapse. During Su Fan's jump, his body, which had collapsed into a big bow, bounced out violently, and punched Suota in the air. Bang! The violent tiger collapse fist actually hit Suota's body, smashing the 2 invisible barriers covering it and causing violent fluctuations. It also made the demon drive, which had already begun to fall, fly up again. Sufan's violent tiger collapse also penetrated a trace of the sinister and strange power of the 9-strength bone transforming hand into Soda's body. Mojiao swing. Queen Yu hammer. Stone apex. Bear mountain lean. Wind falcon blade. Violent tiger collapse. Dragon elephant tread. Then, Sufan launched a crazy 7-hit combo in one breath. Soda was beaten badly, and it was like a broken bag, floating in the air. Although 2 bone talismans were activated and there were 2 invisible barriers outside the body to protect the body, every move of the Zengaikun performed by Sufan would penetrate the sinister and strange power of the 9-strength bone transforming hand into Soda's body. It is true that the Ghost Clan's body is strong, but it can't withstand Sufan's violent combo. When Sufan's last dragon elephant tread smashed it to the ground, there were few intact bones on its body. Life-demanding curse spell, God-killing and soul-crying spell, God-stirring and poison-melting spell, bone-corroding poison mist, purifying red lotus, 9 hells rain, bone-corroding wind roll. Seeing Suota lying on the ground, Sufan certainly would not stop there. He waved his hands continuously, and successively piled a bunch of spells and magical powers on Suota's body. Under the continuous corrosion of bone-corroding wind, positive pole, 9 netherworld water and the eye of 10,000 poisons, it only took a while to break the 2 invisible barriers outside Suota's body. Sufan sneered, and a cruel and violent emotion was revealed in his eyes. He walked towards Suota step by step, stepped on its body, and then grabbed its magic arm with his hand. Wua! Sufan roared, and pulled with all his strength, and tore off Suota's magic arm alive. Suota wailed loudly, with incomparable pain and unwillingness in his voice. Although the other party's wailing was very shrill, Sufan not only did not have a trace of sympathy, but aroused the potential tyranny in his heart. Sufan was like a crazy and tyrannical demon, tearing off all of Soda's limbs. Soda's shrill and unwilling scream spread throughout the entire Yaogu arena. Even though the various races in the Yaogu Star domain were cruel by nature, they were horrified to see Soda's miserable state and his shrill wailing. In their eyes, human monks were no different from reptiles, or even 2-legged sheep. But the cruelty and tyranny that Sufan showed in the arena today gave them a new understanding of human monks. It turns out that there are also ruthless people among human monks. Sufan threw the thigh that he had just torn off from Soda aside, and then came in front of it. He grabbed Soda's huge head with both hands and twisted it off with a fierce twist. Swoosh! A black shadow just rushed out of the opponent's body, and was blown up by Sufan's fierce punch, and the dark blood splattered all over his body and face. Sufan wiped the dark blood that splattered on his face, then turned his body, and swept his cruel eyes around everyone in the stands. At this moment, the entire Ghost Bone arena was silent, and everyone looked at the human monk in the arena with shock. Ouch! He raised Soda's huge head above his head, roared to the sky, and then hit his chest hard with his right fist. Ouch! Ouch! The stands around the Ghost Bone arena exploded instantly, and everyone stood up at the same time, and some people even jumped up from their seats in excitement. They all tried their best to scream at the sky, and madly beat their chests with their fists. The human race is so fierce that there is such a ruthless person. This guy is too fierce. Soda was torn to pieces by him, too cruel, but I like this guy, haha. He is stepping on the face of the Ghost Tribe. In the distant Dingin Star region, the Star Region Alliance was like a boiling pot under the light curtains of various bases on the front line. Countless monks of the Star Region Alliance cheered and roared like crazy, and some even lost their voices. Shen Yu's voice was already hoarse, and she hugged Meng Zhao tightly and cried. Even the calm Meng Zhao was in tears at this time. Although he guessed that the master must have a trick up his sleeve, he was actually sweating and his heart was always hanging. Fortunately, the master completed the counterattack at the last moment, which also made Meng Zhao feel relieved. Even he, who is usually calm, hugged Shen Yu and cried and jumped at this moment, and was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Yi Xian also loosened his tightly clenched fists, and his palms were full of sweat. Haha. I knew this guy was scheming. Although he muttered this, he was quite nervous just now. After all, Sufan's opponent was a powerful Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator. Sufan's fight with him was full of danger every moment. However, did this guy really use the violent secret method? If so, he would be in danger. If he enters the weakening period after the secret method, he will definitely die in the next game. Thinking of this, Yushian frowned tightly and looked forward to it silently in his heart. Brother, you must survive this crisis. Now it's not just Yushian. Seeing Su Fan use the violent secret method, all those who are familiar with him are also worried. Su Fan closed his eyes, then took a deep breath, raised his head and enjoyed the deafening cheers from the whole audience. After a while, he threw the huge head of Suoda to his feet, then removed the demonized body and returned to his true human body. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he activated the evil magic blood mist, devouring the flesh and blood of Soda's corpse, and then used the corrupted bone poison mist to turn its bones into a pool of sewage. Roar! Roar! Seeing Su Fan destroy the corpse again, all the monks watching the battle at the entire ghost bone arena spontaneously let out a majestic war roar, and beat their chests rhythmically. Although Su Fan is a human monk, his reckless and violent fighting style is really too much to the appetite of the monks and the ghost bone star domain. In addition, everyone is gloating and wants to see the jokes of the ghost clan, so at least at this moment, they all support Su Fan wholeheartedly. Although everyone knows that this human monk used the violent secret method at the last moment to finally kill the powerful Soda. After the secret method, he will inevitably go through a period of weakness, and no matter who the ghost clan sends to the field next, they can easily kill him. But none of this matters, as long as the ghost clan can lose face. Moreover, in the next few days, it can provide them with a topic of conversation after dinner, so why not do it? As for whether Su Fan lives or dies, it has nothing to do with him. Not only that, Su Fan's 2 classic counter kills are indeed pleasing to the eye, and they all feel that the trip is worthwhile. Su Fan raised his left hand, and then, amid the neat roars of war, he came to the transparent barrier and walked in. As soon as he passed through the transparent barrier, he saw Rohan waiting there. Su Fan smiled at him, and then rubbed his fingers at him. Looking at Su Fan's arrogant look, Rohan took a deep breath. This kid deserves a beating. Rohan looked at Su Fan with a gloomy face, and then threw a ring to him. After taking the ring, Su Fan scanned it with his spiritual sense and was immediately excited. This is rich. At least in the next few tens or hundreds of years, he will no longer worry about spiritual crystals, and he has completely achieved financial freedom. What did I say? You refuse to listen. Do you regret it now? After hearing Su Fan's words, Rohan suppressed the urge to punch him in the face. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Think about what to do next time. Su Fan chuckled and said, what do you mean? Of course, I will continue to bet all my money on myself. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the big fool in front of him with a smile. Listen to me, you also bet all your money on me in the next game. I guarantee you will become rich overnight. Rohan rolled his eyes. Is this kid stupid? You just used the violent secret method. And you still want to win the next game. I don't know what kind of shit luck you had the first 2 times, but you still want to trick it into betting with you. This is clearly trying to make yourself bankrupt. The next game is in 5 days, you can do whatever you want. Seeing that Rohan didn't believe him, Su Fan shook his head and turned to walk towards his stone house. Looking at his back, Rohan couldn't help but sigh. If I had listened to this kid, I could have become rich overnight, as he said. Fortunately, it placed some bets on this kid this time, and finally it broke even. Unfortunately, he will definitely die in the next game, so even if you want to bet, you can't bet on him. At this moment, under the light curtain in all the Ghost Clan territories in the Netherbone Star domain, there was an atmosphere of endless grief and anger. No one expected that the boomerang would come so quickly. How excited they were just now, how aggrieved and slapped they are now. Countless Ghost Clan monks could only watch their own people being cruelly torn into pieces by that human in front of everyone in the Netherbone Star domain. Not only that, this brutal human actually devoured Soda's flesh and blood, blew up his nascent soul, and corroded his bones in public. The soul was destroyed, and there was no body at all. Poor Soda, he ended up with such a miserable end. Now all the cultivators of the Ghost Clan wish to eat his flesh, swallow his blood, knock his bones, suck his marrow, sleep on his skin, and pull his hair. Fortunately, this kid won't live long, and the next fight will be his death. In a private room at the top of the Ghost Bone Arena, Venerable Hulin looked angrily at a group of tribesmen kneeling at his feet. That human race used a violent secret method, and he will definitely fall into an extremely weak state in the next few days. So a large number of Union cultivators in the clan have started to think about it. If they can appear in the next fight, in front of the Ghost Clan and even the cultivators of the entire Ghostbone Star domain, and kill the kid, it will definitely be a proud thing. So there are many people who want to pick peaches, and many family children who are nothing have come together. What made Venerable Hulin most angry was that several venerables in the clan contacted him just after Suoda died. I hope to send my own bloodline or disciples to appear on the stage to avenge Itu, Suoda and all the children in the clan. This is really shameless, wanting to pick this peach nakedly. But Hulin Venerable has no way to deal with it. Every person who speaks represents a force in the clan, and he dare not offend any of them. Hulin Venerable suddenly smashed the stone table in front of him into pieces, and then glanced coldly at the group of people kneeling in front of him. Everyone, stand up. I can't decide who will be the next fight. I will ask the saints in the clan to decide. Let the saints in the clan decide. As for how the various forces in the clan compete, he has no intention of participating. Go to hell. Since I can't afford to offend you, I won't care about it. Chapter 590, What other tricks do you have? Just use them all. Su Fan returned to his stone house, then sat cross-legged on the stone platform, took out the healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth, then used his internal energy to dissolve the medicine. Today, he was covered in wounds all over his body for acting, and it looked miserable anyway. But in fact, they were all external injuries. With the strength of Su Fan's body, he would recover in 2 or 3 days. Then there was the so-called violent secret method, which was a false illusion deliberately created by Su Fan with the help of the witch god Agi, just to fool others. The witch god Agi was indeed very powerful. Su Fan did not use the violent secret method at all, but the effect of the disguise was very realistic, and even the Ghost Clan's Hulin Venerable who was watching the battle was deceived. In this world of cultivation, once a cultivator has used the violent secret method, he will definitely be in an extremely weak state for a period of time. So in the next fight, at least in the eyes of the cultivators in the Ghostbone Star field, Su Fan will definitely die. But how could they know that he had already started to hide his weakness since he participated in the first fight? The purpose is to consume the elite children of the Ghost Clan and let them continue to send people to add to it. As for the revenge of the Ghost Clan, Su Fan didn't consider it at all. Now even if he kneels down and begs for surrender, will they let him go? The Ghost Clan made such a big scene, isn't it just to kill him in front of all the monks in the Ghostbone Star domain? Anyway, he has offended them, so why not offend them more severely, offend them to death, and kill them to death? In fact, Su Fan wanted to gain freedom in the Ghostbone arena, which was not a big deal for him. He had won 7 games in a row after being caught in the Ghostbone arena for only a few days. What he is worried about now is how to avoid the endless and cruel pursuit of the Ghost Clan after leaving the Ghostbone arena. Although the witch god Agi can help him avoid the detection of the old monster of the god transformation, he can escape for a while, but not for a lifetime. If he wants to completely get rid of the threat of the Ghost Clan, he must either return to the Blue Sky Star domain or flee to other star domains. Unfortunately, no matter which way you choose, it is not easy to achieve at least for the time being. Whatever happens, let's solve the current problems first, and talk about the future later. 5 days later, Su Fan came to the arena with a pale face. Although he pretended to be extremely weak, the Ghost Clan did not take it lightly and sent out an elite disciple with extraordinary strength. Of course, this is also the result of the game between several major forces in the Ghost Clan. In order to get this opportunity to play today, I don't know how much the force of this Ghost Clan elite monk paid. Unfortunately, this Ghost Clan elite monk who took great pains to get the opportunity to play originally thought that he would easily defeat Su Fan, but who would have thought that he would encounter trouble? Although Su Fan was extremely weak, he was very tenacious. Although he was beaten badly and fell into dangerous situations several times. But once again at the last moment, he activated a 5th level bone talisman and completed the 3rd counter killing of the Ghost Clan elite monk. Not only that, in the next 2 fights, Su Fan killed 2 Ghost Clan elites in a row. Although each of his fights was extremely dangerous, and he brushed shoulders with death countless times, he managed to kill the opponent in the end. At this time, even if the Ghost Clan was stupid, they understood a little. 1 or 2 times was accidental, but killing 5 elite monks of the Ghost Clan in succession was a bit ridiculous. Not only the Ghost Clan, but also the monks of the entire Ghostbone Star domain saw a clue, which showed that this kid had been hiding his abilities. He acted so damn realistically, just like a real story, and this kid fooled everyone. The other races in the Ghost Bone Star domain more fine. They wished that Su Fan would kill as many as possible. As long as they could make the Ghost Clan suffer a setback, they would support him forever. But the insidiousness and cunningness shown by Su Fan made the situation not so good for the Ghost Clan. They spent countless resources just to use the platform of the Ghost Bone Arena to kill Su Fan openly and honestly to restore the reputation of the entire race. Now, they organized such a big show, but it helped Su Fan. Now the Ghost Clan is a joke in the Ghost Bone Star domain, and has become a topic of conversation for all races. However, the name Su Fan has become famous throughout the Ghost Bone Star domain, and now it is hard to get a ticket for his fight with a Ghost Clan. It is said that the ticket price on the black market has increased tenfold, but even so, it is still hard to get a ticket. Not only that, in the distant Dwayne Star domain, Su Fan has become famous in the entire Star Domain Alliance. Because Su Fan is too low-key, everyone has only heard of him but never seen him in person. This time, they saw the real person, and they saw the process of the 5 fights in real time through the light screen. Su Fan doesn't care about fame at all. He cares more about the actual interests. In every fight, Su Fan bets all his chips on himself. After several fights, he won a lot of spirit crystals, which also made him completely free of wealth. At least in the next 100 years, Su Fan will definitely not worry about spirit crystals. At this moment, in a courtyard outside the Ghost Bone Arena, several Ghost Clans god-transforming old monsters, including the Honorable Hulin, were gathered here. In front of them, the clan's nascent soul cultivators were kneeling. All of them lowered their heads and trembled, fearing that their names would be called by the Honorables. Unlike the enthusiastic registration to participate in the arena a few days ago, now all the nascent soul cultivators in the clan, although they did not say it, did not want to participate in the arena. Anyone can understand that it is a trap. That human cultivator is too cunning, and every arena is pretending to be something. This kid is obviously throwing a hook, waiting for them to bite. This generation of nascent soul cultivators in the clan, even the strongest elites, died at the hands of that kid. They were useless last time, no different from delivering food. Death would be fine, but this kid is too cruel. The elite nascent soul cultivators in the clan who participated died miserably. Not only was he torn to pieces alive, but he also ended up with his soul scattered and his body completely destroyed. Tomorrow is the next fight. Are there any of you willing to fight? After hearing what Venerable Hulin said, the dozens of nascent soul cultivators of the Ghost Clan kneeling below all lowered their heads and dared not to talk back. Venerable Hulin sighed silently, and he did not blame the people below. Now everyone knows that Su Fan's strength is absolutely unfathomable, and going up will mean death. The people who stayed in the Ghost Bone Star domain have a high status and status. Unlike the children of the clan sent to the Dwayne Star domain, don't expect them to make sacrifices for the Ghost Clan. Venerable Hulin sighed, and then waved his hand. Okay, you all go. After everyone went out, the several old monsters in the room all made sad faces. Now their Ghost Clan has become a joke in the entire Ghost Bone Star domain. After all the effort to organize such a big scene, in the end, not only did it fail to restore the reputation of the Ghost Clan, but it also let that kid humiliated severely. Now the Ghost Clan should not mention how much they regret it. They should have killed that kid directly at the beginning. Now it's good. After such a big commotion, it's hard to get off the tiger. A Ghost Clan's god-transforming old monster next to him hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his thoughts. At least for now, there should be no Yuanian cultivators in the clan who can take down that kid. Venerable Hulin and others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Not only can they not take him down, but going up is simply sending food. It's time now. If you have any ideas, just say it directly. After listening to Venerable Hulin's words, the god-transforming old monster nodded. We can talk to the Ghost Bone Arena. Although we can't change the rules of the arena, we can still make some adjustments. Although it didn't say it explicitly, Venerable Hulin and several other god-transforming old monsters all understood its hidden meaning. If someone had proposed this before, it would have been denounced by everyone, but no one objected at this time. But everyone knew that no matter what, the boy had to die. If this continued, the Ghost Clan would be discredited. The fierce reputation built up in the Ghost Bone Star region over the years would also be lost. What's more serious is that it would greatly weaken the morale of the clan, and even the children of the clan would not be able to raise their heads when they go out in the future. Venerable Hulin thought for a while, then gritted his teeth. Let's do it this way. I have no objection, I second. Seeing that the several old monsters in the room had no objection, Venerable Hewlin took a deep breath. For now, this is the only solution. Although doing so will be ridiculed and slandered, it is better than having people rub the face of the Ghost Clan on the ground every day. As long as this kid is killed, any price will be worth it. Okay, let's go meet the general manager of the Ghost Bone Arena. This matter is easy to handle. Anyway, it's not asking the other party to change the rules of the Ghost Bone Arena. As long as the Ghost Clan pays enough benefits, it's not a big deal. In the evening, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the stone platform, with a small red clay stove and a complete set of tea sets in front of him. Sister Zhen was kneeling beside him to make tea for him. Taking the teacup handed over by Sister Zhen, he took a sip gently, closed his eyes and enjoyed the aftertaste of the spiritual tea. Su Fan suddenly remembered something and turned his head to look at Sister Zhen next to him. The ghosts of the several Yuanying cultivators of the Ghost Clan are not making trouble. Sister Zhen laughed and said, Master, don't worry, Yaksha is guarding them every day. The souls of the several Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators he killed in the arena were not actually scattered. The witch god Agi taught him a secret method of soul binding of the witch clan. With her help, the ghosts of several Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators are now all detained by him. This is the soul of a Yuanying cultivator, which is very rare. It's just a pity that when a cultivator reaches the Yuanying realm, the soul can no longer be completely subdued, and it is impossible to take it as a ghost slave. As for what to use it for, the witch god Agi gave Su Fan several options. One is to refine a soul pill, which can increase the strength and upper limit of the cultivator's soul. Although the soul pill is very precious, each cultivator can only take 3, but the effect is decreasing. In addition, this kind of soul pill is extremely difficult to refine. At least it must be a master of alchemy to control it, and the failure rate is very high. Another is to refine it into a fierce soul, which can exert 60% of the strength of the Ghost Emperor when fighting. The strength of the Ghost Emperor is extraordinary, equivalent to the Yuanying realm of the human race. But the fierce soul is different from the Ghost Cultivator. It has lost all reason and acts on instinct when fighting. Therefore, the fierce soul can only be used as a magic weapon or talisman, and it has no growth potential. Su Fan thought about it and decided to put it aside for now and wait and see the situation later. Just when he was daydreaming, he saw Rohan's huge demon body walking in from outside. Su Fan ignored it. Every time this big fool came over, he would ridicule him. You are still drinking tea here, you have a big heart. I knew that this guy couldn't say a good word. No. From what he said, there might be something wrong with tomorrow's fight. Thinking of this, Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip happily. Nonsense, what else can I do if I don't drink tea here? Rohan glanced at him coldly and sneered. The Ghost Clan has found the chief steward. The process of your fight with the Ghost Clan tomorrow has changed. What the hell? After hearing Rohan's words, Su Fan frowned immediately. Can you explain clearly what has changed? Rohan laughed and said, you have won 10 games in a row in our Ghost Bone Arena, and you are now eligible for 3 consecutive fights. 3 consecutive fights? Su Fan was confused. What does 3 consecutive fights mean? 3 consecutive fights means 3 consecutive fights. When you win 15 consecutive fights, you will be eligible for 5 consecutive fights. Su Fan understood now. It seems that the Ghost Clan must have figured it out. I didn't expect that even the Ghost Clan, who have thick eyebrows and big eyes, would not be so shameless to play tricks outside the arena. In fact, 3 consecutive fights may be a challenge to others, but for Su Fan, it's not a big deal. Okay, I'm going to show my cards. I won't pretend anymore. Then I'll kill the Ghost Clan's spirit and let you have a good taste of my methods. Although he thought so in his heart, he wouldn't say it. Su Fan pretended to be full of grief and anger. Pointed at Rohan and shouted. Aren't you famous for fairness in the Yaogu arena? How can you be so mean? Rohan laughed and said, although we won't use the 3-combination fight easily, it does conform to the rules of our arena. After saying that, he looked at Su Fan with sarcasm on his face and teased, it's good that I didn't let you fight 1 against 3. Okay, 3-combination fight, right. I'm not afraid of them. If you have any tricks, just use them. Seeing Su Fan's frustrated look, Rohan felt very sour. This kid has been very arrogant since he came here, and today is the first time he has lost his temper. It seems that he is really anxious. You should think about what to do tomorrow. Chapter 591 Su Fan is too popular. After saying that, Rohan turned around and left the stone house. Su Fan looked at its back with a smile on his face. Although this big fool has a foul mouth, it seems that it came to ridicule him today, but in fact it is giving him a reminder. This fellow is really something. Can't he just say it nicely? It seems that the Ghost Clan has no regard for anything in order to kill him, even their face is gone. In this case, there is no need for Su Fan to pretend for 3 consecutive fights tomorrow. In fact, no one would believe him even if he wanted to. So far, when he fought with the Ghost Clan, he hardly used any trump cards, and he just rushed all the way. Not to mention 3 consecutive fights, even if 3 elite monks of the Ghost Clan came together, he would not be afraid. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly had an idea. If it really doesn't work, just let them come together. Anyway, I don't want to hide it, so why not take them away at once? A few more fights like this, and Su Fan will be free. The next morning, Su Fan walked out of the stone house and walked along the long corridor to the transparent barrier. Luo Han and the monk of the Moke tribe who was in charge of gambling were already waiting there. Su Fan glanced at the two and said, "Old Luo, go and talk to the chief steward. Don't fight 3 consecutive battles, just let them come together." "What did you say?" After hearing Su Fan's words, Luo Han frowned immediately. This kid is really crazy. He actually wants to fight 3 Yuanying monks of the Ghost Clan alone. Is he looking for death? Although the magic power of the Yuanying monk is boundless, it also has its limits, and the magic spells and supernatural powers consumed in actual combat are also extremely consumed. In order to kill him, the Ghost Clan will definitely arrange 2 strong disciples to consume his physical strength and magic power. If it is just 3 consecutive battles, this kid still has a short time to recover, but if it is 1 against 3, there will be no chance to recover at all. If you take the initiative to ask, I will report it to the chief steward, but you have to think about it. Once the chief steward agrees, it will be too late to change it. Su Fan laughed and said, "Go ahead and report it. It's too troublesome to fight 3 games in a row, then go back and wait for the news." After saying that, Luo Han looked at him coldly, then turned and left. The monk of the Moke tribe next to him was also confused. If the way of fighting has changed, then today's odds must also change accordingly. "How do you bet today?" After hearing the words of the Moke tribe monk, Su Fan directly threw a ring over. "The old rules, all the bets are still on me to win." The other party was stunned at first, then nodded, turned and left. Su Fan returned to the stone house and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. As soon as he sat down, he heard a whoosh sound, and Sister Zhen appeared from nowhere. Sister Zhen came over, hugged Su Fan's arm intimately, and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Master, when are we going to leave this damn place? It's full of those big guys, it's not fun at all." Su Fan turned his head and looked at her, and said, "It's almost time, let's go back to the King Quan Star region. I want to dream about it, but how can I go back now?" Sister Zhen raised her head, shook his arm, and said coquettishly, "Yesterday I wanted to go out to play. And that big guy scared me." Sister Zhen looked at him with a face full of grievance, as if to ask, "Master, please help me teach him a lesson." Su Fan almost cried. "He is a great god. Do you still want me, a Yuanying cultivator, to seek justice for you? Do you want me to die? Okay, make me a pot of spiritual tea." Sister Zhen quickly took out the small red clay stove and tea set, and made tea with swift hands and feet. If he continues to progress at the current pace, and kills a few more waves of ghost cultivators, he should be able to get out. Su Fan had offended the Ghost Clan too badly. He had to stay in the Ghost Bone Arena and not go out, or he would definitely be hunted down by the god-transforming monks. Moreover, the Ghost Clan no longer cared about their face, and they only wanted to kill him. So where to escape to next was indeed a problem. But he was completely in the dark here, and he didn't know anything about the Ghost Bone Star region, and he didn't even know the plane where the Ghost Bone Arena was located. Su, on the contrary, seized more than a dozen bone rings from the Ghost Clan monks, which contained quite a few bone symbols, but unfortunately he couldn't understand the contents recorded on them at all. Although he could understand the language of the Ghost Bone Star region now, and he had no problem speaking it, he was able to do so with a magic weapon given by Rohan. If it doesn't work, he will ask this guy later. Su Fan also saw that although the big fool had a foul mouth, he was actually quite good to him. At this time, a ripple appeared on the opposite stone wall, and Rohan's huge body walked in from outside. The chief steward has agreed. The fight will start in an hour. If you don't die in this fight, you will win 3 fights in a row. After hearing what Luo Han said, Su Fan laughed and said, "What are the odds now? It's being counted." Luo Han sneered and said, "I don't understand where you get the confidence from. You actually want to fight 1 against 3. Su Fan smiled and said, "Old Luo, you are actually not bad." After he finished speaking, he took the teacup handed over by Sister Zhen and took a sip. 3 is too much? I killed hundreds of Yuanying cultivators of the Ghost Clan in Donggate Star region alone. Luo Han's eyes condensed and he said in a deep voice, "Those who went to Donggate Star region are cannon fodder. How can they be compared with a Ghost Clan in Yaogu Star region? I have faced dozens of Yuanying cultivators of the Ghost Clan alone. In my opinion, the Ghost Clan is just so." Luo Han didn't say anything, but he was already a little shocked. Is what this kid said true, or is he just bragging? Just trust me once, place all your bets on me, and I guarantee you will become rich overnight. HMPH. I'm still a little short of you. Luo Han looked at Su Fan with disdain, snorted, and then turned to leave. Old Luo, wait a minute. Hearing Su Fan's call, Luo Han stopped and turned to look at him. If I want to learn the Ghost Bone Star Domain text, how long will it take? Luo Han took out a black bone piece from his bone ring, threw it to Su Fan, and then turned to leave the stone house. He walked along the corridor to the transparent barrier, took out a communication bone piece from the ring, and contacted its fellow tribesmen. What are the odds now? After the fighting method changed, the odds of that kid have increased a lot. And now it is 9-1, because Su Fan has won 5 consecutive fights with the Ghost Clan monks. Even the most stupid people know that he is playing dumb, so his odds have long returned to normal. But after the fighting style of today's bone fragment changed, his odds went up again. That's 1-3, which is rare even in the Ghost Bone arena. Luo Han lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "Put all my spirit crystals on that kid. Don't look at it as an old monster who has transformed into a god, and still show disdain in front of Su Fan, but who would complain about having too many spirit crystals. I don't know why, it feels more and more that this kid is unfathomable. An intuition tells it that this kid must have a backhand." The other end of the bone fragment was silent for a long time before replying, "Your Excellency, don't you need to think about it again, just do as I say." Luo Han cut off the communication after he finished speaking, and then put the bone fragment into the bone ring. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the arena outside the transparent barrier. It whispered, "Boy, then I will believe you once." At this moment, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, carefully studying the several-meter-long bone fragment in his hand. There was no way he was in the Ghost Bone Star region like he came to the land of adults. No matter what, everything was quite big. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness probed into the bone fragment. After a while, Su Fan retracted his consciousness and smiled bitterly. The bone fragment that Luo Han gave him was actually a magic weapon. It could allow the text of the Nether Bone Star Domain to be transmitted to his mind through this bone fragment. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Although the things in the Nether Bone Star Domain were stupid and rough, and not as sophisticated as the magic weapons of the human race, the technological content was not low at all. With this bone fragment, it could smoothly read the contents of the Nether Ghost Clan's bone symbols. In fact, Su Fan thought too much. This kind of magic weapon that helps reading was purely developed for the many low-level monks in the Nether Bone Star Domain. There are many races in the Nether Bone Star Domain, and the excellent races are a minority after all. The rest are mostly low-level stupid races with negative IQs. Just like the low-level tribes of the Earth Demon Clan that Su Fan had seen in the Donggate Star Domain, saying that they are stupid is a compliment to them. If you ask those idiots to learn characters or something, it will be difficult for them. An hour later, Su Fan came to the transparent barrier again. He looked at Luo Han with a smile. "Old Luo, just trust me once and give me your..." Before Su Fan finished speaking, Luo Han waved his hand impatiently. "Don't waste time, hurry up and get on the stage." Su Fan curled his lips, then stepped out of the transparent barrier. "Welcome our gladiator today, the human race from the King Kwang Star Field, Su Fan." At this time, the rough voice was heard again in the Yaogu arena. Boom! As soon as his figure appeared, the entire Yaogu arena exploded immediately. All the monks watching the battle on the stands around stood up spontaneously and roared at him loudly. The huge sound waves roared like a tidal wave, blowing Su Fan's hair upside down and his robes rustling. It must be said that such a scene has not appeared in the Yaogu arena for a long time. During this period, Su Fan's arena was packed with people, and even the bets at the gambling station in the arena increased by more than 10 times compared with the past. There was no way, Su Fan was too popular. He walked towards the center of the arena, waving his right hand while walking, interacting with the monks watching the battle in the stands around, and making the atmosphere of the Ghost Bone arena even more lively. Originally, today's 3 consecutive fights had already caused people's dissatisfaction. Everyone felt that the Ghost Clan was a little too shameless. In order to defeat Su Fan, they actually used off-field tricks. Although the monks of various races in the Ghost Bone Star domain were brutal, they also admired the strong, and what they hated most was this kind of shameful means. But I didn't expect that before today's duel, the way of fighting changed again, from 3 consecutive fights to 1-on-3. This also caused an uproar in the Ghost Bone arena, and almost everyone was scolding the Ghost Clan for being despicable and shameless. 3 consecutive fights were already embarrassing enough, and 1-on-3 was a bit shameless. Although it was Su Fan who took the initiative to propose the 1-on-3 fight today, the Ghost Bone arena played a little trick and did not mention it. The purpose of the Ghost Bone arena doing this was actually for the sake of the odds. At this moment, in a private room at the top of the stands of the Ghost Bone arena, Venerable Hulin looked at the human cultivator below with a gloomy face. Especially when he heard the cheers from the whole audience, it was even more angry. Although the boy took the initiative to ask for a change in the way of fighting, it was very beneficial to the Ghost Clan, but for some reason, it still felt a little uneasy. This boy was too cunning, and I don't know what means he used to hide from the detection of this divine transformation cultivator. With the help of the witch god Ag, other things may not be possible, but it is not difficult to perform some bluffing tricks. Guess them, are they all ready? After hearing what Venerable Hulin said, a Ghost Clan Union cultivator below hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully reported to him. Report to the Venerable Hulin, Kaba and others are ready, and they will definitely kill that kid this time, the Venerable Hulin sighed secretly. He had no confidence at all. Ever since Su Fan took the initiative to propose a change in the fighting method, he has begun to worry, feeling that this kid is becoming more and more difficult to see through. There is no way. Now the Venerable Hulin is sitting on pins and needles every day, and the pressure is not ordinary. Not only does he have to endure the ridicule of other races, but also the scolding from several saints in the tribe. The Venerable Hulin thought for a while, turned his head and looked at the several divine transformation monks in the tribe around him. Has the saint of the forehead bone replied? After hearing what he said, the old monster who is in the divine transformation next to him shook his head. I have asked several times, but there has been no reply, the Venerable Hulin sighed secretly. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to kill this kid, only Gangba, the most talented person in this generation of the tribe, might have a chance. As for the other nascent soul monks of this generation in the tribe, they would be sent to the battlefield. This must not go on. This kid must be killed as soon as possible. If he loses this match again, he will go to the cave of the forehead bone saint and beg him to bring Guangba here no matter what. Su Fan walked to the center of the arena, closed his eyes and waited quietly for his opponent to enter. At this time, the rough roar in his ear came again, which also caused boos from all the monks in the Ghost Bone arena. Su Fan opened his eyes and saw 3 huge demon bodies coming out from the transparent barrier opposite. Chapter 592 The secret must not be revealed. Su Fan was stunned when he saw 3 Ghost Clan Yuanying monks coming out of the transparent barrier at the edge of the arena. The 3 guys had very different body shapes. Only the Ghost Clan Yuanying monk in the lead was normal. The remaining 2 were short and thick like 2 oak barrels. It was obvious that these 2 guys were very strong. The Ghost Clan had put a lot of thought into sending 2 meat shields with thick blood just to consume Su Fan's mana and physical strength. The remaining 1 must be a high attack one, hiding behind the 2 tanks to be responsible for output. Su Fan sneered, you guys are dreaming. It was not until the 3 Ghost Clan Yuanying monks came to the center of the arena that the deafening boos in the audience stopped. This kid had a tough time today. It was a 1-on-3 situation, he is very strong. If it weren't for the shamelessness of the Ghost Clan, they might not be able to defeat him. If there were 3 consecutive fights, there might be some hope of survival, but now it is definitely dead. The Ghost Clan must have lost all face now. They are so mean. At this time, The monks watching the battle in the stands around were all scolding the Ghost Clan for being mean and shameless, and they were all feeling sorry for Su Fan. Of course, they didn't like him as a person, but they liked to laugh at the Ghost Clan. The three Ghost Clan Yuanying monks stood in a regular inverted triangle shape. The two wine barrel monks in the front did not stand in a line, but one in front and one behind, and the distance between the three people was only a few hundred feet. The three Ghost Clan Yuanying monks did not rush to attack, and put on a posture of strict defense. At this time in the arena, three huge demon bodies of more than 100 feet were facing a tiny human race, which brought a great contrast to people. Hush, hush, seeing that the Ghost Clan, who had the advantage in numbers, was not making progress, boos suddenly broke out from the stands around. The Ghost Clan from all over the Netherbone Star region saw this scene and were so ashamed and angry that they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This was too embarrassing. It was 3 against 1, but they didn't even have the courage to launch an attack. What happened to the Ghost Clan, which was so fierce and brave in the past? Although the behavior of the three Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators in the arena made everyone sneer. But in the eyes of those who knew the business, the Ghost Clan's tactics were not a problem at all. Even Su Fan had decided that these guys looked like ruthless people who had crawled out of the pile of dead bodies countless times. Once the Ghost Clan put away their arrogance, it would be a bit difficult to deal with them. However, for Su Fan, it was just that. His eyes condensed, and a dark mist spread all over his body, and his figure instantly turned into a demonic body of more than 100 feet. Su Fan twisted his neck and walked towards the Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator standing in the front. Bang! Bang! He walked very slowly, and every step he took on the huge rocks on the ground would make a dull sound. At this time, the Ghost Bone Arena was extremely quiet. The dull sound seemed to hit everyone's heart, making them feel extremely palpitating. The huge demon body came slowly, as if the whole world was pressing down, pressing everyone to a little breathless. Su Fan hadn't made a move yet. After only a few steps, the whole Ghost Bone Arena was filled with an atmosphere of black clouds destroying the city. Everyone had a sense of realization in their hearts. This kid is too good at pretending. Su Fan has fought so many games here, and it was not until today that people saw his true strength. He showed his cards and stopped pretending. At this moment, the three Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators on the opposite side were not affected at all. They still maintained their original formation and didn't even move. Especially the one standing in the front, there was no fear in his eyes, calm and indifferent, with a feeling of being ready to die. Su Fan couldn't help but admire him. It seemed that the three of them were ready to die. The Ghost Clan was indeed a notorious race in the Ghost Bone Star domain. As long as they put aside their false reputations and took it seriously, they would have some tricks. With a bang, Su Fan's right foot suddenly kicked the ground, and the boulder under his feet turned into powder. Behind him, a phantom of a demonized gray bear hundreds of feet tall appeared, and the entire arena seemed to have turned into a vast wasteland. Endless ancient aura filled the air, and the monks watching the battle in the stands around seemed to have been brought back to the distant ancient times. Su Fan's huge demon body of more than 100 feet rushed to the front of the Ghost Clan Yuanying monk, standing in the front in an instant. Shang Shenkyo, with a bang, Su Fan hid an invisible barrier. The barrel-shaped ghost cultivator on the opposite side suddenly had waves of flesh on his sturdy body, rolling continuously. Su Fan felt that he had hid a soft cotton ball, but even so, he was knocked flying by him, and fell heavily to the ground more than 100 feet away. But he knew in his heart that this guy should be fine. He didn't expect that the opponent's body protection magic was not simple, and it was actually the same as his body. His fat body took away most of the force. At the moment when Su Fan hid him, the other two ghost cultivators attacked almost at the same time. The barrel-shaped cultivator next to him waved his hand, and a huge bone shield had already stood in front of him, and then he rushed up with a roar. The ghost cultivator behind him, on the other hand, stretched his hands to both sides, and a dark smoke instantly formed above his head. The dark mist turned into a ferocious big mouth, with a shrill howling sound, and rushed to Su Fan. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and blood flashed all over his body. He had disappeared from the spot. Bang! As soon as his figure disappeared, the ferocious mouth transformed by the black mist had already bitten down, biting a deep pit in the ground paved with boulders. And the ghost monk holding a huge bone shield also whizzed past him almost at the same time. The first round of the fight between the two sides was over in the blink of an eye. Although it was just a test of each other, It still made the monks watching the battle in the stands around dazzled. Su Fan's figure appeared hundreds of feet away. As soon as he stabilized his body, a series of spells and magical powers were thrown at him like they were free. Life-taking curse, God-killing soul-crying spell, bone-corroding wind scroll, bone-corroding poison mist, 9 nether yellow spring rain. If it were in the past, with so many powerful spells and magical powers, the 3 ghost Yuanying monks would have been skinned alive if they didn't die. But Su Fan knew that after more than a dozen fights, the Ghost Clan had already known some of his methods, so how could they not have countermeasures? As expected, the 3 Ghost Clan Yuanying monks activated their bone charms or took out their protective magic weapons. They threw overwhelming spells and magical powers from the sky to block them. Although they blocked Su Fan's spells and magical powers, the 3 Ghost Clan Yuanying monks were also forced to be in a panic. At this moment, Su Fan's whole body was filled with blood, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he had a black magic sword more than 10 feet long in his hand. And Su Fan's figure had already come to the Ghost Clan monk who was attacking from behind. Reverse wind slash. Before he could stand firm, he had already swung the magic sword and slashed it diagonally. Time seemed to have stopped, and the air almost became thinner. A flash of swordlight flashed by, and the sword with a fierce murderous aura, exuding a destructive aura, slashed down with a bang. Not good. The Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators suddenly became nervous, and quickly sacrificed 2 bone magic weapons, which instantly turned into 2 bone shields to block in front of him. Bang! Bang! The terrifying sword force was extremely sharp, and it shattered the 2 bone shields in an instant, but it also bought time for the opponent to counterattack. The 2 Ghost Clan cultivators with barrel-like bodies behind Su Fan had already killed him at the same time, and the 3 of them surrounded him in the middle in a triangular shape. He was about to launch a blood escape, but he found that the 3 guys had a hideous smile in their eyes. Not good. When he realized that something was wrong, it was too late to leave. He saw the 3 Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivators took out a huge bone board and stabbed it into the ground. Boom boom, with a loud noise that shook the earth, a dark curtain opened instantly covering Su Fan. That's the 3 disasters gathering evils to transform Bone's magic array. Those old guys of the Ghost Clan are really willing to let him go. Being trapped in this array, there's no way for that kid to survive. A 5th level magic array. Even if you have superpowers, you can't break this array. The array cultivators who were knowledgeable in the stands all stood up in shock, pointed at the dark curtain, and roared loudly. All the cultivators in the Ghost Bone arena couldn't help but sigh. I thought this kid had created another miracle. But unfortunately he was trapped in the 3 disasters gathering evils to transform Bone's magic array. I'm afraid there's no hope of survival this time. Su Fan looked at the dark mist in front of him and frowned immediately. He glanced at the magic sword in his hand and shook his head. Although using this magic sword should allow him to easily break out of this magic array. But in front of so many foreign cultivators, Su Fan would definitely not expose this bug. This is his trump card to survive in the foreign land. If these foreign cultivators knew this secret, he would not be able to survive in the future. No, absolutely not. Unless it is a critical moment, this secret must not be exposed. At this time, the voice of the witch god Agi came to Su Fan's ears. This 3 disasters gathering evils to transform Bone's magic array is incredible. It should be the masterpiece of the Ghost Tribe's old monster. If you want to break this magic array, I'm afraid it will take some effort. This magic array is nothing. I just don't want to expose my trump card. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. No need to talk so much nonsense. It's not that this magic array is difficult to break, but it will also make you fall into the 3 disasters of losing your soul, melting your bones and gathering evil spirits. If you stay in the magic array for a long time, your condition will get worse and worse, and I don't want to hear this. Just ask if you can help me break the magic array. Use the remaining 10 free chances to trade, and I will help you break this magic array. Fuck. It's already this time, and you are blackmailing me. Too much. 5 times. Forget it. I feel at a loss even if it's 10 times. You can do whatever you want. This is fucking. Su Fan can see that this woman is not a good person, always trying to take advantage of him. I don't believe that you can still watch me die. In that case, then die. I don't want to live anymore. Seeing Su Fan making a fool of himself, the witch god Agi couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy is too foolish. Knowing clearly that she would not watch him die, what's the difference between this and rolling on the ground and being a scoundrel? I just took advantage of you a little bit. Why are you threatening me with death? 8 times, no less, 4 times. After hearing Su Fan's words, the witch god Ag was so angry that his face turned pale. How could this be possible? Deal, she agreed without thinking, fearing that Su Fan would reduce the number of times. Faced with such a scoundrel, the witch god Ag had no way to deal with it, and could only grit his teeth and agree. Su Fan sneered secretly, "Little guy, I can't cure you." He regretted it a little. He should have said it once. Although this woman has helped him many times, she is too mercenary and always wants to take advantage of some small things. A dignified witch god, but stingy, not generous at all. At this moment, the 3 Ghost Clan Union cultivators looked at Su Fan, who was trapped in the magic array, and all laughed arrogantly. "Okay, hurry up and kill this guy." The ghost monk, who was the main attacker, waved his hands continuously and activated 2 magical powers in an instant. A huge blade transformed from black mist whizzed down, and another black whip like a dead tree and old vine rolled over frantically. Su Fan swung his magic sword fiercely and slashed at the huge blade transformed from the black mist. Boom! The blade transformed from the black mist was chopped off by Su Fan's sword. At this time, another black whip like a dead tree and old vine had already whizzed over and wrapped around Su Fan's thigh. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened. The scorching positive pole and the manic thunder of heaven and earth swarmed out of his body. The black whip like a dead tree and old vine wrapped around his thigh was transformed from the extremely yin aura. When it encountered these 2 manic extremely yang auras, it instantly rushed back as if it had encountered heaven and earth. Ouch! Su Fan roared to the sky, and then punched the ground fiercely. Su Fan did not use his magical power in this punch, but he did it with all his strength. With his abnormal and supernatural physical strength, the power of such a punch can be imagined. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole ghost bone arena was shaken. The ground, paved with pieces of boulders several feet in size, had been smashed into a huge pit, more than 10 feet deep. The 3 Ghost Clan Union monks who were surrounding the 3 disasters gathering evils to transform bones magic formation were dizzy and dazed by this sudden attack. Especially the Ghost Clan monk, who was the main attacker. He was already bleeding from all 7 orifices, and even the magical power he had already used was interrupted. The other 2 Ghost Clan monks with barrel-like bodies, although their bodies were strong, their blood and ki were surging, and even their breathing became unsmooth. Taking advantage of the time when the other party recovered, Su Fan suddenly opened his arms. The dense array of talismans on his body suddenly emerged, bursting out with a dazzling blood-red light. Chapter 593. It's time to end this farce. Boom! A blood-colored beam of light instantly descended from the sky, forming a blood-colored formation within a radius of dozens of feet around Su Fan. Ouch! Su Fan roared to the sky, and his already huge body instantly expanded a bit. Bear Mountain, a demonized gray bear figure hundreds of feet higher, rose up behind him. He kicked the ground with his right foot, and the whole person madly crashed into the dark barrier. Boom! Like Mars hitting the earth, the huge demonized body crashed into the barrier fiercely, and the barrier trembled violently. Bang! 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 Su Fan kept crashing into the dark barrier like crazy. The 3 Ghost Clan Union monks outside the magic formation had just recovered, and when they saw that the magic formation was in danger, their faces suddenly changed. Kill him immediately! As the leading ghost monk roared, the 3 of them began to use various magical powers and smash towards Su Fan in the magic array. Facing the attack of several magical powers, Su Fan didn't care at all. He just used the Blood Shadow God Array and Wangxiang Pagoda Array. Not only did it increase his strength instantly, but it also held up a protective barrier to block several magical powers. It was unknown how many times it hit, and the 3 disasters gathering evils and turning bones magic array finally exploded. If it weren't for the witch god Ag who helped weaken this magic array, Su Fan would not be able to break it even if he hit it for a day. The ghost monk, who was the main attacker, was constantly using magical powers, and was caught off guard by Su Fan, who rushed out of the magic array. Before it could react, Su Fan grabbed its neck. Bang! With a powerful inertia, Su Fan grabbed its neck and lifted up the opponent's huge demon body, then threw it to the ground. At this time, a ghost monk with a barrel-like body had already killed him. Su Fan roared, swung the ghost monk in his hand, and smashed it hard on the opponent. Xiong Shenkyo, behind him, a phantom of a demonized gray bear hundreds of feet higher rose up and rushed towards another ghost monk who rushed over. Bang! The ghost Yuanying monk felt that he was hit by a huge force and flew hundreds of feet away, and fell heavily to the ground. Su Fan did not chase him, but launched a blood escape and appeared next to the ghost monk who was attacking. Stone axe, he swung his right arm and smashed it down, like a battle axe, and chopped it hard on the opponent's head. At this time, an invisible barrier popped up from the opponent's head, blocking Su Fan's attack. Although it did not hit the opponent's head, it penetrated a trace of the strange power of the Nine Powers bone transforming hand. With a click, the huge head of the ghost monk had cracked a little, and the power penetrated into his head, making it black and unconscious. Su Fan took the opportunity to think, and a magic sword appeared in his hand, and then he swung it violently, and the opponent's huge head suddenly soared into the sky. He did not stop, but turned around again in place and swung the magic sword in his hand violently. The magic sword flew over with a whistling sound, and instantly pierced the neck of the ghost monk who rushed towards him. Swoosh, swoosh, two black shadows rushed out in an instant, but before the two Yuanying flew far, they were slashed and exploded by a thunder sword wrapped in thunder and lightning. Su Fan turned around and looked at the last ghost clan monk who was knocked away by him. As soon as the other party struggled to get up from the ground, he found that two of his fellow clansmen had already stained the arena with blood. It knew that its death was approaching, but instead of being afraid, it aroused its ferocity and rushed over with a roar. Su Fan stretched out his hand, and the magic sword that was inserted into the neck of the ghost clan monk had returned to his hand. His eyes were focused, and his whole body was suddenly filled with a strong blood light. Boom! The boundless blood-colored aura rushed into the sky. Su Fan held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and slashed it fiercely. Rage slash, an extremely resentful and oppressive aura instantly spread around. The extremely oppressive aura permeated the surroundings, and the temperature of the arena also dropped sharply. Swish, an extremely sharp sword light flashed, carrying a majestic murderous aura, whistling and slashing through the opponent's body. The huge demon body of the last ghost clan monk fell to the ground with a bang. Bang! With a flash of lightning, the thunder sword suddenly arrived and chopped off the opponent's nascent soul. So far, Su Fan had won the 3-on-1 fight. Boom! The entire ghost bone arena exploded immediately, and the monks watching the fight on the stands all stood up spontaneously and cheered wildly. This fight was so exciting that they were so excited that they were like chicken blood. How did he break the three disasters gathering evils and transforming bones? That's a fifth-order magic formation. Have you noticed that this guy has some witch roots? It should be the god's descent technique of the witches. So is he practicing Taoism or witchcraft? Haha. I'll see how the ghost clan ends up. This will be fun. I heard that the ghost clan might let Gongbei play. Are you talking about the most talented Gongbei of this generation of the ghost clan? The monks watching the battle on the stands around the ghost bone arena were all discussing excitedly, and the heated atmosphere was like a boiling pot. In a private room at the top of the stands, the atmosphere had already dropped to the freezing point. The faces of more than a dozen ghost clans god-transforming old monsters, including the venerable Hulin, were as gloomy as water at this time, and their eyes were filled with an extremely angry emotion. Below were the ghost clan's nascent soul monks kneeling, each of them burying their heads on the ground and trembling. Let's go there in person and pay our respects to the saint of the four-eyed bone. The other old monsters of the ghost clan who had reached the stage of transformation of the spirits nodded helplessly after hearing what the venerable Hulin said. No matter what, the boy must be killed in the next fight. It's time for this farce to end. It wasn't until more than a dozen of the venerables in the clan left the private room that the many ghost clan Yuanying cultivators who were kneeling on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. Facing a group of angry god-transforming cultivators, the pressure was extraordinary. In today's fight, they thought they could take down Su Fan, but to their shock, the human cultivator actually broke the 5th level 3 disasters gathering evil bone transforming demon formation. This kid was too cunning and had been hiding his abilities from the beginning. Almost all of the best Yuanying cultivators of this generation of the ghost clan died at his hands. Through today's fight, they also understood that now, except for Gongbei, whoever ends up in the clan will die. This is a bottomless pit. If Gongbei doesn't show up, it won't be enough to fill it with all these nascent soul cultivators. At this moment, Su Fan has devoured the flesh and blood of 3 nascent soul cultivators of the ghost clan, collected their souls, and used the corrupted bone poison mist to corrode the 3 skeletons into a pool of sewage. After doing all this, Su Fan raised his right hand and left the arena. He passed through the transparent barrier at the edge of the arena and saw Rohan waiting. Seeing him come in, he threw him a stored ring. Sufan's eyes condensed, and he scanned the stored ring with his spiritual sense, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "Thank you," Rohan sneered, and then looked at him with a smile. "It is said that in the next match, the Ghost Clan will send Gongba, the most talented disciple of this generation, to compete. Your good days are about to end." "What the hell? Gongba? Is this guy very powerful?" Rohan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Not to mention in the Ghost Clan, even in the entire Ghostbone Star region, Gongba is considered to be the best among the nascent soul cultivators of this generation. I don't care who he is, I will just fight." "Then will the odds of the next match be higher than this one?" Rohan sneered and teased. "Your tricks are no longer effective. I guess no one will be fooled by you." Sufan was not disappointed after hearing this. He had already won so much, and he was satisfied. "What else do you want?" He nodded, then walked along the long corridor all the way back to his stone house. Rohan glanced at his back, then took out a bone ring and weighed it in his hand, with a smile on his face. He bet a lot on Sufan in this match. Although he couldn't be said to have become rich overnight, he also won a lot of spirit crystals. Sufan sat cross-legged on the stone platform, and Sister Zhen quickly brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. He took the teacup handed over by Sister Zhen, and then took a sip, thinking about the next opponent Gongba. This guy should not be simple. It seems that the next fight should be taken seriously. Despise the enemy strategically and pay attention to the enemy tactically. The old man's words are still true even in this world of cultivation. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." At this time, the voice of the witch god Agi came to Sufan's ears. He thought for a while, frowned and said, "You took action today, won't let those old monsters see any clues." "What can they see? You are nothing more than the witch's descending technique, which is the most commonly used spell among the witch monks. This is fucking. I know too much now." He knows a little bit of the physical way, the sword way, the magic way, the evil way, and the immortal way, and now he even knows the things of the witch. What a mess this cultivation is. Anyway, looking at the entire world of cultivation, there is no one else but him. Okay. Fortunately, the fundamental method that Sufam cultivates is the legitimate method of the immortal sect. If you kill that Gongba in the next game, you have to consider your way out. The ghost tribe will never let you go. It's as if I don't kill them, they will generously let me go. Anyway, I have already offended the ghost tribe. There is no point in looking back at this time. I will just fight them. At most, I will die. I have already made up my mind. Wait for me at night. At this time, Sufan heard the voice of the witch god Agi, and he felt numb in his heart, as if he was gently swept by a feather. This bitch, she only knows how to seduce me every day. I can't go on like this. He is really afraid that he will be deeply trapped in it and unable to extricate himself. Long-term obsession may affect his Tao heart. Thinking of this, Sufan took a deep breath. If he can't even resist this little temptation, what great things can he do in the future? The next morning, Sufan slowly opened his eyes. He sat up with a grin and rubbed his face with his hands. Damn, I still couldn't help it. Just after I fell asleep last night, the witch Agi entered my dream. Sufan tried to hold back, but in the end he couldn't resist her temptation. The two of them tossed around all night, and even though his body was so perverted, he was still sore. But it was so damn fun to torture a god. I have to make up for myself today and get something to eat. First, use the 9-headed viper to make a snake pot, then make a braised bear paw, and finally stew the tiger whip. Thinking of this, Sufan suddenly became energetic and took out all the kitchen utensils and ingredients from the ring. He was busy there, and Sister Zhen was jumping up and down to help. In a short while, a large table of dishes was prepared, and a table-sized pot was placed in the middle of the stone table. Today he made a Cantonese hot pot de bianlu, using the broth made from the bones of a 5th-level demon tiger, with ginger slices, scallions, water chestnuts and white radish. Then he put the tender meat slices and snake skin of the 9-headed viper, as well as meatballs, seafood and other things into the pot and stewed them for a while. This 9-headed viper is really big. Even if he kills it every day, it will probably last him several years. Next to the pot is a large pot of braised bear paws, and on the other side is a large pot of braised tiger penis. The bear paws in his hand are as big as a basketball court after cleaning. And the tiger penis is just like a telephone pole. Anyway, even if you eat it freely, you can eat it for a long time. These are all rare 5th level beasts. Key training and foundation building monks may pass out if they eat a bite. Even giant monks dare not eat it freely. They have to use their power to bear each piece. There were also several plates of cold braised food, refreshing mixed vegetables and kimchi on the side. The staple food was wide noodles, which would be cooked in the pot at the end. Although Sister Zhen couldn't eat much, she was particularly willing to join Su Fan in the meal, helping him run around, so he didn't have to worry about it at all. Su Fan took out a jar of spiritual wine from his ring, broke the mud seal, and poured himself a big bowl. How nice it would be if he could have this meal with his family. Su Fan was a little homesick. He was wandering alone in a foreign land, without anyone to talk to. He raised his head and took a big sip of the wine bowl. The spicy wine passed through his throat, just like being scraped by a knife, which made him feel a little better. At this time, the sensitive Sister Zhen seemed to feel the loss of her master. She came over with a smile, took his arm, and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Master, you still have me." After hearing what Sister Zhen said, Su Fan smiled and nodded. "It's better not to think about those useless things. It's useless to think about them anyway. It will only cause more trouble. Let's start. I drank too much yesterday and completely blacked out. I haven't recovered until tonight. I will make up for the chapter I owed yesterday tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594. What is the virtual world? Ghostbone Star Region, Ruins Heaven Realm. The environment of the Barbarian Bone Realm is extremely harsh. It is an uninhabited plain with extremely high surface temperatures. Only some indigenous creatures survive underground. The underground creatures here are extremely powerful, especially in such a complex environment underground. It is even more dangerous to encounter various ferocious beasts. A huge ghost boat with a ferocious appearance roared out from the space crack and slowly landed on the ground. Venerable Hulin and more than a dozen Yuanying monks of the Ghost clan walked down from this ferocious ghost boat. They entered a nearby deep pit full of rugged rocks and came to the outside of a huge cave. Greetings to the Saint of the Forehead Bone. Venerable Hulin and others bowed respectfully outside the cave. "You are here to find Gongba." At this time, a hoarse voice came from inside. "Report to the Saint of the Forehead Bone." Before Venerable Hulin finished speaking, the Saint of the Forehead Bone interrupted him. "I know everything about the Ghost Bone Arena. Guangba has entered the depths of the virtual world crack. You may have to wait for a few days." Hearing the words of the Forehead Bone Saint, Hulin Venerable and others all breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully withdrew from the cave, and came to the outside of the deep pit. "Guangba, this kid, actually entered the virtual world crack. Don't worry, with the Forehead Bone Saint watching over him, there will be no danger. Anyway, our trip was not in vain." Listening to the words of several people in the clan next to him, Hulin Venerable turned his head and glanced at the deep pit behind him, and couldn't help but sigh. He had also entered the virtual world crack that year, but unfortunately he was attacked by the ruins beast not long after he went deep, and he almost died there. Thinking about it now, the scene of that year still makes him feel scared. This virtual world crack in the ruins heaven realm is said to lead to the virtual world, and the danger level inside is not comparable to the virtual world fragments that he explored that year. A few days later, Hulin Venerable, who had been waiting near the deep pit, suddenly turned around. Others also felt a breath in the deep pit, and came to the edge of the deep pit with great expectations. A Ghost Clan Yuanying cultivator who was over 100 feet tall walked slowly from the deep pit. It exuded an aura of supremacy. With it as the center, the deep pit was filled with wind and exuded an irrepressible murderous intent. Guangba came in front of Hulin Venerable and others, lowered his head slightly, and hit his chest with his right fist. "Greetings, Venerables." Although it was respectful, Hulin Venerable and others did not dare to neglect it at all. "It's good that you are here, let's go." At this moment in the Ghostbone Arena, Su Fan, who had transformed into a demonic body, had just finished a fight. He was holding a huge head high in his hand, looking up and enjoying the cheers from the whole audience. Countless cultivators on the stands around the Ghostbone Arena were excitedly shouting war cries and beating their chests rhythmically with their fists. Since Su Fan killed 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Ghost Clan last time, the Ghost Clan has not sent any more members to compete in the next half-month. Since he was free anyway, he asked Rohan to continue the fight, hoping to complete the goal of winning 30 games in a row as soon as possible and gain freedom. Today's fight was his 29th consecutive victory. Su Fan threw the huge head in his hand aside and used the evil magic blood mist to devour the opponent's flesh and blood. He raised his left hand, wanting to continue the next fight, to win 30 games in a row and gain true freedom. But he raised his hand for a long time and got no response. Su Fan sighed secretly. It seems that he will definitely face Guangba of the Ghost Clan in this last fight. He turned around and came to the transparent barrier at the edge of the arena and walked in. When he entered the transparent barrier, he saw Rohan waiting there. "Laluo, doesn't your Ghostbone arena pride itself on fairness? Why don't you let me continue to fight?" Luo Han sneered and said, "You have fought more than 10 games in a row. You should take a break. We have our own arrangements in the arena." Su Fan curled his lips and teased, "How much benefit did you receive from the Ghost Clan? Your death is coming soon, why are you still talking so much nonsense?" Su Fan sneered and said, "Guangba is coming." Luo Han nodded and said, "It will be here in a few days. If there are any last words, write them down as soon as possible." "How do you know that I must be the one to die?" Luo Han sneered and said, "You don't know Guangba at all. It is said that it followed a void refining saint and practiced in the void realm crack all year round." Void realm crack. He had heard Dongming Demon Lord mention the void realm fragment space, but he didn't expect that there was a void realm crack. Seeing Su Fan's inexperienced look, Luo Han looked at him with contempt. "You haven't even heard of it." Su Fan had indeed never heard of it, so he nodded quickly. "It is said that the cracks in the virtual world can connect to the legendary virtual world. I went in several times when I was in the nascent soul stage and almost died in it." After hearing what Luo Han said, Su Fan immediately became alert. He had a piece of fur of the Su beast in his hand, which was particularly magical. When he put it on his body, it could even block the exploration of the divine transformation cultivators. "What exactly is the virtual world?" Luo Han shook his head and said, "Although I have entered the cracks in the virtual world, no one knows where the virtual world is. Legend has it that it is the other side of this world." Su Fan's mind was suddenly opened up after hearing this. Could it be that this world has other dimensions? Hasn't the saints in your tribe explored the cracks in the virtual world? The cracks in the virtual world are very fragile. Not to mention saints, even if a divine transformation cultivator enters, the space will collapse instantly. If it is true as Luo Han said, the Gongba of the Ghost Clan has been practicing in the virtual world for many years, then its strength must be extraordinary. Then the next fight must be taken seriously. After saying this, Luo Han took out a ring, threw it to Su Fan, and then turned and left. Su Fan took the ring, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and shook his head in disappointment. It was becoming increasingly difficult to earn spiritual crystals. These days, the odds of his fights had been getting higher and higher, and he could only earn a little hard-earned money. Su Fan shook his head and put the ring away. He walked along the long corridor, returned to his stone house, and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Su Fan thought for a while and decided to ask the witch god Ag about the virtual world. "What exactly is the virtual world?" "I don't know." Su Fan frowned and said, "Has no one ever been to the virtual world? As far as I know, even if someone really went to the virtual world, they can't come back." "Then how did you know about the virtual world?" "Legend has it that there is nothingness there, so the virtual world got its name from that." Su Fan smiled bitterly. It seems that the world of cultivation has such myths and legends just like his previous life. "Have you ever been to the cracks in the virtual world?" "I went there once by chance when I was in the nascent soul stage." "What is it like there?" "It is a place without spirits. Not only can it imprison mana, but it will also greatly reduce the soul. Once you encounter a beast, you will basically die." After listening to the description of the witch god Ag, Su Fan couldn't help but smack his lips. Anyway, he would never go to such a broken place. But when he thought of Gongba of the Ghost Tribe, who practiced in the cracks in the virtual world for many years, he became nervous. People who can survive in such an environment for many years must be strong. Although Su Fan believed in his own strength, he couldn't be too arrogant. He must not take the next fight lightly. In the next few days, everything was calm. Su Fan stayed in the stone house to practice every day, patiently preparing for the next fight. and formulated a lot of tactics in case of emergency. He was like crazy brushing the data of various magical powers and spells, and constantly practicing several witch gate arrays. He also used the secret method of the witch sect taught by the witch god Ag to refine the ghosts of more than a dozen ghost clan Yuanying monks into evil spirits. Although this thing seems to be useless to Su Fan, it is good to have more means when the war is imminent. If a large group of evil spirits are released suddenly during the fight, at least the opponent's deployment can be disrupted. This morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the stone platform to practice the Hununhuiki's henging. After 9 turns of merit, he slowly opened his eyes. He swallowed the blood of so many Ghost Clan Yuanying monks in succession, and his progress in merit was also improved a lot. Master, it's time to eat. At this time, Sister Zhen, who was busy in front of the stove below, called him. She floated up from below with a tray of more than 10 layers of steamers, and then placed the freshly steamed buns on the dining table. Su Fan sat at the dining table, picked up a bun and took a bite. It must be said that although Sister Zhen has no talent for cooking, she has become more skilled now, and the food she makes tastes okay. Sister Zhen worked hard up and down, and finally filled a large table with all kinds of pots and bowls. She knelt in front of the dining table, supported her chin with both hands, and watched Su Fan eat with a smile. Master, how do the buns taste today? It's okay, edible. After hearing what Su Fan said, Sister Zhen was immediately dissatisfied, and she kept hitting the table with her forehead. Master, can't you praise me? Su Fan ignored her at all, but this girl couldn't help but praise him. She was the kind of person who would take advantage of others and act like a demon when praised. Seeing that the master ignored her and was eating and drinking there, Sister Zhen had to give up. She came over in a mean way, hugged Su Fan's arm, and rubbed her head against his shoulder. Su Fan was so annoyed by her that he had no choice but to say, well, I've made some progress, but I still need to work harder. Hearing her master say this, Sister Zhen laughed. At this time, the barrier opposite the stone house began to ripple, and Rohan's huge figure walked in from outside. With a whoosh, Sister Zhen, who was clinging to Su Fan, disappeared in an instant and hid in the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. A few days ago, when she was wandering around the ghost bone arena, she was caught by Rohan. She was so scared that she wanted to hide when she saw this big fool. Su Fan ignored Rohan and ate there by himself, without even raising his head. The Gaba of the Ghost Clan is here. Tomorrow morning, you will go out to fight. If you win, you will be free, and if you lose, it will crush you to ashes. Su Fan nodded and said, I know. After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and looked up at Rohan. What are my odds for this fight? Rohan shook his head and said, the news of your fight has just been announced, and there are already crowds of people outside the offside betting station. He laughed and said, the tickets for the Ghost Bone Arena are now sold out. It must be said that since Su Fan was sold to the Ghost Bone Arena, every fight he has had will cause a sensation. Especially when facing the challenge of the Ghost Clan, every match will be full, and there will be a long queue in front of the betting station. This kid has created a huge profit for the Ghost Bone Arena, which also makes the general manager very satisfied. Now someone has proposed that when this kid is released, he will be caught back to continue to serve the arena. But for the reputation of the Ghost Bone Arena, the general manager rejected this proposal. If you defeat Gangba of the Ghost Clan in this match, what are your plans? What else can he plan? Just escape. When he completely gets rid of the crazy pursuit of the Ghost Clan, he will find a way to return to the Blue Sky Star region to reunite with his family. Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly couldn't say so. I'm also worried about this. I'm already at war with the Ghost Clan. I guess they'll kill me as soon as I walk out of the Ghost Bone Arena. You still have self-awareness. I'll give you a way out. What way out? Become a free gladiator and stay in our Ghost Bone Arena. Even if the Ghost Clan is arrogant, they won't dare to touch our people. Then should I sign a contract with you? What do you think? Who the hell would do that? It's no different from ignoring the gladiators. Oh, let me think about it. Rohan nodded, then turned and left. Swoosh, Rohan's huge figure had just disappeared, and Sister Zhen jumped out of the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. Master, don't agree to it. It's suffocating here. Let's go back to the Blue Sky Star region. Su Fan glanced at Sister Zhen and sent her a thought. Don't worry, I won't agree. I just want to confuse them. When Sister Zhen was about to cheer, she saw her master put his index finger to his lips. She reacted immediately and pretended to know nothing. As soon as the news that Su Fan and Guangba were going to fight was released, the outside of the Yaogu arena was already in an uproar. Several space gates in the city kept flashing, and a large number of ghost boats rushed to the Yaogu arena from all over. Because the tickets were sold out, many monks gathered outside the arena, surrounding the Yaogu arena. There was no other way. The Yaogu arena had to prop up several light curtains in the square outside the arena for monks from all over the world to watch the fight. Chapter 595 I don't know who gave you the courage. The next morning, the monks who came from all planes had already crowded the square outside the Ghost Bone arena. It must be said that today's fight is indeed eye-catching. Many monks who did not buy tickets for the fight came to the square early before dawn to occupy a good position under the light curtain. The Ghost Bone arena was packed with people, and even the expensive private rooms at the top of the stands were full of people. The private rooms at the top of the stands of the Ghost Bone arena are not for ordinary people to sit in. The audience in these private rooms today are either rich or noble, and they are all the most elite monks from various races in the Ghost Bone star domain. Anyway, no matter how rich you are, you can't get a private room in the Ghost Bone arena. In the past, the dirty things between Su Fan and the Ghost Clan, most of the people who came to the Ghost Bone arena to watch the fight were tourists and gamblers who often lingered here. Others just regarded this as a fun thing, and when they had nothing to do, they just used it as a topic of conversation after dinner. But today is different, because the people who appeared today have very special status. Guangba of the Ghost Clan is much more famous than Su Fan in the Ghost Bone star domain. Guangba is the most talented among the current generation of unique cultivators of the Ghost Clan. It is said that he has been practicing with the saints of the clan and has not appeared for many years. Therefore, many of the most elite cultivators of various races in the Ghost Bone star domain almost came to the Ghost Bone arena today. They came here from various planes on purpose, not to Su Fan, but to see Guangba of the Ghost Clan. They all want to see what is so special about this most talented disciple of the current generation of unique cultivators of the Ghost Clan. Although Su Fan had won in nearly 10 consecutive victories over the elite cultivators of the Ghost Clan before, in the eyes of the most elite cultivators in the Ghost Bone star domain, Su Fan was not taken seriously at all. Who is Guangba? He is the most talented cultivator among the current generation of disciples of the Ghost Clan. It can be said that such a person only appears once in thousands of years. Su Fan is just a human cultivator from a remote star field. How can he be compared with a proud son of the Netherbone starfield? At this moment, Su Fan had just finished breakfast and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. He took the teacup handed over by Sister Zhen and just took a sip when he saw Luo Han's huge figure walking in from outside. Swoosh, Sister Zhen disappeared and hid in the top-grade ghost weapon on Su Fan's waist. It's time for you to come out, Su Fan frowned. Can't you just drink a cup of spiritual tea quietly? But at this time, he could only stand up and jump off the stone platform. What are my odds for this fight? Luo Han couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's still uncertain whether you can survive this duel today, but you still have the mind to consider the odds. This guy is a money grubber and has a big heart. It's currently 5-1. Although the betting has not stopped, it's almost like this. After listening to Luo Han's words, Su Fan was a little disappointed. It seems that there is no profit in this fight. Su Fan's performance these days is indeed amazing, and many people choose to bet on him. Luo Han glanced at Su Fan and said, "Do you still want to bet all on yourself?" Seeing Su Fan nod, Luo Han sneered. "Do you think you can defeat Guangba?" Su Fan chuckled and said, "How should I know? We have to fight first." "You are quite confident." "I don't know who gave you the courage," Luo Han said here, and then smiled and said, "It's not wrong for you to bet all on yourself. Anyway, if you die, the spirit crystals in your hands will become the spoils of the other party." Su Fan smiled and said nothing. He was about to face the strongest cultivator of the Ghost Clan. There was no point in talking nonsense at this time. Whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know it after pulling it out for a walk. Su Fan stepped out of the stone house, and then walked along the long corridor all the way to the transparent barrier. Luo Han's fellow tribesmen had already been waiting there, and Su Fan threw a ring to him. As usual, the bets are all on me. He turned his head and glanced at Rohan behind him, then stepped through the barrier. "Welcome our first gladiator today, the human from the Blue Sky Star region, Su Fan." As soon as Su Fan appeared, another rough voice was heard, and the entire Yaogu arena was immediately filled with deafening cheers. No matter what, at least this is still his home court. Su Fan walked towards the center of the arena, and the monks watching the battle on the stands around him began to roar and beat their chests with their fists in a rhythmic manner. It was not until he reached the center of the arena that the uniform roars in the Yaogu arena stopped, replaced by overwhelming cheers. Welcome our second gladiator today, Guangba from the Ghost Clan. Hush! Hush! Although many elite monks from various clans in the Ghost Bone Star domain came for Guangba, they were a minority after all. The vast majority of monks watching the battle in the surrounding stands still hoped that Su Fan would win. Although they did not think that Su Fan could win, and most of them placed their bets on Guangba, at least they still supported Su Fan mentally. At this time, a Ghost Clan monk who was over 100 feet tall walked out of the transparent barrier at the edge of the arena. Looking at Guangba walking towards him, Su Fan frowned immediately. His intuition told him that this guy was definitely not simple. Compared with other Ghost Clan monks, the other party's aura was too strong, even making his scalp numb, and he couldn't help but feel a little alert in his heart. For some reason, Su Fan felt a kind of danger that made him a little creepy. But he didn't find out where this danger came from. Be careful, there is a ruined beast hiding beside it. What the hell? Ruined beast. No wonder he can practice in the virtual world for many years. It turns out that he has recovered a ruined beast. After hearing what the witch god Ag said, Su Fan suddenly became extremely alert. His eyes focused and he completely released his consciousness, but he did not find any trace of the ruined beast. Su Fan activated the scent identification method in the 9 Nether stealth technique, but still did not gain anything. He quickly activated the demon body, and his body instantly turned into a ferocious demon body over 100 feet tall, and his whole body was in a state of high alert. Su Fan frowned and said, "You have seen ruined beasts, right? Are they very powerful?" "Ruined beasts are good at hiding and are extremely difficult to deal with." From the cautious tone of the witch god Ag, it can be heard that the ruined beast she encountered that year must have left a very deep impression on her. "Can you determine the location of the ruined beast?" "I can only feel the existence of the ruined beast, but I can't determine its exact location." After hearing the words of the witch god Ag, every pore on Su Fan's body trembled. This is really bad. If it was just a ruined beast, it would be fine, but the problem is that there is also Guangba of the Ghost Clan. No matter which one he deals with alone, Su Fan is confident that he can handle it, but if he is asked to face Guangba and the ruined beast at the same time, it will be a bit overwhelmed. At this time, Guangba had come to the center of the arena and stopped more than 100 feet away from Su Fan. Guangba was not in a hurry to attack, but looked at Su Fan with cold eyes. Because he couldn't determine the location of the ruined beast, Su Fan was cautious and didn't rush to launch an attack. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time, and the monks watching the battle in the stands around were all confused and shouted loudly. "What the hell are these two trying to do? Hurry up and fight, Guangba, what the hell are you still watching? Go ahead, isn't it said that Guangba is the most talented disciple of the Ghost Clan? He is too cowardly?" The monks watching the battle on the stands around them were immediately annoyed when they saw the two men still in a stalemate, and they shouted and cursed loudly. But even so, Su Fan and Guangba still did not make a move, as if they were waiting for the best opportunity. Suddenly, Su Fan's scalp exploded, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Not good, he knew that the ruins beast had approached and might launch a sneak attack on him at any time. But he couldn't determine the exact location of the ruins beast, so he could only respond to the change with the same attitude. Su Fan then realized why Guangba on the opposite side had not made a move. It turned out that this guy had this idea. It let the ruins beast sneak up to him secretly, trying to kill him with a sneak attack. Su Fan sneered secretly. He never thought that Guangba was an old silver coin like himself. Fortunately, he got the red pill from Luosha, which gave him a rare opportunity. Although the data of various aspects of his body did not improve much, his sensing ability was significantly improved. Sensing ability is something that cannot be explained or understood, and cannot be seen or touched. Moreover, it cannot be measured by certain standards like strength, soul, etc., but sensing ability does exist. Just like now, although Su Fan seems to be fine, his whole body is tense. Even if there is a slight movement, he can clearly sense it. Although he cannot determine the specific location of the ruins beast, he can sense that the danger is getting closer and closer. Now, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the little man in his body opened his eyes suddenly. Pure World Red Lotus, an extremely hot positive polar evil roared out of his body, and a red halo instantly popped out to the surroundings. Boom! With him as the center, an extremely hot red halo spread rapidly around, whistling through the ground thousands of feet in radius. The violent and hot red halo, even Guangba, who was hundreds of feet away, did not dare to neglect, and withdrew from the killing range of pure world red lotus in an instant. At this moment, Su Fan was concentrating all his energy to sense all the movements around him. Suddenly, the air fluctuated slightly about a few dozen feet in front of him on the right, but the slight fluctuation disappeared immediately. Found it, Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and he disappeared from the spot. His figure appeared in front of the right, and there was a big sword in his hand. He turned around and swung the big sword in a full circle. Whirlwind slash, boom, the whole arena suddenly became gray. Suddenly, a terrifying hurricane rolled up, and the gray sand and dust on the ground of the arena flew everywhere in the air. The entire arena was like the end of the world. The dust and sand that was swept up by the storm were scattered everywhere, almost blocking the side of the monks and the stands around. Swish, with a flash of a sharp sword light, the hurricane that was originally raging came to an abrupt end. The sharp sword light cut through the air, emitting a creepy and piercing whistle. This extremely fierce sword, the sharp edge has completely enveloped the entire arena, and the sword light caused the invisible barrier on the side of the arena to tremble violently. This also made the monks watching the battle and the entire Yaogu arena feel their hair stand up subconsciously. Even though there was an invisible barrier between them, they still felt a terrifying murderous aura, which made them terrified. Especially the monks in the first few rows, their faces felt a burning pain. Almost everyone was asking themselves if they could take on such a fierce sword. At this moment, Guangba was at the center of the storm of this sharp sword light. It frowned immediately. Although it was powerful, it did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Boom! Boom! Guangba crushed two black bone symbols in succession, and instantly turned into two hideous huge shells to block in front of him. The two huge shells had just taken shape when they were instantly chopped and exploded by this extremely sharp edge. Fortunately, Guangba had taken the opportunity to activate his magical power, and a black barrier had been formed outside his body, which barely blocked this extremely sharp edge. But the black barrier surrounding his body also exploded. At this moment, Su Fan had no intention of caring about Guangba in the distance. All his thoughts were on the body of the Su beast. He activated the scent recognition method of 9 Nether stealth technique and sensed a faint blood breath. This blood breath was something he had never smelled before. Although the Su beast had withstood his sword, it should have been hurt a little. Su Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. Although it was only a trace of breath, the Su beast was no longer a concern. At least it can't be like what happened just now, where it could sneak up on him without anyone noticing and he was unaware. Su Fan could use this trace of breath to quickly lock onto the position of the ruins beast. At this moment, the dust and sand that were dancing wildly in the arena fluttered down like snowflakes. At this moment, the entire Yaogu arena was so quiet that even the sound of the needle dropping could be heard clearly. The monks watching the battle in the stands all held their breath, looking at Su Fan in the arena with shock on their faces. There were too many things going on in the past 2 days, so I took 2 days off. From today on, I will update normally. I will try to make up for the few chapters I owe as soon as possible in the next few days. Thank you all for your support again. Chapter 596, Adults Bullying Children. At this moment, the Ghostbone Arena was completely silent. The monks watching the fight in the stands around did not even dare to breathe, and all stared at Su Fan in the arena with shocked faces. The extremely sharp sword light just now almost swept across the entire arena. Even through the invisible barrier, they could feel the terrifying murderous aura, which was horrifying. Strands of sharp murderous aura penetrated from the outside of the barrier to the stands, piercing their faces. Although they had long known that Su Fan had been hiding his abilities, it was not until today that they discovered that he had not put in any effort in the previous 20 or so fights. Now thinking back, the duels between Su Fan and the Ghost Clan were simply adults bullying children. Most of the monks of various races in the Ghostbone Star region have experienced many battles, and they have seen the trick from Su Fan's move just now. Many people have even judged the existence of the Ruins Beast from the fleeting fluctuations. It is said that Guangba inherited the beast's subduing magical power of the Ghost Clan. It seems that the rumor is true. Did you sense the breath of the invisible beast just now? I didn't sense any breath at all. If I were down there, I would have died several times. Bah. I didn't expect Guangba to be so insidious and use those crooked methods, At this time, Guangba also frowned, looking at Su Fan opposite, and he also became cautious. Originally thought that it would not take much effort to deal with a human cultivator in a remote star field, but now it seems that it will not work without full effort. According to Guangba's original idea, it did not think of taking action. After all, almost all the races in the Ghostbone star field sent their most elite cultivators to watch the battle today. These guys have no good intentions, and they all want to explore their own methods and trump cards through this fight. So Guangba summoned the Su Beast he subdued, and used the Su Beast God to sneak attack the opponent without anyone noticing, striving for a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the human cultivator on the opposite side actually saw through the tracks of the ruined beast, making its plan fail. Guangba let out a long sigh. For some reason, the human cultivator on the opposite side brought him an unprecedented pressure. And the sword just now from the other side also made him feel a long-lost chill. It seems that today's fight will really take some effort. In this case, let's fight quickly. Thinking of this, Guangba waved his hand unwillingly, and suddenly two huge and ferocious beasts appeared beside him. Awoo! Awoo! The two huge and ferocious beasts roared to the sky as soon as they appeared. The terrifying roar shook the earth, and a tyrannical aura spread throughout the Yaogu arena. Seeing the two beasts in the arena, the surrounding stands exploded instantly. Damn! If I'm not mistaken, those are two 5th level beasts. You're not mistaken, those are the Abyss Flame Tiger and the Split-Horn Giant Lizard. Guangba is already strong, and he summoned these two big guys, so what's the point of fighting? Don't forget, there's a mysterious beast hiding next to it. The monks watching the fight on the stands around pointed at the two beasts that appeared in the field and talked loudly. In their opinion, with Guangba of the Ghost Clan and two 5th level beasts, Su Fan will definitely lose this fight. Facing the two 5th level beasts that just appeared in the field, Su Fan couldn't help but frown. Guangba, this guy, doesn't attack, but when he attacks, it's a big move. The two 5th level beasts are already difficult enough, and Su Fan has to concentrate on finding the traces of the ruins beast to avoid being attacked by it. It's really a bit troublesome. Let go of Guangba and the two 5th level beasts. The aura of the ruined beast has leaked out. I will help you keep an eye on it. After hearing the words of the witch god Ag, Su Fan was relieved. Once he was besieged by Guangba and the two 5th level beasts, he really didn't have the energy to prevent the sneak attack of the ruined beast. Looking at Su Fan opposite, Guangba sneered, and then he gave his two contracted beasts an attack order. Awoo! Awoo! After receiving Guangba's thoughts, the Abyss Flame Tiger and the Split-Horned Giant Lizard roared to the sky, and then roared towards Su Fan opposite. The two 5th level beasts running wildly were extremely powerful. The Abyss Flame Tiger from the Abyss realm was filled with abyss flames all over its body. And the Split-Horned Giant Lizard from the Black Mountain realm, the huge beast body not only ran very fast, but also the foreclaws seemed to be stepping on a ball of black mist. The magical powers of the Ghost Clan monks all come from the inheritance of their own bloodline. As for what kind of inherited magical powers they can get, it all depends on fate. The lower-level monks of the Ghost Clan can only inherit 1 or 2 magical powers. The blood of the monks of noble birth is often extremely pure, and they can generally inherit several powerful magical powers. Among the several magical powers that Guangba inherited, there is a very rare beast-subduing magical power of the Ghost Clan. This also made it valued by the Ghost Clan's high-level leaders, and even the Frontal Bone Saint in the clan was alarmed and specially summoned it. These two powerful 5th level beasts were given to Guangba by the Frontal Bone Saint, which shows how much he valued it. Facing two powerful and violent 5th level beasts, Su Fan certainly did not dare to neglect it. Boom! A flash of blood flashed on his body, and the rich blood color exploded, and the dense blood-colored runes on his body also emerged instantly. With Su Fan as the center, two witch gate formations appeared in succession within a radius of nearly 100 feet. First, a blood-red light descended from the sky, and the blood shadow god descending array enveloped Su Fan, and his strength began to increase rapidly. Then, another thick blood-red barrier enveloped him, and the Wumen Wongxiang pagoda array was successfully generated. And Su Fan was not idle either. As soon as he thought, he smashed the two 5th level beasts that rushed over with 3 magical powers. Corrupt Bone Poisonous Fog. A thick poisonous fog was instantly generated and quickly spread forward. Erosion Bone Gloomy Wind Roll. The violent cold wind whistled and rolled up, and the entire Ghost Bone arena was blown by an extremely cold storm. 9 Nether Yellow Spring Rain. The sky, which was originally clear, was now covered by thick dark clouds, and heavy rain fell from the sky. After all, it was a 5th level beast. The abyss flames all over the abyss flame tiger soared into the air, and it actually rushed over with 3 powerful magical powers. Thick black mist filled the body of the split-horn lizard, and its dense scales turned into thick shells. It stood tall and fearless in front of the 3 powerful magical powers. Although the 2 violent 5th level beasts had amazing defense, they were still wounded by Su Fan's 3 magical powers. But the 2 5th level beasts didn't care about the scars on their bodies, and still rushed over with a roar. Su Fan didn't expect that the abyss flame tiger and the split-horn lizard were so stupid that they rushed over without caring. Now that he is a unimaginable cultivator, the magical powers brought by the heavenly demon saint bodyguard are no longer the same. Moreover, Su Fan also launched the blood shadow descending Gouda ray, and his own strength has also increased significantly. But even so, the 2 5th level beasts still rushed over. Su Fan pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, and cast a series of spells. Life-demanding curse technique, God-killing soul-crying technique, God-stirring poison melting technique. The 2 5th level beasts felt a chill all over their bodies, and their speed suddenly slowed down. Their strength began to drain away, and a trace of fear arose in their hearts. Then, a powerful mental attack followed, causing their eyes to suddenly go dark. The split-horned giant lizard was fine, and it regained its consciousness in an instant, but it also flew around like a headless fly. The abyss flame tiger fell to the ground, and its huge body rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before stopping. How could Su Fan miss this opportunity? With a flash of blood on his body, he had already arrived in front of the split-horned giant lizard. Behind him, a phantom of an ancient demonized gray bear suddenly rose up and rushed towards the already violent split-horned giant lizard. Bear mountain kick, Su Fan violently slammed into the split-horned giant lizard, and the 5th level beast, which was more than 100 feet long, was knocked flying by him. The huge beast body fell hard on the ground of the arena. As soon as it landed, Su Fan followed it like a shadow. Violent tiger collapse, stone apex, dragon elephant tread, the phantoms of ancient demonized monsters kept rising behind Su Fan. With a few powerful moves, he beat the split-horn giant lizard to the ground. 9 strength bone transforming hand, he finally smashed the huge head of the split-horn giant lizard with a fierce palm. With a click, a crack was smashed in the head of this 5th level monster. Moreover, a sinister and strange force penetrated into the head of the split-horn giant lizard, shaking its brain to pieces. Su Fan's set of operations was as fierce as a tiger, but the whole process was completed in just a few breaths. This also shocked all the monks in the stands of the Yaogu arena. No one expected that a fierce and domineering 5th level monster would be killed by this human monk so quickly. This is too weird. It was the first time that Su Fan showed his powerful melee attack power in the Ghost Bone arena. Not only the monks watching the battle in the stands around, but even Gongba, who had been standing far away and not taking action, stared with wide eyes. The abyss flame tiger and the split-horned giant lizard were both cubs that the frontal bone saint helped it get. It started to train them when they were a few months old. Now the 2 5th level beasts have been with it for hundreds of years. In order to train the abyss flame tiger and the split-horned giant lizard, Guangba spent countless resources and devoted countless energy. Who would have thought that the split-horned giant lizard would die in Su Fan's hands? Ouch! Guangba was completely enraged. It roared loudly and rushed towards Su Fan. Who knew that before it could rush out a few steps, Su Fan's voice suddenly appeared next to the abyss flame tiger. The abyss flame tiger that had just climbed up from the ground, just recovered from the state of soul loss, was violently knocked away by Su Fan's demonic body of more than 100 feet. The body of the abyss flame tiger was not as big as the split-horned giant lizard. Its body flew very high. Before it landed, it was attacked by Su Fan. Turbulent tiger collapse, Queen Niu hammer, stone apex, dragon elephant tread, Mojang flip. Su Fan attacked again as fast as lightning, and the body of the abyss flame tiger was high and swung in the air. It was not until it fell heavily to the ground that Su Fan's 9 strength bone dissolving hand violently knocked its head open. Although the 2 5th level beasts had amazing defense, they were both hit by Su Fan's life-calling curse and god-slaying soul-crying technique. Several negative states such as slowness, weakness and soul loss greatly reduced the defense of the 2 5th level beasts. In addition, the soul attack of the god-killing soul-crying technique also destroyed the consciousness of the 2 5th level beasts. Even if they recovered their consciousness, they were greatly affected. Moreover, with Su Fan's current strength, once he gets close to him, a set of combined punches will make all cultivators below the level of God transformation kneel down. Looking at the Abyss Flame Tiger and Split-Horn Giant Lizard lying on the arena, the entire Yaogu arena was silent. No one expected that the two violent and ferocious 5th-level beasts would die in Su Fan's hands in such a short time. Not to mention Guangba, the two 5th-level beasts have a deep relationship with it, and at this moment it has already been horrified. It knows that it has been careless. Originally thought that the two 5th-level beasts rushed over at the same time. Even if they could not defeat Su Fan, at least they could force him into panic. It would take advantage of Su Fan's lack of time to take care of other things and seize the opportunity to kill Su Fan with one move. Because Guangba didn't want the elite cultivators of other races to see his trump card. That's why it summoned two 5th-order beasts in one go, with the purpose of a quick victory. Because the Abyss Flame Tiger and the Split-Horned Giant Lizard have long been known to people, and it is no secret at all in the entire Yaogu Star region. Even if the lower-level monks don't know, the high-level and elite monks of all races are all clear about it. It is precisely because of this mentality that Guangba lost two powerful contracted beasts at once, which can be said to be a heavy loss. Guangba looked coldly at the human monk opposite, with a cruel and tyrannical look in his eyes. At this moment, Su Fan and Guangba were in a stalemate again. Although neither of them was in a hurry to take action, the monks watching the battle in the surrounding stands could feel a breath of destruction brewing. What are they doing? Are they gathering strength? We know Guangba's strength, but this human boy looks very powerful too. If I let it get close to me, I'll die faster than those two 5th-level beasts. This aura is too strong. There will be something interesting to watch later. Although the two men were in a stalemate again, this time the monks watching the battle on the stands around the Ghostbone Arena were not as dissatisfied as before. Because they all know that both sides are gathering strength at this moment, and once they start fighting, it will be earth-shattering. I've been a little busy these days, so I'll make up for the 3 chapters I owe in a few days. Lao Bu will remember this matter, so please rest assured. Chapter 597. It seems that my brother has had enough today. The entire Ghostbone Arena once again fell into terrifying silence. The monks watching the battle in the stands around were all quietly waiting for the next battle between Su Fan and Guangba. Everyone knew that this was just the silence before the battle. Su Fan looked at Guangba coldly, and then sent a thought to the witch god Ag. Where is that ruined beast? Don't worry, I'll help you keep an eye on it. It's hiding far away now, and it will probably find a chance to sneak attack you later. After hearing the words of the witch god Ag, Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Guangba on the opposite side moved, and saw its arms suddenly spread to both sides, and a thick black smoke rose into the sky behind it. Boom! The thick black smoke suddenly turned into a huge and ferocious ghost face, whistling and rushing towards Su Fan. As Su Fan thought, a magic sword appeared in his hand. Void Slash, he slashed down with a fierce sword. At the moment when the sword light flashed, the monks watching the battle in the stands of the entire Yaogu arena seemed to be enveloped by an extremely strong killing intent. They felt like they were in a bloody battlefield, with their hair standing on end, and they had the illusion that they would be torn into pieces by the violent killing intent in the next moment. That earth-shaking sword light roared down with endless killing intent. Even though the monks of the Yaogu Star domain were all experienced in hundreds of battles, they could still feel the coldness deep into their bones when this sword intent completely broke out. The extremely cold sword light cut through the space, and the sword energy tore through the sky like a mighty force, fiercely slashing at the huge and ferocious ghost face. Boom! The ferocious ghost face was instantly chopped and exploded by Su Fan's sword, turning into thick black smoke and scattering. Seeing that Guangba's magical power was broken by Su Fan's sword, the stands of the Yaogu arena were suddenly in an uproar. Could this kid be the most powerful sword cultivator among the human race? This is not the way of human sword cultivators, but it is a bit like the inheritance of ancient physical cultivators. The magical power that Guangba displayed is just so. This is just a test. As the most talented disciple among the nascent soul cultivators of this generation of the Ghost Clan, how could he only have this little trick? Seeing that the magical power he displayed was destroyed by a sword, Guangba frowned. I didn't expect this kid to be so difficult. His sword just now already had the realm of evolution, and easily broke the magical power he displayed. It seems that if I don't show my trump card, I will definitely not win this fight. Thinking of this, Guangba couldn't help but sigh. Today, Almost all the elite cultivators of many races in the Ghostbone Star region came to the Ghostbone Arena, with the purpose of checking my trump card. Unfortunately, I can't care about so much now. Let's deal with this kid first. Guangba took a deep breath, black mist filled his body, and made an extremely strange seal with his hands. After it used this magical power, the whole person seemed to have aged a lot, and his face showed an extremely tired look. At this time, the air was suddenly filled with a decadent and old smell. Then there came a gust of cold wind that sounded like ghosts crying and gods howling, whistling in everyone's ears. It seemed that there was a great terror and a great ominousness that passed through the heavy space and descended on the Ghostbone Arena. The faces of the monks watching the battle in the stands around also changed suddenly, as if there was a vast and boundless sense of oppression that suddenly came to their hearts. It directly oppressed their hearts, making people feel like they fell into an endless abyss. Countless dark and deep black smoke slowly overflowed from the gaps between the huge stones on the ground of the arena. The extremely cold breath spread and raged everywhere, containing a gloomy atmosphere of despair, fear, resentment, etc., and instantly turned the entire Ghostbone Arena into a ghost den. Boom boom, the majestic and terrifying aura rose to the sky, and the scene in the arena suddenly changed, turning into dark space. In this extremely cold and dead space, thick black smoke rolled and rolled. Strange human faces appeared one after another, or strange and hideous demons, and made terrifying roars. At this moment, Su Fan's heart was the same as everyone else's, and the whole person seemed to fall into an endless abyss. He tightly grasped the magic sword in his hand, and felt his scalp tingling, and all the pores on his body trembled. Although he didn't know what the other party had made, his intuition told him that he was on the verge of crisis. At this time, Su Fan found that his skin was withering rapidly, and his hair was slowly becoming dry and white. In the blink of an eye, he had become an old and dying body. What the hell? Before he could react, Su Fan's body began to become younger again. After a while, his body was like a flower that was constantly blooming and withering, cycling back and forth between life and death. It was not only Su Fan who was like this, but also the monks in the first few rows of the stands of the Netherbone Arena. Moreover, this situation was constantly spreading to the surroundings, and more monks in the stands were also trapped in this cycle of life and death. Not good. The law, the power of the law, that is the law of life and death, the law of the netherworld. Stop it quickly, stop this guy, it's about to show up. At this time, more than a dozen gods standing at the edge of the arena, including Rohan, exclaimed almost in unison. They quickly jumped up and used various means to block this extremely cold and dead air outside the stands of the arena. Be careful. Guangba summoned an evil projection from the netherworld. After hearing the words of the witch god, Su Fan was immediately scared. Before he could ask, a bunch of information suddenly flooded into his mind. The witch god Agi sent him a layout of the witch array. This array is called the five-sided purple sky mixed element thunder witch array, which can trigger a thunder from the sky. The thunder of heaven and earth is specifically used to defeat all ghosts and monsters, especially for all kinds of evil spirits with yin attributes. It can double the effect. While the projection of the evil has not yet fully appeared, you should quickly activate this witch array. The witch god Agi sighed when he said this. Although this evil from the netherworld is only a projection, it is at least a god-level existence. I can only help you so much. I hope to weaken its strength a little. From the tone of the witch god Agi, it can be heard that she is not sure. Facing this powerful evil from the netherworld, the five-sided purple sky mixed element thunder witch array can only play a role in weakening the opponent. Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that my buddy is in trouble today. No matter what, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Thinking of this, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and a blood-colored mist instantly filled his body. The dense blood-colored runes all over his body also emerged, and emitted waves of dazzling blood-colored light. Boom! A blood-colored beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping Su Fan. Then, with him as the center, a huge blood-colored magic circle instantly formed, almost occupying the entire Yaogu arena. At this time, the little man in Su Fan's body suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at the corner of his mouth, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The originally cloudless sky, I don't know when it became dark clouds, completely covering a large area of hundreds of miles. The dark clouds slowly rolled, like waves surging, one wave higher than the other, like the deep sea before a storm. The electric light kept flashing and rolling between the gaps in the dense clouds, filled with lightning snakes. The dark clouds were descending lower and lower, and there seemed to be a huge monster in the vortex of the black clouds, about to descend from the vortex. This breath was really terrifying. The huge pressure enveloped the monks watching the battle on the stands around the ghost bone arena, all of whom felt extremely humble and insignificant. At this time, Su Fan suddenly felt a mysterious aura rising from his heart, and inexplicably resonated with the world. At this moment, the dark clouds covering the sky and the sun were as thick as ink. Silver-purple lightning flashed through the clouds, like a wild python dancing wildly, emitting deafening thunder that spread thousands of miles away. The aura of heaven and earth that had been brewing for more than 10 breaths suddenly caused the area within a radius of hundreds of miles to almost riot. Everyone in the ghost bone arena suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of horror in their hearts, as if they were enveloped by a chilling sense of crisis. A dazzling white light instantly penetrated the sky and the earth. Silently, it was as if a world was completely annihilated. The void above the arena was twisted, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Boom! Then, a shocking explosion came, which made everyone's heart suddenly shudder. The sound waves visible to the naked eye set off a violent storm, and the entire ghost bone arena shook violently. An extremely thick purple thunderbolt instantly fell from the sky and slammed fiercely into the dark space. Boom! With a violent explosion like the destruction of heaven and earth, the air within a radius of dozens of miles was swept away. Bang! The invisible barrier on the stands of the ghost bone arena also shattered. The monks sitting in the front rows of the stands were instantly blown up and fell heavily on the people behind them. Fortunately, Luohan and more than a dozen other gods who had been guarding the arena in the air quickly took action to prop up an invisible barrier, which blocked the raging and violent hurricane. Su Fan and Guangba, who were standing in the arena at the moment, were also blown away by the aftermath of the violent explosion. Bang! Su Fan fell heavily to the ground, and he struggled to get up. The dark space of the arena had long been annihilated, and a huge pit tens of meters deep appeared on the ground. Hiss! At this moment, in the private rooms on the top of the stands of the ghost bone arena, there were almost simultaneous gasps. Who is this human cultivator? He actually killed the evil at the level of the god transformation. Even if he is a thunder body, he can't attract thunder of this scale. Although Gangba summoned only the projection of the evil of the netherworld realm, it is not something that a Yuanying cultivator can deal with. Humph! This kid is not simple. There may be some cause and effect behind him. Why do you think the ghost clan provoked him? The shocking thunder that Su Fan just attracted made the god transformation cultivators in the private rooms on the top of the stands talk about it. These old monsters who have reached the state of transformation are not easy to fool. They can tell at a glance that the thunder is definitely not simple. Rohan, who was suspended above the arena, was also confused. The thunder just now shocked him. How many secrets does this kid have hidden, and how many cards does he have not revealed? Since Su Fan was captured and brought to the Netherbone arena, he has subverted Rohan's imagination again and again. Although he is already a cultivator of transformation, he can't see through this human cultivator. At this time, countless cultivators watching the battle in the stands of the Netherbone arena were all stunned and stared at Su Fan on the field. No one thought that this human cultivator would be so fierce. Although they didn't know what the netherworld realm was, nor what evil was, even the most stupid people knew that the thing just summoned by Gangba was not simple. The cultivators who could sit in the Netherbone arena to watch the battle had to be Yuanying cultivators at the lowest level. But the dark space that just appeared, and the extremely cold and deadly atmosphere, still make them shudder when they think of it. But no one expected that this kid was even more powerful, and actually brought down a thunderbolt that destroyed the world and destroyed the dark space. Anyway, if it were them, facing such a powerful existence, they would have no other choice but to wait for death. Not to mention others, even Su Fan was confused now. He had a vague guess that the thunderbolt that just came down should have something to do with the Tau seed in his body. I forgot that you have a demon seed and a thunder body. What the hell? What is the demon seed? Demon seed. The witch god Ag was silent for a while, and still did not tell Su Fan the truth. Can't the bodybuilding skills you practice give birth to demon seeds? After hearing what the witch god Ag said, Su Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sister, that is a Tau seed. But the other party's words also made Su Fan suddenly realize that it really has something to do with the Tau seed in his body, coupled with the fact that he has a thunder body. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Let's not worry about those things, let's finish this battle first. Su Fan staggered to the center of the arena, then leaned on the magic sword and looked coldly at Gongba opposite. After a while, Gongba also came over, and its condition was very bad. Needless to say, summoning an evil from the netherworld at the level of incarnation must have consumed a lot of energy. Judging from Gongba's condition, he must have been injured. Chapter 598. Don't be so extravagant anymore. In order to summon the netherworld realm god-level evil, Gongba consumed most of his blood. Now its state is very bad, and its strength is almost weakened. I thought that the netherworld realm god-level evil, used to deal with a human cultivator in the nascent soul realm, was already a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. I don't know where this kid got the ability, but he actually attracted a powerful thunder of heaven and earth. Before the god-level evil was fully revealed, it was struck by the thunder and turned into ashes. Gongba knew that in its current state, it could not win this fight. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and didn't care about his weak state. He was ready to use his last trump card. Although using this trump card would consume its vitality and hurt its own cultivation foundation, it didn't care so much at this time. People are dead, who cares about those things? But before Gongba made a move, its eyes suddenly condensed, staring at Su Fan opposite. Not only it, but all the monks watching the battle in the stands of the entire Ghostbone arena all cast their eyes on the human monk in the arena. According to Su Fan's previous fighting style, the opponent was in such a bad state, how could he give up such an opportunity, and he would have rushed up long ago. In fact, he had the same idea just now, taking advantage of Gongba's extremely weak opportunity to rush up and kill the opponent. But just as Su Fan was about to rush over with a magic sword, a sense of enlightenment rose from his heart. The scene of the cycle between life and death that he had just experienced made him seem to have grasped something all of a sudden. But what exactly it was, Su Fan couldn't tell. It was like a thin piece of paper, although you can vaguely see something, but if you don't poke the paper, you will never be able to see the whole picture. At this moment, Su Fan closed his eyes, and his mind kept repeating the endless cycle of life and death that he had just experienced. It's like a small grass sprouting from the soil, growing vigorously, and then withering. Then, Su Fan thought of the coming and going of spring and autumn, birth, aging, sickness and death, and then the changing of the stars, the vicissitudes of life, and the rising and setting of the sun and the moon. It seemed that everything in this world was constantly repeating, endlessly, and there would never be an end. After an unknown amount of time, there was a loud bang in Su Fan's mind. It was like a morning bell, cleansing the mind and making people think deeply. Su Fan suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, his temperament had completely changed. His eyes were calm, deep and indifferent. Not only that, the scene in front of him also changed. Except for a Gongba on the opposite side, everything was gone. At this time, they seemed to be in a vast and ethereal starry universe, endless, without boundaries and ends. The old monsters in the private room at the top of the stand of the Yaogu arena saw Su Fan's current state at a glance. No way, this kid seems to have had an epiphany. He really knows how to find a place. He actually had an epiphany at this time. This kid was affected by the power of the law. His comprehension is extraordinary. Could it be that he has comprehended a trace of the power of the law? Then he will be extraordinary in the future. At this time, countless monks watching the battle in the stands around. Although they did not have the knowledge of those old monsters who had transformed into gods, they also noticed that Su Fan was different. Anyway, in their eyes, the human monk on the field seemed to have become a different person. Gongba stared at Su Fan opposite him, with a strong jealousy in his eyes. This kid actually had an epiphany. This is the arena, the two are fighting a life and death duel, and he actually has time to have an epiphany. This is too self-centered. Thinking of this, Gongba's chest suddenly burst into an evil fire, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. It took out a mottled and worn tortoise shell from its bone ring, and puffed a mouthful of blood on it, then muttered to itself, chanting obscure and strange spells. As the obscure and strange spells were chanted over and over again, Gongba's 7 orifices began to bleed, and the flesh and blood on his body gradually shriveled and withered. Boom! With a loud explosion that shook the world, the sky and the earth changed color, as if the whole world was collapsing. The sky above the Ghostbone arena seemed to have turned into an endless eye of the storm, bursting out with a powerful force like a tidal wave, crushing down layer by layer. The countless monks watching the battle in the stands of the Ghostbone arena all had a look of horror on their faces. They felt like a lone boat swaying in a storm, and would be covered by a tsunami that swept over at any time. They didn't know how many duels they had watched here, but today was an eye-opener for them. These two brothers are too much. Watching one of your fights is like risking your life, and you are in extreme danger at any time. Boom, with a dull roar, the originally cloudless and clear sky suddenly changed into a strange vast starry sky. It seemed that the whole world collapsed, just like a visible tide, and time and space seemed to be intertwined and chaotic. Suddenly, an unprecedented powerful momentum suddenly descended on the Yaogu arena, as if an incomparable terror came across time and space. What did Gongba summon again? Look at this momentum, it's incredible, at least it's in the late stage of the spiritualization. Gongba is desperate, he actually summoned across levels. Even if Gongba wins this fight, it's useless. Countless monks watching the battle in the stands of the Yaogu arena trembled as they looked at the vast starry sky and discussed loudly. The strength gap of each stage of the spiritualization realm monks is very different. Looking at the entire Yaogu star region, there are not many great saints in the late stage of the spiritualization. Now that Gongba has surpassed several levels and summoned creatures from the higher realms, everyone thinks that this is no different from seeking death. At the edge of the Ghost Bone arena, more than a dozen divine transformation monks, including Rohan, have already flown into the sky, looking at the unfamiliar vast starry sky with vigilance. They are ready to take action at any time, and they must not let the big guy summoned by Gongba affect the stands. If the monks watching the fight in the stands are killed or injured because of this fight, the reputation of the Ghost Bone arena will be smashed. Hurry up and don't let Gongba complete the summoning. Once this big guy comes, you will definitely die. It was not until the anxious voice of the witch god Ag came to his ears that Su Fan was startled and woke up from his confused state. He looked up at the unfamiliar vast starry sky above his head and raised the magic sword in his hand. Infinite slash, Su Fan slashed with a sword lightly. This sword did not have the earth-shaking power of the past, nor did it have the artistic conception of evolving external objects. It was silent and ordinary. Swish, although it was only a faint sword light that passed through the world, it was like the long flow of time, washing away all the dross. Everyone seemed to see the sun and moon rising in the east and setting in the west, the stars moving, and the years changing. Endless cycle, endless and endless. Law. All the gods at the top of the stands of the Ghost Bone arena stood up and exclaimed almost at the same time. Many of them were old guys who had lived for thousands of years and had not yet comprehended the power of the law. Who would have thought that a Yuanying monk could actually comprehend a trace of the power of the law? More than a dozen gods, including Luo Han, who were suspended around the arena, were also shocked at this time. But they immediately realized the danger and appeared in the stands where the sword light was slashing, offering defensive means to block in front of the stands. Boom boom, with a violent roar that shocked thousands of miles, the strange vast starry sky was instantly annihilated wherever the sword light passed. Then, the invisible barrier surrounding the arena also exploded. Fortunately, more than a dozen divine transformation monks had used many defensive methods in advance, which blocked the silent sword light and protected the monks on the stands. At this time, a deep gully about a mile wide appeared on the ground of the arena, extending to the end of the arena. The stands opposite Su Fan were already in a mess, with only a few monks left on them, and huge spider web-like cracks appeared on the stands. Although the protective measures used by Luo Han and others blocked Su Fan's sword light containing the power of the law, the huge shock wave still shook countless monks watching the battle out of the stands and fell into the crowd on the square outside the Yaogu arena. Seeing that there were no casualties among the monks on the stands, Luo Han and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when they thought of the sword light just now, they still felt a lot of emotion. That was the power of the law. Even if a cultivator has broken through the realm of transformation, there are very few people who can comprehend the power of the law. Of course, a few powerful creatures in some higher realms can inherit the power of the law by relying on the blood of their ancestors. Just like the evil of the netherworld summoned by Gongba, it is such a powerful existence favored by heaven. Before it showed its true body, a trace of the power of the law had already spread from the foreign land. But such rare creatures are only a minority after all, and most cultivators have to rely on their own comprehension. Many old monsters in the transformation of the spirit never broke through this shackles in their entire lives, and there is no possibility of breaking through the realm of refining emptiness. But this kid is just a Yuanying cultivator, but through an epiphany, he has comprehended a trace of the power of the law. Is there any justice in this world? Although his sword just now only contained a trace of the power of the law, in the eyes of a group of old monsters in the transformation of the spirit, it is already a great thing. although Su Fan's infinite slash shocked everyone. But his current state is extremely miserable. After slashing out that sword, Su Fan almost exhausted all his blood and magic power. Moreover, his skin all over his body was broken, his muscles were torn, and many bones were cracked, and even comminuted fractures appeared. Su Fan, this pervert, has an unreasonable strong body. If someone else were to use a sword containing the power of the law, the whole person would be shattered, or even die on the spot. Su Fan has restored his human body. In his current state, he can no longer support him to activate his demonic body. He shook a few times and stood firm with the help of a magic sword. Su Fan took out a jade bottle from the ring, then poured out a few top-grade healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Don't be so wasteful in the future. This sword slashed down, and most of his life was gone. I don't know why, at this time, Su Fan can no longer find the feeling of the sword just now. Although he vaguely understood something, he just couldn't grasp it or touch it, and his mind became confused again. Although Su Fan didn't know the ins and outs of this sword, he knew in his heart that he had just done something extraordinary. Anyway, he would definitely not be able to perform the sword just now. Su Fan rested for a long time with his sword, and then he recovered some physical strength. He looked at Gongba lying in the distance. He was only breathing out but not breathing in. It was estimated that he was not far from death. Did you just comprehend the power of the law? What the hell? What is the power of the law? After listening to Su Fan's words, Wu Shen'eji didn't say anything for a long time. She was so upset. After she broke through the realm of transformation, it took her more than 1,000 years to break through that layer of paper by chance. Even so, Wu Shen'eji spent more than 1,000 years to fully master the power of the law. What virtue and ability does this kid have? At this time, Wu Shen'eji felt so wrong that he wanted to cry, and a strong sense of jealousy rose in his heart. Although the little bit of the power of the law contained in the boy's sword was nothing to her. But don't forget that Su Fan is still just a nascent soul cultivator. When he breaks through the spiritualization realm in the future, it will be no problem for him to fully master the power of the law. The power of the law is, forget it, you will know it naturally when you should know it. After the witch god Eiji finished speaking, he never paid any attention to him again. Su Fan asked several questions, but did not get a response, so he had to shake his head, and then walk towards Gongba in the distance with a grin. In his current state, let alone performing blood escape, even walking is difficult. Su Fan staggered for a long time before he came to Gongba's huge demon body. His eyes condensed, and his consciousness scanned Gongba back and forth several times, and found that this guy was on the verge of death. Then I'll send you off. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a 5th level bone talisman from the ring, and then turned and walked away. Just as he was about to activate the 5th level bone talisman, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful pressure coming from the sky, which made him unable to move. Su Fan raised his head and saw a huge shadow appear in the sky in the distance. What the hell? He sighed helplessly. The ghost tribe was too shameless. After beating the younger ones, the older ones came to kill them. Chapter 599, Not bad, I love you for a long time. Not only Su Fan, but all the monks watching the battle in the stands of the entire Netherbone arena were overwhelmed by this extremely powerful aura. Everyone knew that the saint of the ghost clan had come and wanted to save Gongba's life. Although the monks of various tribes in the Netherbone star domain were brutal and cruel, they also valued justice. The reason why they supported Su Fan was because the ghost clan was too arrogant and often used their power to oppress others. So this time when Su Fan fought with the ghost clan monks, the monks of various tribes in the Netherbone star domain almost unanimously supported him. Now, in order to save Gongba, the saint of the ghost clan actually came to the Netherbone arena. Although no one dared to say anything, it also caused dissatisfaction among everyone. In their view, the arena is a sacred place. No matter who it is, they must not break the rules here. At this time, Su Fan sensed 2 powerful auras again, and the pressure on him disappeared instantly. He turned his head and saw 2 huge shadows appearing on the other side of the Ghost Bone arena, facing the saint of the ghost clan from a distance. Igu, long time no see. A saint of the Ghost Bone arena greeted the saint of Igu with a smile. Although it sounded quite polite, there was a hint of playfulness in the words. Igu, what do you mean? Another saint of the Ghost Bone arena was not so easy to talk to. Longta, I want to take Gongba away, you guys give me a price. After hearing the words of the saint of Igu, the faces of the 2 saints of the Ghost Bone arena changed immediately. At this time, no matter how high the price offered by the other party is, they must not agree. If they break the rules today, the reputation of the Ghost Bone Arena accumulated over the years will be ruined. In the future, it is estimated that no one will patronize the Ghost Bone Arena anymore. Egu, this matter is difficult to obey, Longta said, pointing at Su Fan in the arena. But if he agrees, then there will be no problem. After hearing Longta's words, the saint of the frontal bone turned his eyes to Su Fan. Su Fan had been listening with his ears perked up, and he immediately became alert after hearing Longta's words. If the old guy agreed to let him go, the grudges with the ghost clan would be written off, and it would not be impossible to let Gongba go. After all, he was alone in this unfamiliar star field, and it was really troublesome to fence such a powerful race as the ghost clan. Boy, let Gongba go, what the hell? Why? Don't you have any conditions? Seeing that Su Fan didn't speak, Longta of the Ghost Bone Arena couldn't stand it anymore. Frontal Bone, if you want him to let Gongba go, you have to set a price. The saint of the frontal bone listened for a long time without saying anything. It knew what this kid wanted. Although it is already a cultivator of the void refining realm, it is impossible for it to promise to let this kid go in front of so many cultivators in the Ghost Bone star field today. The reason why the Ghost Clan is so powerful is that they are united by blood. If he agrees to let this kid go today, the cohesion of the clan will be greatly affected, and it is even possible that it will fall apart. There is no way. This kid has killed too many monks in the clan. No matter what, he must die. The four-bone saint thought for a while and said, if you let Gongba go, you can walk out of here safely today, and I promise that no one will chase you within 3 months. It gave Su Fan 3 months to escape, which is already its limit. Even so, the children in the clan will inevitably feel dissatisfied, but no one dares to say anything. The four-bone saint believes that this human cultivator will agree. 3 months is enough time for him to do many things, and he can at least escape hundreds of thousands of miles away. In this way, at least he still has a glimmer of hope. If this kid dares to kill Gongba, he may not even be able to leave the Ghost Bone Arena. After hearing the other party's conditions, Su Fan sneered secretly. It seems that the blood feud between him and the Ghost Clan cannot be resolved even by a saint at the level of refining emptiness. In that case, why should I care about your face? I can die at most. Anyway, no matter what, he will face the endless pursuit of the Ghost Tribe. 3 months seems like a long time, but he is alone in this strange star field. Where can he escape? And there is the witch god Ag. She said that she can help him avoid the investigation of the gods. It should not be difficult to escape from here. Although this woman always bewitches him, her words are still quite reliable. If he really makes me angry, he will just stay in the Ghost Bone Arena and be a free gladiator. Thinking of this, Su Fan exerted his strength and crushed the 5th level bone talisman in his hand. Bang! A thick black smoke rose into the sky, and instantly turned into a pale white huge bone hand, which suddenly inserted into Gongba's head. Swoosh! Gongba's nascent soul suddenly jumped out, and before it could escape, it was grabbed by the huge bone hand. Paw! The bone hand crushed Gongba's nascent soul in an instant, and the dark juice splashed everywhere. Seeing that Su Fan dared to ignore the four-bone saint and killed Gongba in front of it, countless cultivators in the stands of the entire Ghost Bone Arena were dumbfounded. This kid is too fierce. That's the refining void saint. What a ruthless person. It turns out that there are such fierce cultivators among human cultivators. I surrender. I have never seen such a strong-willed person. Brother, you are ruthless. I don't surrender to anyone but you. Countless cultivators in the stands around talked about it. Today they were enlightened. No one expected that Su Fan's temper would be so fierce. That's the refining void old monster, and he can turn you into ashes with just a look. But Su Fan did it anyway, killing him as soon as he said it, without any hesitation. Not only the monks on the stands of the Ghost Bone Arena, but also the countless monks under the light curtains in various parts of the Ghost Bone Star region, all felt a sense of admiration in their hearts, and were almost worshipping him. You dare? The four-bone saint never thought that Su Fan would dare to refuse his conditions. Although it had already sensed the boy's murderous intention before Su Fan crushed the 5th level bone talisman. Although it sent out a trace of divine thoughts, it wanted to kill Su Fan before he activated a bone talisman. Although Su Fan was already a Yuanying cultivator, in front of the old monsters at the level of Liang Su, a glance from them could turn him into ashes. But the two old monsters at the level of Liang Su in the Ghost Bone Arena would not let the four-bone saint succeed. and they blocked the attack for Su Fan. It could only watch Guangba die in front of it. Boy, you are looking for death. Su Fan only felt that his eyes went black, his body tilted and he collapsed on the ground, and then he knew nothing. Swoosh, seeing Su Fan fainted, Sister Zhen instantly flew out of the top-grade magic weapon on his waist. As soon as she flew out, she saw 3 extremely powerful beings in the air, and she was so scared that she wanted to hide in the top-grade magic weapon. But when she saw that her master had fainted, Sister Zhen gritted her teeth and protected Su Fan. She took out 2 bone talismans from her ring, which sealed the evil spirits that Su Fan had refined with the souls of the Ghost Clan's Yuanying cultivators. Sister Zhen trembled and guarded Su Fan's side, not daring to look up at the 3 refining virtual monsters in the air. She was like an ostrich burying her head in the sand, muttering constantly, "You can't see me. You can't see me." The refining virtual monsters were too powerful. If it weren't for the help of the 2 saints in the Ghost Bone Arena, Su Fan might have turned into a piece of powder by now. Just a slight change in the mood of the Frontal Bone Saint almost took him away in one day. "Frontal Bone, you're going too far. Others are afraid of your Ghost Clan, but we in the Ghost Bone Arena are not afraid." The 2 refining virtual monsters in the Ghost Bone Arena blocked the attack of the Frontal Bone Saint and criticized it with dissatisfaction. "Longta, you really want to protect him?" Saint Longta sneered and said, "As long as he is still in our Yaogu Arena, you can't touch him. This kid must die today, then you try, we'll accompany you." The 3 old monsters of Liangsu were in a tense confrontation in the sky above the Yaogu Arena, which made the monks and the stands suffer. When the gods fight, the little ghosts suffer. They just felt dizzy and their bones were almost crushed by the 3 powerful pressures. Some monks with weaker spirits even fainted directly. At this time, Su Fan, who had collapsed on the ground and was unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a mocking look in the little man's eyes, and then he snorted softly. The 3 old monsters of Liangsu, who were in a tense confrontation in the air, looked at the unconscious Su Fan on the ground almost at the same time. Longta laughed and teased, "I bone, do you still want to kill this kid now?" Another old monster who was refining the void beside him also sneered, "You, a refining the void saint, should stay out of the feud between you and him." The saint of the front bone was silent for a long time, and the huge shadow slowly disappeared from the sky above the Ghost Bone Arena. "I said this kid is not simple." Longta listened and looked at Su Fan lying on the ground, and smiled bitterly. "People who can comprehend the power of the law in the nascent soul realm, how can they be simple?" The 2 looked at each other, and then disappeared from the sky above the Ghost Bone Arena. As soon as the shadows of the 3 old monsters of refining the void disappeared, Su Fan shuddered and woke up suddenly. He rubbed his head, and felt that his brain was like a paste. "Master, you are awake. Those 3 old men just now scared me to death." Seeing Sister Zhen guarding him, Su Fan felt a warm current in his heart. He knew that Sister Zhen was the most timid. Although she was always noisy, she was actually the most cowardly. It was okay. "I loved you for a reason." Suddenly, Su Fan remembered something. There was still a Su Beast in the arena. At the moment, his condition was extremely bad. Any giant and cultivator could easily kill him. Where did that Su Beast go? Your sword just now scared it out of its wits. It is hiding at the edge of the arena." After the witch god Eiji finished speaking, he told him the location of the Su Beast. "Sister Zhen, control a few evil spirits and kill it for me." Sister Zhen was about to crush the bone talisman in her hand, but was stopped by the witch god Eiji. Guangba did not sign a symbiotic contract with the Su Beast. Now it is dead. Call it over and try to communicate with it. After hearing what the witch god Eiji said, Su Fan immediately became energetic. He raised his arm and waved to the place where the Su Beast was hiding. There was a slight fluctuation in the air at the edge of the arena. Su Fan activated the scent identification method of 9 Nether stealth technique and faintly smelled a faint breath moving towards him. Pa. Sister Zhen didn't know what was going on, but she was sensitive to the danger and crushed 2 bone talismans without thinking. Ouch! Ouch! 2 balls of thick black smoke rose up and instantly turned into 2 hideous huge ghosts, roaring to the sky. Seeing Sister Zhen took out 2 more bone talismans, Su Fan hurriedly stopped her. He rolled his eyes. If one of these things was used, 1 less would be used. 2 Yuanying level evil spirits were enough to deter the Su Beast. Control them. Don't attack without my order. Seeing the 2 evil spirits, the Su Beast's breath disappeared again in an instant. This guy is also a coward. It hasn't fully grown up yet, It's in the larval stage. Su Fan asked the witch god Ag about the location of the Su beast, and then waved at it again. This time, it took a long time before the breath reappeared, and then slowly approached Su Fan, stopping hundreds of feet away from him. Don't move yet, I'll try to communicate with it. The witch god Ag didn't know what means he used, and began to communicate with the Su beast. I talked to it, and it agreed to become your contracted beast, but it asked to sign an equal contract. Su Fan immediately refused and said, how can that be done? If you want to sign a master-servant contract, you still want to be on an equal footing with me. What a beautiful thing you're dreaming of. It's rare for a ruined beast to become a contracted beast of the human race. You should be content. When it grows up, it will be of great help to you. Will I be able to command it in the future? I don't want to find myself a master, almost enough. If it wasn't in its infancy and left the virtual world alone, you wouldn't have had a chance. Su Fan was still a little dissatisfied, but after listening to the advice of the witch god, he finally nodded. Okay, just treat it as a pet. Okay, I'll activate a witch gate magic circle and help you sign a contract. As soon as the witch god Ag finished speaking, blood-colored runes appeared all over Su Fan's body. Then, with him as the center, a blood-colored witch formation with a radius of more than 100 feet was formed. Su Fan felt its breath, and began to approach him continuously, and finally entered the blood-colored witch formation. His blood suddenly became agitated, and then calmed down, as if he had a slight connection with the soul. As the witch formation continued to flash a few times, Su Fan heard the voice of the witch god Ag again. Okay, put it into the secret realm you carry with you first. Su Fan thought about it and sent a thought to the beast, putting it into his own secret realm. Chapter 600. Just like raising a pet dog, Su Fan put the ruined beast into his personal secret realm, and then stood up from the ground. He glanced at Gongba, who was lying on the ground, and his eyes focused. He used the blood mist to devour the other's flesh and blood. At this time, a deafening cheer came from the surrounding stands. Su Fan raised his hand, waved to the stands, and then pounded his chest with his fist. Roar! Roar! The entire Ghost Bone arena was filled with war roars, and everyone was pounding their chests rhythmically with their fists. Su Fan glanced at the stands around him again, and then staggered to the edge of the arena. Looking at his figure, everyone in the stands of the Ghost Bone arena and under the light curtains of various places in the Ghost Bone Star region was talking about this fight with great interest. In fact, at the beginning, the cultivators of the Ghost Bone Star region were just watching the fun of the dirty things between Su Fan and the Ghost Clan. They didn't like Su Fan that much, they just simply hated the Ghost Clan. As Su Fan defeated more than a dozen Yuanying monks of the Ghost Clan in succession, and his violent fighting style was very much to the taste of the monks of the Ghost Bone Star domain, this has changed the mentality of many people. Especially the fight between him and Gongba, which was recognized by almost everyone. Who is Gongba? He is the most talented monk among the Yuanying monks of this generation of the Ghost Clan. And the two did not disappoint people. They all played their trump cards. Even because the magical powers and spells they launched were too heaven-defying, more than a dozen Shenhe monks in the arena came out to guard the formation. What's more amazing is that Su Fan not only disobeyed the saint of the Ghost Clan, but also killed Gongba in front of it. Just based on this point, the monks of the Ghost Star domain have been convinced. It can be said that Su Fan is now absolutely notorious in the entire Ghost Bone Star domain, and almost no one does not know this name. Of course, they admire Su Fan's courage, but they also feel sorry for him in their hearts. Although he had achieved such an impressive record in the Netherbone Star domain, no one thought that he would escape the pursuit of the Ghost Clan. In the eyes of the cultivators in the Netherbone Star domain, Su Fan was just a human cultivator from a remote star domain. How could he escape the crazy pursuit of the entire Ghost Clan alone? At this moment, in a private room at the top of the stands of the Ghost Arena, more than a dozen Ghost Clan's god-transforming old monsters were gathered together. Because of the appearance of the four-eyed Bone Saint, these god-transforming monks and their tribe were anxiously waiting for the decree issued by him. This arrogant human cultivator actually dared to disobey the saint. Such behavior would be a sky-shattering behavior no matter where it was. Not to mention a nascent soul cultivator, even these god-transforming old monsters would have turned into ashes long ago. But the appearance of the four-eyed Bone Saint also relieved the relief of Venerable Hulin and others, at least they would not be under pressure. Four-eyed Bone Saint, haven't you issued any decrees yet? Venerable Hulin frowned and shook his head after hearing this. I have asked Lord Ford several times, but I have not received a response. An old ghost tribe member who had reached the state of transformation asked in confusion, "What is the attitude of the saints in the tribe?" Venerable Hewlin smiled bitterly and said, "I am also surprised. Until now, the saints in the tribe have not issued a decree." He thought for a while and said, "Although Lord Ford's saint has not issued a decree, we cannot do nothing. Don't worry, we have made arrangements." After hearing what the other party said, Venerable Hewlin nodded. "I will never let that kid walk out of Chita City alive." Su Fan passed through the invisible barrier and saw Luhan waiting there. Luhan looked at Su Fan with a scrutinizing face. The boy slashed out a sword containing the power of law, which also shocked him. It has been many years since it broke through the state of transformation, but it has not even touched the shadow of the law. But the funny thing is that this human Union cultivator, through enlightenment in a fight, touched the shadow of the power of law. How could it feel? Rohan laughed at himself. He had looked down on this human race, but he didn't expect that he would be slapped back. He sighed secretly, then took out a ring and threw it over. Su Fan took the ring, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and then put it away. "Thank you," he laughed and said, "you didn't bet on me to win this game." Su Fan looked like he deserved a beating. If it were in the past, Rohan would definitely want to beat him up. In the past, what he hated most was the arrogant look of this kid, but now his mentality is different. He really has the capital to be arrogant. He defeated Gangba with his ability, which made everyone recognize Su Fan's strength. He dared to ignore the threat of the refining Void Saint, and everyone admired his courage. It's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. Such an awesome person probably won't live for long. You have won 30 games in a row, and you have gained freedom. You can leave here at any time, Rohan said, and threw him a domino. Su Fan took the dominoes and frowned, saying, "I'm seriously injured this time. I want to stay in the Ghost Bone Arena for a while to heal." "You won't chase me away, will you?" Rohan shook his head and said, "That won't happen." At this point, he said helplessly, "If you hadn't disobeyed the Frontal Bone Saint, it wouldn't matter if you stayed here for a lifetime." But, although Rohan didn't say it directly, he knew what he meant. The Ghost Bone Arena would never offend a Void Refining Saint for him. Even if he wanted to stay here as a free gladiator, no one would dare to accept him. Thinking of this, Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You have to let me heal before leaving." "That's not the case. It's okay for you to stay here for a year or two." After hearing what Rohan said, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. In his current state, he would definitely not be able to recover from his injuries without a few months. "Then give me a year, I will leave when my injury is healed." Luhan nodded and said, "What are your plans for the future?" "What can I plan? Just take it one step at a time and try to survive." Su Fan nodded to Luhan, then limped towards his stone house. "When you leave, I will personally send you out of Chita City, but you can only rely on yourself in the future." After hearing Luhan's words, Su Fan stopped, but he did not turn around, just raised his hand and waved. Back to his stone house, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the stone platform. He took out a jade bottle from the ring, poured out a few healing pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and then used his internal energy to dissolve the drug power. This time, the price of using that sword beyond the level was too high. Since Su Fan came to this world of cultivation, he has never suffered such a serious injury. Even if he is a pervert, if someone else uses that sword, the whole person will probably be torn to pieces. The damage to his body was not a big deal. With his abnormal recovery ability, he could recover in a month or so. However, his meridians and dantian were also greatly damaged. Moreover, his ki and blood were also depleted. He could not recover to his peak state without a year or two. Fortunately, his cultivation foundation was not damaged, otherwise he would have cried to death. "I didn't expect that you have such a good understanding. You actually comprehended a trace of the power of the law." "What is the power of the law?" After hearing Su Fan's words, Wu Shenji smiled. "You won't understand your current realm even if I tell you. You just need to remember the feeling at that time." "I hate this kind of mystification the most. Just say whatever you want to say." The problem is that after Su Fan performed that sword, his head is also confused. If he wants him to find that feeling again, he has no clue. "I have completely forgotten the feeling at that time." "It doesn't matter. Anyway, that sword containing the power of the law will definitely benefit you in the future." After Wu Shenji finished speaking, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of jealousy in his heart. How could this kid be so worthy of such a skill? He has already touched a trace of the power of the law in the nascent soul realm. What will happen when he breaks through the God transformation realm in the future? Can my sword kill a God transformation cultivator? The witch god sneered and said, "What are you thinking? That sword can only cause a little trouble to the God transformation cultivator." Oh. I thought that sword was very powerful. Even the God transformation cultivator couldn't deal with it. After hearing Su Fan's words, the witch god Ag wanted to strangle this ignorant guy to death. In the eyes of the God transformation cultivator, the nascent soul realm is nothing but an ant. You actually want to kill the God transformation cultivator? Who gave you the courage? It's just you. If someone else used that sword forcibly, he would have died long ago. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. I'm not much better. I've lost most of my life. Swoosh! At this time, Sister Zhen jumped out from nowhere. She came over and hugged Su Fan's arm. Master, that little guy is so fun. Little guy. What kind of adjectives are these? That's a ruins beast. That guy is silent, and if it weren't for the reminder of the witch god Ag, even he would have known its way. It's in the portable secret realm. It's not messing around, is it? No, the little guy likes it there. It's so happy to chat with me. After hearing what Sister Zhen said, Su Fan felt anxious. If he wasn't afraid of exposing the secret of the portable secret realm, Su Fan would have entered the secret realm long ago. These days, you help me watch it and help me put it on. Sister Zhen laughed and said, "Don't worry, it's a little silly. It tells me everything." Su Fan was also amused. It seems that just like what the witch god Ag said, this ruins beast is still a juvenile child. Okay, just treat it as a pet dog. In the next few months, Su Fan stayed at home and stayed in the stone house every day to heal his wounds. The injury recovered much faster than he thought, and now the internal and external injuries have been almost healed. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the stone platform, scanning a bone tablet in front of him with his spiritual sense. This is the map of the Netherbone Star region that he asked for from Rohan. Now he has begun to plan where to go next, and he studies this map every day. The territory of the Netherbone Star region is at least several times larger than that of the Blue Sky Star region, and the population is also many times larger. Moreover, there are extremely many races in the entire star region, and they are simply impossible to count. The various races in the Netherbone Star region are also very disharmonious. The various races are in a state of war all year round, and there is almost no time for peace. Here, human cultivators have no sense of existence, and they don't even have their own territory. Most of them survive under the wings of various races. The place where Su Fan is now is called Mirongshan, and the city he is in is called Chita City, which belongs to the sphere of influence of the Mocha tribe. The Mocha tribe is still okay with a human race, at least there is no human dish in their menu. Moreover, within the sphere of influence of the demonic Kui clan, the human race has its own gathering place. Although they are also cruelly exploited, at least the living environment is acceptable. Despite this, Su Fan does not want to stay in the territory of the demonic Kui clan. Because the Ghost clan and the demonic Kui clan have a common enemy, the two tribes are currently in an alliance. The place Su Fan most wants to go now is the plain where several hostile forces of the Ghost clan are located. At least there they cannot hunt him down in a big way. The biggest problem Su Fan faces now is how to avoid a blockade of the Ghost clan. Although Rohan promised to send him out of Chita City safely, this is just the beginning if he wants to escape the pursuit of the Ghost clan. When Su Fan was thinking hard about the escape route, Rohan walked in from outside. "How is your injury? Your chief steward urged you to get out of here, right?" Luo Han smiled and said, "Who is our chief steward? How could he pay attention to a young nascent soul cultivator like you? Don't worry, I'll be gone in less than a year." Luo Han waved his hand and said, "Just heal your wounds. No one is chasing you away." After saying that, it looked at Su Fan again and said, "One good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Good news." The good news is that it is said that the frontal bone saint has gone into seclusion, and it will not participate in the hunt for you next. That's good, that's good. To be honest, Su Fan was really afraid that the old guy would hold a grudge and come to deal with him in person. You, a refining void saint, have no shame in dealing with a young nascent soul cultivator like me. What's the bad news? The bad news is that more than a dozen old monsters of the Ghost clan, who have reached the stage of transformation, as well as hundreds of nascent soul cultivators, are now all gathered near Chita City. That's nothing. Su Fan had expected it a long time ago. Anyway, the Ghost Clan has already lost face in the Ghost Bone Star region, and they have no regard for him in order to deal with him. Whenever you want to leave, contact me in advance, thank you, Rohan said and turned to leave. Hearing Su Fan's words, he turned his head and smiled. Boy, try to survive. This is all I can do for you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.